Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. Stage 3 is here. It started off with an absolute bang yesterday. I cannot wait to continue that action today. My name is Sierra Dawn, your host for today, joined here by my other two wonderful analysts. We have Dan and we have Gompers. Dan, I see that you got a little bit of pink back in the hair. How's it going?
I forgot that every time I come and do challenges, I'm just doing something different. Like, it was my piercing, which, by the way, got removed because it got infected. Now I'm doing the pink again. It was a lot darker. It faded. It was actually meant to be purple. It's a whole thing, but I'm very excited to be here again.
It's always an adventure with Dan. I genuinely never know what's going on with you. And Gompers, I don't see any pink there, so maybe a little bit more normal. How's it going over there?
It's going good. I'm not as colorful, which is unfortunate. I wish I could bring some pop to the broadcast, but no, I'm super excited. I'm super excited to be back at Challengers, and next time out, I will dye my hair pink for sure.
Great, for sure.
You also you bring the pop with the personality too, all right? Don't dismiss yourself over there, okay? We got all the balance over here. Of course, we're expecting to pop on today's broadcast with how chaotic Stage 3 has been so far, and it's only been one day. But before we jump into all that juicy action, we have a short format video to make sure you're up to speed with everything going on.
The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension.
So that's the journey that we have ahead for our teams, and it's time to see how that journey started for a couple of them yesterday. It was a pretty quick day, guys. I'm not gonna lie, Dan. We got to see frontrunner Envy come out of the gate swinging, and Maryville University, new to Challengers, taking a decisive win over Burger Boys.
Which was a little bit surprising, at least for that second series, and how fast it really was. But it is honestly something that we get early on every time that we go into the Swiss stage. Now on the stage 3, we're expecting these kind of one-sided scores until we start to figure out who's going to be the top 3 teams that we're going to have, because it seems like every time they're switching.
There's always a little bit of switch up. They're just like you, Dan, for real.
Yes, exactly.
I'm excited to see the teams that we have here today, though, because obviously Envy being a top team in the front running is not a question, but I'm kind of curious with how the rest of the things are going to be stacking up here, Gombers. When we look at all of this roster mania, this chaos that went into stage 3, TSM have changed things up. Shopify Rebellion Black haven't changed anything, but their stage 2 is a little iffy. Like, I'm curious with what energy the teams will come out of the gate with.
I agree, and you can tell a lot of the teams that are here now in Challenger Stage 3 have made a lot of changes in terms of whether that be roster, right? Meta changes with Tejo now kind of making its way out of the composition. So yeah, they did have a while to kind of sit down in the scrims and just alternate between, you know, what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses, what players can we add to really emphasize that, which I'm super excited to see. I know we got to see a little bit of it yesterday, but today is a whole new squad of 4 new teams, and that for me is like, you know, I'm getting teasers and trailers here and there, but I got to see the real thing.
Well, I got the real deal for you coming up, Gomber, so absolutely do not worry. We're going to be taking an eye of TSM going up against Nightblood first. Later on, Landor going up against Shopify Rebellion Black. So a great opportunity to see what those teams are about. But first up, TSM, one of those teams that was in contention for one of those top spots, going up against Nightblood Gaming. We've seen this Oregon Challengers before, but this is a new look, a new roster, and a reintroduction. So I'm excited to see how these two face off today. But starting with TSM, Dan, it's a team that I didn't think was going to go underneath the roster mania, and here we are.
Yeah, when we think about teams that have been staying with the same roster for quite some time, TSM was one of them. But I mean, you still look at the score and it still feels like that old TSM. But they have some great additions here. Alvin Boy, that's coming from Burger Boys. He was that Sentinel player for that team, and he actually made it pretty far into that playoffs of stage 2, losing in that lower final versus Ambrosia. And then you have Timotino as well. That was that duelist for Core that, you know, when Core were getting some really good matches, really good games, he was a big reason why. So I'm excited to see what he's able to do with alongside these very experienced players of TSM.
Yeah, and even though these may be like substitutes coming into TSM and just like trying to provide that insight, I think Timotino is something I'm actually really excited to see. The last couple tournaments they've had the chance to play, I think they averaged, I guess the second most recent 288 ACS and the first most recent 302. So, and that's just playing on the duelist player as well. I know they ranked pretty high in terms of their jet player, you know, on that duelist role within stage 2 as well. So for me, this is a duelist that didn't get that much credit within stage 2, but I feel like now that they're under this big name of TSM, they might just be able to kind of crack that wall that's been holding them back.
I'm so excited to see Timotino and Alvin Boy on this team. I mean, I heard you like some numbers, so we're going to throw all of them at you. And you're 100% right. Timotino back on court was absolutely frying and a big win condition for a lot of these teams. Alvin Boy, too, when you look back at the run they had with Burger Boys, was always such a beacon of light. So I am so excited to see what these two are capable of with doing with the really seasoned core in TSM.
Especially because for TSM, you have players that are very, very flexible. Obviously, we always talk about TSM and how good they are when it comes to their communication, because a lot of these players have that IGLing experience that they either are doing right now or have in the past. And so that's going to help out these new players kind of feel a little bit more comfortable when it comes to today. I also want to mention 7 because when you have a guy like Timotino that is insane on the duelist, there's nothing better than having a strong initiator that can set you up for success, and 7 can be one of those pieces.
Yeah, not only that, but, you know, we talk about all these players and how strong they work together, but a big portion of that really is the coach, right? I know in an interview, GMD has expressed the coach knows when to put them back in the game, put them back on track. And we've seen that, whether it be during the timeouts and, you know, just having them regather their thoughts and their mental, but then also having that IGL to really push past that and make the plays happen. I think TSM, they are on the right track to becoming that team that, you know, can push themselves back on the right track. So I am excited to see, you know, from going 5-5 for stage 2 versus now the potential and the possibility of doing way better than that and being the team we know they can be.
I'm definitely looking for that right track today because this was a TSM that got a little derailed for the talent that they have on the team. If you look at the couple of the struggles that they had near the tail end of stage 2 and maybe a playoff run that wasn't really to their satisfaction, which I think is doubly expressed so within a couple of these changes. I'm intrigued with how TSM are going to be approaching the game because you have the talented coach, you have a talented team, and you have a talented IGL in Vora. On the opposing end, though, it'll be really excited because not only are we getting the debut of this new TSM squad, but we're getting a brand new debut in this Nightblood Gaming. Again, this is an org that we have seen within Challengers, but Gomps, this time around, it is a team that's gone up through Premier. Nightblood has signed them on, and a couple of recognizable names to this Challenger scene before.
Within the tier 2 and tier 3 scene, absolutely. I think everyone here is someone I've seen at least once throughout the duration of since 2022. It's crazy to see how many players here that have such a long history. But even that, like, right, collegiate players, I do believe it is Smiley that has some sort of, actually, they're not on today. It seems like Torre is going to be kind of put inside of that role. But even then, a lot of these players playing together within Berserkers, so they do have that synergy. They've had the time to kind of understand each other, meet each other's personalities. So it's not like they're being thrown in the wild. And, you know, it is kind of hard to play in Premier and play against all these scrim teams and try to make your way up. And to be put into this faucet of such high players is insane and honestly takes so much talent. So I'm excited to see, you know, the potential that they have to show.
I feel like when we're talking about these players that we know for quite some time, Screwface is just 100%. The one that is in the front of our heads right at the beginning, just because this guy has been part of so many different teams. Obviously, remembering that when he was part of that Evil Geniuses team, that on that B team, then going into Thinking Man, going into Winthrop University, going into Ambrosia, and then always, I find it interesting that he's always so honest about kind of what's going on behind the scenes. When he leaves a team or when he gets kicked from a team, he's talking about what happened and what he wants to do, and something that we can always tell about him is that he's very motivated to just keep going. And so I want to see what he's able to do from this run of Nightblood Gaming.
And I am so intrigued because when you're looking at a team that has made their way up through Premier and their Premier stats and stuff were looking pretty strong as well, there's going to be a couple of extra layers to it. Obviously, on the opposing end, there's a lot of pressure on TSM. For Nightblood, a lot of pressure when you're looking at the win condition to try and make it to Ascension. They got to win out. But other than that, I mean, other than the fact that a couple of these players are recognizable to us, this is an unknown quantity that has all that underdog potential in the world. And looking at a couple of the stats that we have here, specifically with a couple more of these known quantities and someone like Umidan, they don't look too much like underdogs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those players that you're gonna get to know as we've gotten the chance to do so for stage 1 and stage 2. Always new players coming in, and it feels like at the beginning of the year that was kind of a surprise because we were so used to the previous teams and the previous players kind of always being there. But this year has been the year of bringing new players and kind of getting to know them. So even though you might not hear the name as often, I feel like for the stage 3, anything can happen because the pressure is on for every single one of them. And even the guys that you see at the bottom, they didn't really get the chance to play that much. I feel like the Screwface stats only count from when they were playing promo relegation, then he got promoted through Ambrosia, then got just left the team. So it's just one of those things that, you know, it's not that he actually had 185 ACS from a bunch of games, you know. Don't take that into account.
Yeah, and even though we do say, like, this is somewhat of a story of David and Goliath, right? The underdog trying to go against the top dog. It's quite it's something that we got to see a lot within stage 1 and stage 2, and actually a lot of the underdog teams managing to pull forth with the win. So to me, this isn't something that, I'm seeing this Premier team and being like, oh, okay, this is a stage that they're not quite used to. They have competitive experience, and they might be the underdog, but they could definitely pull through, as we've seen before. It's going to probably be a repetition of previous times, unless TSM kind of fixed those hiccups from before, which, I mean, they might have, right? 2 phenomenal players coming into play versus a team that they don't know much about. So it is pretty much in the middle, even playing field for sure.
And on the side of TSM, when you're talking about those hiccups and making sure that we rectified those going on forward, big eyes on Vora here. I know the team had kind of changed things up near the tail end of that stage 2 playoffs and had kind of tested out GMD a little bit. Vora back on the call, going up against Screwface. I think this is going to be an especially exciting head-to-head, especially too, we know on that side of Vora that this is somebody who in the server, you talk about sometimes those IGLs maybe taking a little bit of a debuff and maybe not being able to put up the same numbers because they're focused on everywhere. And Vora has never really been victim of that, Dan. Vora has always been able to fry in the server.
That's why towards the beginning of stage 2 and that playoffs, it was so surprising to hear them that they were switching the IGL, because Voran was not only really good at having those calls and having that reads against the other teams, but he was frying more than any other duelist that or any other IGL that we've seen in quite some time for TSM. So it was great to see, and I'm glad that we get to see him back into this IGLing role. On the other side for Screwface, as you guys are mentioning, yeah, a little bit of an underdog. They have a lot of potential, but I feel like it's gonna take some time. This is one of the players that got added to the team as one of the last additions. So it's, for a new IGL to come through, to have the read, to really understand how everything is going to work, is going to take time. So anything that you can get from the experience early on into the Swiss stage is going to be great for them.
And I know, listen, we quote Roy a lot on the desk. I'm going to have to re-quote something he said that I completely agree with. Like Dan had said, Vora frying on the IGL role more than anybody else. I remember Roy actually stating, some people can and do play better when they have the ability to kind of see the map and make their own calls and play the way they want to. And I think that kind of allows Vora that flexibility to be that insane IGL player, which, now they're back on it. They're going to be able to kind of prove that today.
And I'm excited to see this series ahead. And let's start talking about said series. We got the map picks and bans. Reminder, this week we are still with the old maps. So no funky new map quite yet. And Lotus is going to be the first battleground of choice. Nightblood Gaming going to be picking this up. And Dan, where I'm especially intrigued with this is with the Premier teams. Of course, in Premier, they're having a great track record. How does this look against a TSM squad, though?
I feel like it's going to look very, very different just because of what we talked about. Even though TSM is playing with a few new pieces here, they still have that core that is so strong. They still have the IGL, so it should be a really good series for them. I'm going to be honest, especially with that pick. I was wondering if they've been practicing, working on other maps, trying to make them stronger, trying to maybe even take that risk for this first match of today. But they're going with that comfort of Ascent, and I love this map for TSM because they've shown us so many different things. They've shown us that double Sentinel. They've shown us even double duelist with the Reyna being played. They're willing to experiment even with the Sage. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do today. But one thing that is for sure is that it is one of their best maps.
Yeah, and we've seen in previous time, right, with TSM kind of experimenting with that double duelist, like Dryad said, they are not afraid to kind of push for that momentum. And I do think, especially now with the extra addition of having that one insane duelist of Timotino, there is the possibility that this might kind of be a harder game for a Premier team like Nightblood Gaming. I mean, I hope they prove me wrong. I hope to see something completely different, but especially with the rework, adding 2 very, very strong players to the roster in TSM, definitely wanting to make a better showing for this stage. I have to say it's looking rough.
I'm excited with the Timotino, but also the prospect of Alvin Boy. If there is any dual duelist, I don't know. Real ones remember the time that Alvin Boy has picked up that duelist role. But this should be a really fun one overall. But when we're talking about how we think this series is going to be wrapping up as an entirety, despite the fact that there is that underdog buff year for Nightblood Gaming, they got nothing to lose. I think it's pretty stark when it comes to the predictions from the little teaser I did get to see on Twitter for how we're kind of thinking this one's gonna go. I mean, I kind of think that we get to a point, we see TSM on one end, we see Timotino, we see an Alvin Boy. I kind of feel like it has to go that way, Dan, for myself personally. And it kind of seems like we're all united. We're a pretty boring bunch, but I feel like this kind of just makes sense on paper.
You know, sometimes this is nice to have. Everybody agreeing, everybody being on the same page. Sometimes we're missing that as a team here in the analyst desk. So I'm glad that we're all agreeing for today. And to be honest, I know that you mentioned that underdog buff that Nightblood Gaming can have. But the truth is that when it's a new team and a team that is honestly lacking that experience, on stage, it's gonna be so different. Just going through the first nerves and getting to, you know, what you do in scrims is never gonna translate exactly the same how it's gonna be in officials. So it's gonna be a real test for them to see how far they can get, and I think TSM is gonna take advantage of that and capitalize, get that 2-0.
I mean, Gomps, it's a nice day. We all agree, but TSM here, I thought you always went for that underdog story. What's going on?
I love an underdog story, but I also love being right. And I feel like today it's just one of those days. Listen, first day back, group stage. Like I gotta kind of build myself up a little bit before people start believing me. So I think for me, TSM is the way to go. Especially, I don't know, you gotta also love like a roster rework and perseverance. I think they definitely have it in the bag in terms of, I'm hoping that they put a lot of effort in changing that composition, changing the way they play things. I'm hoping we see, like you said, Sierra Alvin Boy on the Duelist. I remember those days. I didn't forget. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for this.
I mean, talking about this very first map and everything else, I definitely think that we have paved a way that this is going to be a pretty tough battle for Nightblood Gaming. But I do think that when we are looking at this Lotus, there is that potential there, because back in stage 2, TSM didn't quite have this map figured out. They didn't really have it figured out within that Tejo meta. And then as well, we switched out of that. They have the double Duelist. It looks fun. Burger Boys kind of take their name and number there. So I'm kind of intrigued, even though I'm excited for this double Duelist. Dan, is that kind of a look that we might be expecting today? Or is TSM just fully gone back to the drawing board, switching something up? Like, I don't know. Like, the world is their oyster.
I think they're keeping things the same for now, just because we're not seeing the new maps just yet. And that means a whole new meta that is kind of coming through from that. It's not too crazy, you know, we're not switching everything up, but I feel like for TSM, you should be, you know, expecting a little bit of what we saw in stage 2 in the last few matches that they got to play. Again, that map of Ascent, that's going to be our second map. They were experimenting a lot. So if they're going to bring a change there, that would be nothing new, right? They're willing to change this map depending on if they're seeing on attack, on defense, and how comfortable they feel. Obviously, without having sim, things change around a little bit, but this map of Lotus, I feel like it should be the same as what we're used to seeing.
Sim will definitely be a missed quantity, but Timotino, Core, I'm excited. But let's get into the agent select so we can get official confirmation on, first off, what Nightblood Gaming are looking for on this map, and then as well, what look TSM is going to go for. Going over on Nightblood Gaming, okay, but we're gonna get. All right, Dan, I heard that little okay. What are you? I know. I feel like we might be looking at the same agent here.
Hear me out. Okay, when he said they're gonna keep things the same, the last thing that I was thinking that we're gonna do is play a Waylay. What is going on? Okay, I love this for Timotino. I love this for TSM. I want to see what they're able to do here, but more than that, I'm super interested in this Viper, because a lot of teams, we were kind of missing that Viper on this map. I feel like it does bring a lot of value with this double controller. That fade is kind of remaining the same as we used to see, but this double controller, more than the Waylay, is what catches my attention for TSM, and I feel like they're definitely playing the best composition here. Just questioning a little bit of what this Duelist is going to be able to do.
It is quite interesting too, because instead of that double Duelist composition that we had before, we're just completely expecting Timotino to just, hey, you got it, bud. Like, let's see. And I do think Waylay's abilities kind of give that freeway to be a little bit more flexible without having that second Duelist. So I'm excited, right? Kind of like filling in for that a double controller instead. So maybe that being that extra mindset that they needed, maybe TSM kind of finding some gaps within the double Duelist role. So I am kind of hoping that maybe this does fix, like, you know, what we saw before, where they were, getting all that control, but the post-plant scenarios and losing the players early on were kind of a really big issue for TSM.
Waylay is so interesting because I feel like she's an agent that sometimes falls a little flat depending on who's playing her. But Timotino is a duelist that never falls flat. So I don't know. This is going to be a venture ahead. It's time to see if Nightblood Gaming, how they're going to be faring with this Timotino Waylay and how they're going to fare on the very first map of their Challengers debut under this roster of 5. It's time to head to Lotus, and I hope your casters are ready because we definitely are. It's Marks and Tenric on the call. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Sierra. What a fun first map to bring us back into our second round of our first round of our Swiss stage to determine our first round of winners and losers. Marks, it's so great to be back here with you again with two well, I want to say the most exciting teams, but really every team this stage is so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, like, the desk covered it pretty well, but everybody just threw their players into a barrel, shook them around a bunch, and then pulled out whichever players they could kind of get, and just kind of hoped for the best there. So it's so many interesting different things have happened between stage 2 and stage 3, and so getting back into things now, this is such an exciting matchup we have in front of us. On Nightblood Gaming 2, I wanted to highlight Son of Car, no sleeper. That duelist kind of slaps. And I'm really excited to see how this whole thing kind of shakes out, because only real ones really remember Son of Car just absolutely tearing things up in November, almost making a crazy run, honestly just garnering the internet's complete attention for what this player was capable of, and is now in Challengers. So a lot of things ahead of us, and already TSM is kind of taking things a little bit slowly here. They are feigning a little bit of sound over towards that C site, but now are making their way up towards B.
Yeah, their reputation for Son of Car is clearly stuck around. That comes after Kumi was one of the best duelists of the previous stage over on Funhavers. They still have enough confidence on Nightblood Gaming to give Car that duelist role and relegate Kumi to the still frag-heavy Sentinel role, as he's going to be the one mainly watching A main, as that is where the spike is traversed over to. But TSM still well spread, playing a heavy pistol default here, trying to search for some early easy kills on any member of Nightblood who might get a little bit antsy. No doubt a good opening strategy to go for against a team that is not as experienced in Challengers, but the players on Nightblood are plenty experienced. None buckling, none breaking, just throwing a little bit of util to ward off TSM. Still, left. They've kited themselves over to A, where they'll be able to gain a little bit of space and a lot of bit of sight.
Now plant should go down fairly easily here. Kumi already ready. Timotino kind of working with disaster, trying to find an advanced angle, but should be a nice 5v5 or retake for Nightblood Gaming as they get themselves set up.
Here.
GMD on a really long-winded wraparound, not too much intel, but will at least set up a smoke. Over on the steps as Timotino will start walking in on that Waylay. A lot of eyes on that for sure, but Timotino plays what he's comfortable on. And on this map, apparently, Timo's comfortable on the Waylay. Rest of TSM, more than comfortable in wherever they've decided to perch with these Sheriffs in particular, as Alvin and Seven are going to grab the majority of those last kills, and TSM will have a heavy opening pistol.
Yeah, a great final ending there for TSM. Gonna stellar as ever. Of course, Seven just kind of lighting it up. I think that was a collateral with the Sheriff as well. Excellent way to start things out. And talking about Timotino being on that duelist, I still remember when Timotino was kind of ushering in the era of Yoru. Back when that wasn't exactly your most popular duelist pick, Timotino was kind of at the front of it. And you know what now? We're seeing Timotino pick up that Waylay as a TSM. They're already going in on the beat.
Yeah, heavy run in from Timo. Just gonna hold down the baby door as nobody from Nightblood is gonna try and jump in early. Play for some late kills here. Car does have this shotgun, so maybe see Screwface trying to play off him. Has a couple prowlers to work with as the door will get opened. TSM. A lot of setup to deter it. Shouldn't be too much of a problem here as Car is toying with the saturate. Timo will fall to it, so NBG is in on site and actually does have the man advantage here. Revora still has a rifle, so shouldn't have too much trouble here, right, guys? Guys? Screwface just running in!
Oh, Bucky in hand as well.
And that's certainly one way to win your first round ever in Challengers, man. I mean...
Hey, whatever gets the job done. Nightblood Gaming pick up their first. And already, a little bit of a technical pause coming right at you. Maybe someone spilled a little bit of spaghetti on their computer, something like that. But still, excellent job from Nightblood Gaming, just kind of holding things down for that entire B site, just ready to just flood in onto B. TSM, they weren't ready for it at all.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Screwface, beautiful, just overwhelming with that util on top of Timatino's hold. TSM doing everything right for that execute up until that point, though. Just came down to executing on the fight for the post plant. And Nightblood Gaming really stunning, quite literally, at least at first, but then coming in after the fact and at least scoping out part of sight, able to smoke themselves away, keep 3 members on. Screwface just said, screw it, I'll just run it down. And gets a double kill to wrap up the round. Instant turnaround here on Lotus. And in all respects, we were expecting a bit of a tech demo here for TSM, really, walking into this. Not just because, obviously, you know, their insane amount of experience, the exciting pickups of Alvin and Timo, but also the unfortunate fact that there is a sub for Nightblood Gaming here. Smiley, unfortunately, not able to play until next week, along with the new map pool that both these teams will no doubt be boasting with their playstyles. But until then, Tora already doing a really great job of trying to play that universality here on Lotus with the Breach.
And just on your screen there, we've also got the core up against Cubert Academy game happening on that other one. And you know what? Speaking of all the teams kind of finding their new members and stuff like that, Cubert Academy looks so promising with a couple of their pickups as well. So if you want to go check that one out, we've got it on the side stream. But of course, in the meantime, we're just focusing in on TSM up against Nightblood Gaming. And curious to see what they're going to be continuing to move forwards here. I wanted to highlight one of the points that was made on the desk, specifically about Timatino playing that waylay. That does require a lot of support, just to make sure that the waylay just doesn't kind of fly in and then immediately get cut down. Because we've seen it so much in VCT. Teams trying it out. Teams are trying to make sure that that thing works, but it never felt like it was ever really grounding it. But that's kind of why I like NA Challengers. A lot of learning can kind of go on here. A lot of figuring out how to support some of these new agents and honestly solidify new metas.
Yes, many important lessons can be learned by players. A lot of times, unfortunately, the hard way, but that just means we get more clips. So ultimately, I think everyone kind of wins out of it. So yeah, talking more about how this waylay kind of transfers with the rest of TSM, Alvin on that Viper is going to be really the other point of magnitude for me. And, you know, talking more in depth about how these two players sort of fill in for the roles of Sim and Recoil, which were such big holes to fill on this TSM squad. You know, with 7 GMD and Vora, you have 3 of, as we've seen already proven, the greatest minds here in North American Challengers. 3 of the smartest guys who currently play this game, understand the game sense, such flexibility, they can really do anything. And so, at the end of the day, you really just need 2 guys who can take direction really well. And Sim and Recoil, they certainly did that. Timatino and Alvin Boy in previous teams, across previous games, have also shown that they can really execute on a dime. And I'm hoping that we see that timing really get fostered on TSM over this stage. I really hope that they have the time and space to do that. Timatino, unfortunately, going to get an early shot to the dome here as Nightblood Gaming have a bit of a heavier hold on the C site. The TSM are still trying to bolster just a teensy-weensy bit before they go for whatever stack on top of this half-hearted buy. They go for it. Car playing good keep away. Kumi preventing GMD from moving forward on the TP, and so far, so good for Nightblood on this anti-eco. Couple attackers just searching for some wanton kills, but Nightblood Gaming proven to have an extremely staunch defense so far this half. Just incapable of pressing more forward than they need to. Haven't really extended past those spawn points at all, in fact. Son of Car also getting a 3K on the board. They're only 2 orbs away from that showstopper as the ult economy is starting to look okay for TSM too, so they can quickly recover, especially if they're able to get a decent chunk of this next round intact. Of course, we have yet to really see a proper execute for TSM apart from that pistol round where they were able to dominate an isolated fight or two and just kind of snowball off of that. But as we've seen the past 2 rounds, Nightblood I've been a little more tuned in. Does that continue? Coming into round 4. Screwface already picking up that Odin, just letting it rip across the A door as they'll get a little bit aggressive into rubble. TSM gonna pump up the gas just a little bit towards Mound now in response. Nemo just gonna hop on. Can back up if he needs to, but members of TSM already in. GMD just holding on to that smoke, and Nightblood Gaming, they're just gonna let it go. They don't want to go through all that rigmarole. They just want to play. And Vora is gonna play. Steps up to the challenge and grabs 2 on the waterfall. Nightblood Gaming still have a proper crunch intact though from the back. Note for 1 on the flank, and they have to pay attention to him. But Son of Kar is still lurking from the behind, and Tora enabling him the whole way through. Says, go forward, my wayward son. Do what needs to be done. But Teemo able to counter him. The dualistic still intact on the sub. And Nightblood Gaming will fall in the end. It does take a lockdown to kind of poke the bear a little bit more, but TSM will tie things up at 2. Though again, still kind of scraping it. Vora will have this Nightfall coming into things, but Nightblood can arguably get even more confident and aggressive, either on Rubble or Mound. So we'll see if TSM kind of slow things down a little bit coming into this round. Welcome back, man. I missed you.
Speaking of tech bosses, could use one on my own.
I know. We all get a little one. Oh, okay. Car still somehow finds one, even though that arc is a little wonky. But it just means that you have to get aggressive on this if you're Nightblood Gaming. And with the Nightfall, they have full reason to. They'll lean into the bit, grab a very fast round here, make it 3-2 again.
My ultimate is ready.
And once again, we have to raise that question right now of that underdog buff coming in. I know all of us, we all voted on TSM being able to win this one, trusting the system. TSM, they practice. They should know what they're doing. Even if they are bringing in 2 new players onto the system, they should have some sort of protocol put together. But what we've seen from TSM throughout the entirety of their Challenger Stage 2 run was Lotus was not one of their stronger maps. And especially too, just bringing in 2 players into your current system, that is not necessarily going to be able to solve some of the issues going on there. Already a bit of a scrap outside of A, and yeah, that's going to be Son of Kar blowing GMD out of this world.
I just really appreciate Son of Kar just always going for it, even though he knows he's not in an optimized position, even though he knows he's not, moving in an optimal way. He knows it's enough to get at least that kill that they need to gain back advantage. And TSM, yeah, they're in a standstill at this point. They just have to wait out the fire. That is Screwface's. He's just gonna let it rip through these walls, almost grab a little bit of extra damage. But that just gives every reason for the rest of Nightblood Gaming to start getting more aggressive and confident themselves. Tora, it's only a matter of time before he gives that little health pool away into another swing, but TSM still paying attention, and Screwface now getting a little pressed. Alvin Boy able to find the shot, and TSM able to find the sight.
Should be able to go down nice and easy. 4 members of Nightblood Gaming on this retake. Son of Kar, the spear looking for things. Will get spouted out by that Prowler, but now makes the advance forwards.
No need to shroud anything about this. Vora already aggressive on the peak to get that C's down. Kumi getting forward on the drop. Timotino again, a little bit overextended, but you have to be on the waylay. A risk that TSM have to be willing to take, as the tree hold has to hold strong. 1 for 1 for 1. Alvin Boy against 2 with the Sheriff. It's not going to be enough. Nightblood with the halfway defuse, they're able to finish it off before the timer runs adrift, and now double their lead.
You've heard of the some swing, but that time it was Kumi just jumping around the corner, going for such a wide angle. Especially to Alvin Boy, only with the Sheriff in hand. You have to do some unreal just tracking to make sure you can find those 2 final kills. Honestly, a really good effort from TSM. They were able to get that spike down and make it competitive for what they've got, but just couldn't quite get it across the finish line there. And once again, I think that Nightblood Gaming, when you see the synergy that they're kind of moving in together with, it's looking really good from this squad. And we know that previously, Lemonade Stand, these guys, the core of this current Nightblood Gaming,
they were pretty good at a Lotus. I believe they had a win rate of about 76% here. So bringing in Screwface as that kind of IGL to make things work better, we're seeing maybe some of those results.
That continued into their run as Berserkers on Premier. Timotino using that ultimate to get forward, but Note able to fully dodge it and just sprays through onto what he knows is backing it up.
Spike planted.
Knowing that that support is available is all you need to just keep shooting. And it nets Nightblood Gaming a 5v3 on this retake. TSM have bar nothing to throw at this. A Nightfall, hell no. Viper's Pit, why even bother? Just give the round over already. As with the help of the Steel Garden, Nightblood Gaming make it look easy. It's a flawless round 7 that drives this stake into the gullet of TSM's attack.
Flawless.
A full reset now necessitated for TSM in all ways, shapes, and forms. As unfortunately, these executes are just missing out on crucial details that Nightblood have just been able to squeeze a kill in on top of every single time. It is uncanny. And you already see Nightblood starting to plot on how aggressive they can continue to get on what they know is going to be a rifle round, what they know is going to be an ult-heavy round. Nightblood Gaming is saying, we can continue to have that confidence to poke in. We can continue to look for that opening kill before TSM gets the stack prepared to start swinging. TSM have lacked a lot of aggression over on Rubble. If they've ever pressed forward, it's more been on Mound, and you're able to put a lot of Vice util there if you're able to just play that keep away. And so if anything, they know that they can get at least one open sight lane that they can just gun it down towards. They know there's always an opening that TSM has just been handing to them completely by accident. And it's been resulting in such a staunch defense from what was initially this Premier squad. What has a sub on it this week? What an opening. Still so much game to play though, as Nightblood have the stack. Right up B main. Turret catches it. How much of it do you catch though? And Screwface still able to hold his own. 7 has a great peek to catch 2. Down main though. And that'll ward away the ghosts for now. Still Screwface the raid boss on A main. As TSM have no idea where to press from here. You still have that Nightfall. You still have that pit. Can set up anywhere, anytime, as long as you don't get that one person in your face. So much respect that Screwface is paid to the A push potential. The Vice Wall gives the C push away pretty quick. Vines used early, so a lot is going to be put on Note here as the push comes through. Good paranoia from GMD. And he's going to just swing out on top of the timing. And that's a veteran shot. Kumi now stepping in from Waterfall. A little bit early to the party here, and Alvin Boy gonna be the first head to catch it, but not the first head that a bullet takes. Instead, it's just a spray down on Tavora. Another impeccable episode of game sense from Nightblood's members. Luckily, this pit continues to play such a valiant role. Screwface, the timing is insane! GMD, so much responsibility now thrust onto this other Omen, but an arm, a bullet! That GMD can get away with in the back of the head of Screwface before the final play can be executed. A cliffhanger that Screwface will simply fall off the face of as TSM grabs their first round in 4. And Marks, how is the microphone, man? How you doing, man? How you doing? How we feeling,
buddy? We're just going to be praying for this one and hoping that it's going to be that everything kind of works out here. But yeah, I missed some unbelievable plays. I've still got the screen in front of me amidst all of this one. But once again, just making sure that GMD found that round there, despite the Viper's pick going down. It's that resiliency from TSM that is kind of working out. But I feel like my questions for Waylay have continued to remain in the midst of this. An excellent bait from Alvin Boy, though, being able to shut down Son of Car.
Couldn't agree more. This has just been a bit of a disappointing opening for this Waylay tip of the spear. that we're normally so excited to see from Timotino. Of course, first week, you know, you got jitters. New team, new space.
Bring them down.
Creeping into C again. 1 for 1. Oh, Kumi just steps into it! We're using nothing!
And now 7. All alone. Kind of make this one work. We'll be just kind of backing out here, but this has just been an absolute showcase from Nightblood Gaming thus far. Even with those early picks there. Shutting down what honestly should be the big fear point. If you're coming up against Nightblood Gaming, you're looking at their roster, you see the damage that Kubi as well as Son of Kar have been doing. Still, TSM will be able to get this plant down. 7, nowhere near close enough to be able to get that ultimate online. We'll have to weather the storm against 3 members of Nightblood Gaming, all rotating back around. Keep in mind, a Rolling Thunder still available. Torres got all the utility in the world. Let's see whether or not this is going to work.
No reason not to just throw himself at things, right? I mean, that's almost what he's been doing anyway this whole time. Just playing a bodyguard, playing a chauffeur for these players that we're going to continue to see on the team. 7 has the setup, 7 has the spray timing on top of the flash, but can't keep it going. Nightblood luckily has enough bodies to throw at the problem, and it'll be a 6-3 game.
Man, listen, there's a lot of bullets in the Odin. You know, in a single clip, you can hold that left mouse button for a really long time, but even then, you don't know how long you should be going. Just good awareness to be able to make sure that you find that first one there. But once again, it's just Nightblood Gaming, kind of playing the lemur game, just hopping out of nowhere. All pop their heads in the right direction, and suddenly TSM have nothing to work off of. And so, once again, Nightblood Gaming, they find themselves up to 6 already. TSM struggling to find their rounds. They do have a lot of ultimates coming into this next one, but they don't necessarily have the weaponry. The question is whether or not this is going to be the round to make that call to use some of those ultimates, secure an advantage, and try and scoop up some of those weapons in order to make sure that it works out. Already finding one.
Just stepping right back into it, and a Rolling Thunder to pile drive the rest of the fight. Alvin Boy stepping out on top of the smoke, though, keeping his team on their toes. And Vora has crept even farther inside, leaving 7 room to kill Node along the way. And Nightblood's gaming stack is completely conquered by the remainder of TSM. That's a round out of nowhere, Marks. I mean, that's completely restabilized the economy, the ult rotation, that's done it all. And it came off of just running it down B-site and just killing people along the way. Alvin Boy this time being the guy that's just letting everybody else in on his leash as he kills 2. What a carry to get 2 of these team members in. That is stunning from Alvin Boy.
I was getting PTSD for round number 2 where Nightblood Gaming with the weaker weaponry once again just kind of slapped TSM around on B, but that time around TSM, they do them one better, and like you said, it completely stabilizes everything, which is what's going to be extremely important for the rest of this half. Like I said, a couple of ultimates still available, didn't have to use any of them. Right off the bat, we're seeing that lockdown get utilized, and so Nightblood Gaming, they're gonna have to respect this and back off that A site. Should allow TSM an opportunity to get the spike down nice, squeaky clean.
Timotino gonna try and push on top of this. Not going any farther than just the drop hold, though. Gonna let TSM kind of spread their wings for the post plant. Nightblood Gaming see the opening from stairs, though, and with Screwface just spraying it down. Nightfall's gonna be tossed, but Son of Kar has gotten in. TSM not checking it. He's still watching, but too much to look around for as the rest of Nightblood Gaming can't come in and follow. And it's just a little too segmented for Nightblood this time. TSM able to kind of wrap things up on their own accords and bring things to a 5-6 half. We have quickly turned this into a very even game.
And I gotta say, that was just off the back of GMD there. The paranoia comes through and catches 3 members. Sure, Son of Kar was able to sneak through, able to find a kill right off the bat, but then at that point, GMD made sure that the reinforcements were not there to effectively trade off of Son of Kar. And on top of that too, was the knife in Son of Kar's back. So an excellent little play with that Omen off site there. Once again, we're seeing Nightblood Gaming just take so much space outside of A. They want to make sure to win out that fight every single time. And a quick rotation over to the B site. TSM, though, they're not biting on any of these sites. This time around, so aware of the danger that Nightblood Gaming poses when on some of these saving rounds. And so, hey, we've got the better weaponry. Let's just hang back and make them come to us. And now we can finally make our advancements. Now that we know Nightblood Gaming have segmented themselves all throughout the map into a more classic defensive position, let's try and flex our weapon advantage a bit, and they should be able to find a couple of things.
Immediate press.
Or not.
As Note spots one, a little bit too early to grab anything, but Carr just keeps watching and gets two. Huh? Now Vora's alone. This happens out of nowhere. I mean, that was just immediate. They just kept watching the door after he threw the showstopper, and it just worked.
30 seconds left.
It just went right back in.
You know, I sat here, I thought I put together a nice, beautiful narrative about how TSM are going to be doing some crazy things. But turns out the person who is playing out of his mind right now is, of course, son of Carr, Vora. An honest effort there, but Cora, just from down lane, will make sure to shut that one down. So Nightblood Gaming, they find it now, 7-5. And once again, this is their map pick, so that's a good half coming out from them.
Just a round after round of just a fragile house of cards that can get torn to shreds with just one breath from an angle that isn't being watched. That is what defined the first half of this game for both sides, really. Nightblood Gaming really started to show a couple of cracks themselves. Of course, they have a sub, so to be expected. But TSM has started to find the rhythm. Timatino hopefully will start to find a little more space and kills on this Waylay. Needs to in order to clutch up for this defense.
And honestly, that's one of those things, like, just to harp on the Waylay for a second, while Son of Carr is going to be able to find a kill already onto 7, opening up that C site. But at TSM, they're moving up through mid, and Screwface not ready for that one.
Not at all. Now, Carr gonna toss in the paint shells into the hiding spot, and Alvin Boy, the only one not able to get out. Kumi on the lurk as well, catching GMD. Nightblood Gaming still have more than enough time to play this pistol through. Bora is here very early, though. Gonna search for one at least.
Ooh.
Very brave repeats, and he still finds one. But as Timatino is unfortunately once again unable to find anything, he's left alone in the 1v4. And Nightblood Gaming can steamroll it. So another pistol taken by them, as they'll be able to buy into this time and try to get their momentum going without having to play the anti-eco.
And honestly, like, that really just came off the back of Son of Carr being able to find that first pick on 7. And we've hyped up 7 quite a bit because 7, playing on TSM, playing that Sentinel role, has had such an impact for the squad on previous rounds. And honestly, still continuing to frag out pretty heavily on this matchup. But Son of Carr is just a little bit sharper. And taking down 7 so early not only opens up one of those sites, but it forces TSM to have to compensate for that because they don't want to give Nightblood anything for free, which just allows Nightblood Gaming to play the game exactly how they want and set the pace themselves. This time around, looks like it's going to be this A-side hit. Screwface going to be looking around with that Outlaw. Just on the other side is Alvin Boy waiting for that gate to be activated and then hoping for a couple of key right clicks.
Prowler's gonna hit him, but Nightblood Gaming will not press the narrative. Feel that the stack is probably here at this point. 7, great hold. Kumi, unfortunate check. But Nightblood spot a weak point out of that. Easy kill onto 7, good paranoia from GMD, but no, just spraying it down to hold the line of fire. Now it's Torres' turn to hold down the left mouse button, and he'll grab 2. Vora, so much work ahead of him yet again. Does have a Bulldog to do it, but decent health pool from NBG as well. We've seen him do far more. 1 HP here for Son of Carr on the seas. Spray up for 2. Screwface misses the first shot, But that's what the Outlaw is for. Nightblood Gaming come away with one person on the follow-up.
I was just about to say there, I mean, I was just like, okay, you're walking into a 1v3 scenario. Everybody knows where you are. Surely this one can't happen. But I kind of bit my tongue based off of how a couple of the previous rounds have went and how I predicted things to go. But still, an excellent job damaging the economy towards the end there, because once again, TSM were the ones coming into this one just a little bit more empty-handed after that first pistol round. And so you can see the buy here for Nightblood Gaming. It's incredibly weak. Son of Car going to be bringing in that hero rifle. Screwface is going to have that Bulldog carried over. But the rest of them, they just got pistols in their hands. Meanwhile, TSM, they're bringing the full armory of weapons, and they're going to be storming in onto this C site, which is exactly where Seven wants them to go.
They know they have to be fast, otherwise Timotino and company is going to be able to sprint on back before they can get the spike down, and that is going to be impossible to play for. TSM understand that NBG have won the foot race, at least the first leg of it, and so they'll hand over the site and the spike plant. Now they're the ones on the time crunch. Seven's util is set up too far back to be able to make a proper impact at the moment. It's got to be the active util to be able to make a dent. And with the help of the Razor Vine, TSM's push continues to get delayed. The waterfall leg of it is already a little bit disconnected. And so it's Timotino that now stands alone on it, but Bora has broken through from the back line. And TSM is able to go for their pinch, running down from the high ground. Tora grabbing one on the Sheriff from the back corner. And TSM, it's difficult for them, but it's doable. Two standing as they'll get the defuse.
And it really just came down to those first picks, whether or not Nightblood Gaming were going to be able to stand on their own to secure yet another round. But the fact that it was just a little bit whiffy there, and Timotino stays alive in the midst of all the TSM players kind of missing from Waterfall, that really just sealed the nail on the coffin for Nightblood Gaming. And then TSM, once again, the stronger weaponry can just move in there, and they're fairly confident about that retake to make sure that they flush Nightblood Gaming out. So the first round in this half for TSM, they're more or less able to carry forwards a lot of their weaponry there. We're going to be seeing two of them on that little bit more of a half buy. But Nightblood Gaming, unfortunately, Son of Car did buy up there. Is going to use the showstopper early, but nobody's going to be home here, so that kind of disappears.
He just wants to push with it. That's all he needs. With the Bucky, that's all he needs.
Okay.
He'll just grab one. That's all he wants. Nightblood Gaming can do the rest. Kumi is way too far back from this, and GMT has the perfect timing on the flank. 3 kills for the Omen and a complete 180 for the round, thanks to its longest tenured member, Kumi. Can't do a thing. Wow. One positioning play. Once again, a house of cards. All it takes is one breath from the wrong direction and you're toast.
And I wonder if this is a little bit more telling as to Nightblood Gaming's style on how they want to attack this. There was such a big gap in their back line for GMD to be able to just slip through and find this triple kill, topping it off with a fourth at the very end there onto Kumi as well. But generally speaking, when Nightblood Gaming have flown at TSM, you will notice that usually they just sweep TSM across the board. Maybe TSM have to be a little bit more reactive in spreading themselves out, getting those opportunities from the back line onto Nightblood Gaming and shut it down. Mitigate a bit more of that frontline pressure because it always feels like they're being overrun so early in these rounds.
That's Timotino. Peeks from the door. Has this cover fire from 7. Again, so dodgy, even against this eco. But Timotino getting very aggressive on the Outlaw now. Making it work with the buy that NBG has got. Gonna try and, yeah, just farm up that convergent Pats. He's done so.
Enemy remaining.
Should be a pretty simple cleanup for the rest of TSM on this round. Son of Car has the Phantom. But 7 catches it. So the lead is now 1. TSM, a couple of power plays, turning this into, once again, a very close game.
And sure, obviously, like watching Timotino, Outlaw in hand, go, I'm gonna go kill them now, and walk through with the sniper rifle looked really fun and really cool. At the same time, I think that this is still telling about where the weakness of Nightblood Gaming is going to be. it feels like they've got a little bit of tunnel vision when they pick some of those sites, allowing for some of these moments for Timotino and co to slip through into their backline and find those openings to just dismantle them. And as soon as some of those pieces fall, it doesn't really feel like Nightblood Gaming really have a response. Sure, you could look at that last round and be like, well, TSM, they had the better weapons, but it was still mostly just an outlaw that found it. And yeah, sure, you know, the outlaw is a one-shot, one-kill if you don't have stronger weaponry. But at the same time, having those active traders being ready to receive some of that additional pressure if the defense goes more aggressive, if you are Nightblood Gaming, you need to be a little bit more ready for that. So honestly, good job to TSM. They're starting to find those gaps and they're starting to close the scoreline quite a bit.
Starting to put those pieces together. And like you said, interrupt NBG when they are trying to outrun TSM. A lot of it comes down to these reads, just understanding where NBG is headed. Forest calling across this year so far has been top-notch. Timotino gonna double down on the C extension with the stack as rest of TSM holding down here on A, where Nightblood is unafraid to show themselves. Prowler catches Alvin. I don't give away the shotgun. You can throw whatever you want at this. And Son of Car, unable to make a dent here. 7, still unshakable, but Alvin Boy, not so much. Solo hold on the A site. Has a little bit of help from GMD on the drop. Is he in time? He is, but Kumi is just better. That'll be an attempted backstab. But NBG hears both of them. It's all telegraphed. And a rolling thunder will just toss it back again. Or is already ahead of it though. Once again, Nightblood Gaming assuming that TSM is just a little slower than they are. But Kumi turns at the right time and catches Timo. That leaves Vora alone. And Nightblood will execute the crunch. It's 10-8.
I liked the idea from TSM there. I thought it was going to be good. You know, send 3 members around the back. Make sure that you find that flank online. But unfortunately, it adds just a little bit too much pressure to the remaining agents on that A site. Sure, Alvin Boy with the judge should be able to hold down Tree a little bit. And 7, you know, is going to be at least good for 1, holding down a site on their own. But the just aggression from Nightblood Gaming has been, once again, better than TSM's. And so we see Nightblood Gaming just take that site, and suddenly that flank feels discombobulated. The timing doesn't feel as natural. And it all just slowly falls apart from there. Timotino, though, gonna use that convergent path. Does not get an opportunity just to spray down in the midst of all of this chaos. We're taking some damage.
They really think they can just continue to execute the play. And Nightblood Gaming just so good at this denial. They understand how to counterplay the waylay so well.
Face your fear!
Nightfall out from Screwface, essentially guaranteeing the A site. TSM still daring to hold close. Alvin Boy stepping forward on the smoke and grabbing 2. It'll be down to 7 in the 1v2. You know where he's at. Where else could he be?
1 enemy remaining.
Ooh, almost in your nightmares. But Nightblood once again have 1 standing and make it a 3-round lead. We are continuing to just raise question marks around the efficacy of this waylay. That is gotta be the biggest thing about this. And it's not just the fact that an attempted ult was burned here off of what was just W keying down A main. It's been the entirety of this game. Timotino is better at Yoru than this character, and he could have used that here. I'm really just a little dumbfounded here, Marks.
No, like, you spelled it out exactly. Timotino could have played another duelist, and I think it would have been a little bit more stronger for this composition. What I was scared of seeing was basically Neon upon first patch, where Neon just kind of sends it in. You know, you hope the Neon can find a kill. Oh, it's a distraction. Look at the flashy agent running through. And right now we're seeing the exact same thing from Waylay. There's no system really to support Timotino to maximize value off of a lot of this utility. And sure, they're playing individual frags here, but it simply just is not enough. You can't just have one of those single rounds where you find a couple of sniper shots. And already noted, make sure that Timotino is not going to be playing in the rest of this one, as Nightblood Gaming are one away from sending this to map point.
It's just so contingent on Timotino getting a first blood or getting the kill before he can refract. It's so important that Timotino gets the first kill, and he just hasn't. 7 though, holding it down on the Sea River. The stack completely phased. It's Tora and Note left. Spike in tow. 2v3. Not great health.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they don't have that much HP. 30 seconds left on the clock. 7 honestly was one of the largest reasons why TSM were making a run at playoffs and why so many people had their eyes on this team. It just sprays through smoke, finding 2. GMD sealing the deal there. TSM, they stay alive yet again, and it's all because 7 was in the right place at the right time, spraying through the smokes and mowing down the players of Nightblood Gaming.
Yeah, great setup by 7 there to get that ultimate denial, and they really threw the book at him that time too. The C's on top of the nade. They really thought the boxes were cleared. But 7, that's the kind of confidence that you would imagine would get Timotino a little farther here. Sorry, I don't mean to like beat the dead horse that just joined the team, but like, it's just so unfortunate that the remainder of this push can't really do much. 7 having to do that, having to hold down that stalwart, especially since the C's cracked him. I mean, he kind of has no choice.
Yeah.
But,
and,
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
that was
it.
We're
Go
all
ahead.
so polite on cast here.
No, after you!
Why, thank you, good sir. No, but now 7 gets that lockdown online, which also to the economy for Nightblood Gaming not looking as sharp as it should be. And so there's a real opportunity here for TSM to start to bring themselves back. Keep in mind too, Alvin Boy does have the Viper's Pit available, can bust out that ultimate at any point to really deny a lot of that pressure that Nightblood Gaming might be going for. So TSM, if they continue to play their cards right, they are feeling nice and comfortable with where this game is at. Of course, though, this is Nightblood Gaming. Their thrifties have been kind of nasty, kind of unreal, so I don't want to hold them to anything just quite yet, as Timotino so far forward and is actually able to catch Son of Car on that exit.
And in the spray war on top of the smoke, TSM understanding how to get aggressive on Rubble with this agent. Very good start to the macro game in round 21. Just gonna re-up it. See if anybody else from Nightblood dares to try to peek it. So far, so good for TSM. Prowler forces a second swing. And TSM forcing out victim after victim, doing what you gotta do. GMD really deciding to stick around until Note kills him. Now it's Timotino's turn. Can't manage to get the kill yet. Has to be Alvin Boy to finalize, and he can. TSM do have enough, and they have now been able to at least condition the right kind of aggression on Rubble. But can you do that again now that Nightblood have guns and ults?
And honestly, I think that's going to be the question of this next round, because a big reason why this was successful was just, you know, Nightblood Gaming understanding the pressure that TSM were applying. Okay, let's just back out of here. And then thanks to a little bit of information, it's given away. Timotino able to find a spray down, and GMD just kind of holding things down, making sure that everything works. But look at this. Timotino goes in again. It's so aggressive. Son of Car lets one loose as well. It's 2 members already down for TSM.
Because they know there's more behind it. There has to be. And they know that the Prowler has caught another. Note's bullets will find GMD. And it's another NBG snowball here on the attack. That'll no doubt take him to 12 unless 7 has another miracle round. He's known to produce them. 2 on the board already. Turns into 3. And Alvin Boy almost able to get in at the right time. But NBG damage control is there, and they can nail in a 12.
Man, that's crazy. 7 just got to pop it off there. Finding 3 kills despite all of this pressure being applied to that A site. You know, Nightblood Gaming are going to be very careful before moving in on any of this Killjoy utility. But like you said, Nightblood Gaming, win condition in front of them. They just need one more round. Excellent use of the showstopper from Son of Car. Clear out more. Completely dismantle all of the pressure that TSM impact onto that site. But Timotino on top of it this time finds 2 kills right off the back in that scrimmage.
They did it the right way. Oh, I'm so happy. That was the most gorgeous it's looked so far. And it doesn't have to be replicable at this point because it's so dang late in the game. NBG have to try and, again, speed things up a little bit harder on the other end. And it's Carr's job to do that, but 7, yet again, is there. Did he bring a +1 to this game? Because he ate.
Yeah, 7 honestly has just been like farming. 23 kills so far on the Killjoy. And to be fair, like, we've not to beat the dead horse as well, but 7 has been doing a fantastic job on TSM's team. Obviously, we know that GMD is always going to be good for some of those more trickier angles, but 7 is so reliable as an anchor that when it's in these kind of frantic moments that Nightblood Gaming just ease off the gas pedal for a second, the Killjoy is there and ready to punish them. So an excellent job from TSM to able to stabilize it. They just need one more round to force this overtime, but Son of Car is flying in.
Already almost gets punished by Vora's early peek. Now a rolling thunder into the C door as Kubi's running it down, and NBG have enough guns to try and run this fight the right way, despite the lack of rifles. They know someone could still be close here. GMD avoiding the early fire, but NBG swing into it. 5v3. Vora, yet again, early to this. But TSM have to be prepared for anything. They have to be prepared for the double back. Now the Steel Garden going to come into play. Truly equal footing to try to net game point for Nightblood Gaming. But Timo didn't get hit by it and can still spray through from the waterfall. Rifles are back for TSM. Swings are back too. And it's a 2v2 to end things in regulation. NBG recognize there's too much in their way and still enough time for them to pivot. So they will hit the door. It's a foot race for the ages, folks. Through Lotus we go. Over to the A site. NBG have a scrap of time to hold on to as TSM have to do the legwork of clearing.
And look at this. They're already sending Tora up forwards. Stinger in hand could be deadly at close range. At this point, enough time should be able to pass. So a lot of this utility should come online for both of these teams right now in this 2v2 scenario. Nightblood Gaming spreading themselves out. That's a risky gamble.
Tora find the timing. How the spike is oriented, it shouldn't be too hard, but Screwface, such a vulnerable spot, already given away with the haunt, having to distract with his own. Catches both Alvin and Vora. They don't care. They just want to fight. Vora can't win it. In on his own bite. Alvin reduces it to a 1v1, but there's just no time, and Tora is still kicking. Alvin's got to win this fight, and he doesn't have the time to do everything. He's not going to have the time to do one. Nightblood Gaming can edge out their first map here on Challengers, and it's a 1-0 lead over TSM.
And I don't want to be that guy who's just going to continuously point a finger towards a consistent problem. But you know what, Timotino, with that waylay, it really just didn't feel like it found its footing. And meanwhile, on the other side, it was looking so clean from Nightblood Gaming. Sure, they had a couple of issues there, as you would expect for a squad kind of coming together and pulling themselves into this position. But still, a lot of the protocols were looking pretty sharp. And of course, bringing in the expertise in Screwface to kind of make some of those additional calls, it felt like it was really working out for them. Once again, though, Lotus was their map pick. Traditionally, these are players who are very familiar and very comfortable playing on Lotus, while TSM, they didn't necessarily have the best stat record on Lotus. And so we still have a pretty competitive game, in my opinion, in front of us right now, but excellent job to Nightblood Gaming.
Yeah, couldn't be truer. Nightblood Gaming, terrific first performance, but both of these rosters still trying to find the right footwork as it's their first time dancing with one another. We'll be heading to TSM's pick, much more comfortable map of Ascent after the break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm so...
Final stage, one last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
The underdogs heading into the series, but definitely didn't look like it once we got into Lotus. It was a close series up against TSM, but in the end, it's going to be none other than Nightblood Gaming, this roster debut, to take a 13-11 victory over the TSM squad. Going into this, I mean, Dan, I had so many questions. First, TSM, not just the comp, the pickups, everything else. Lotus doesn't necessarily always look so great. Nightblood, what are they made of? Nightblood, they're shooting back. They got some skills. I'm excited to see the rest of the series.
And then on top of that, composition on the side of TSM that we didn't really know what to expect, right? We talked about the great advantages that you can have with that Viper, but then you look at the Waylay, and it was a Waylay that we wanted to see if maybe it could do something. And honestly, it was just a team that was really struggling to get any value out of it. Every single time the TSM, when they were playing on that defensive side and wanting to go for those aggressive fights, they were getting taken down over and over again. And it's just the simplicity of that composition for Nightblood that was working out so well, right? When you're going with the race pain early on, when you're going for that TP with the Omen as well, for that Robo fight. And it's those little things that really allow them to not only get an insane amount of first kills, but also to take advantage at the end. Even when things were getting a little bit closer, when there were 3 rounds in a row on that second half for the side of TSM, Nightblood with that timeout had a really good recovery on keep waiting for those fights that the defense tried to take to them.
Yeah, and I thought too with the double controller composition we were seeing from Alvin Boy and GMD that it would work and it would have so much potential to actually allow that Waylay to come through. But it ended up actually being the opposite. I felt like a lot of the time we were seeing, you know, positions being exposed because of poor placement behind the smoke. And we did get to see NBG like just completely spray these players down more than once, honestly more than 4 times. And I don't like that feeling of you know, sitting behind a smoke and just being completely shut down like that. And a lot of it really is just the timing. Like right here, we get to see it, and it happened on both sides, but mostly for the side of TSM. And I feel like maybe, you know, that execution of having too many smokes really did cause an issue to where they couldn't fight as you know, predominantly as they wanted to.
And going into this, I mean, we had definitely painted the picture that TSM have definitely been undergoing a little bit of a renovation period, if you will, and Lotus hasn't been the strongest. So I will say that little bit of a bounce back they had to get this into an 11-13 scoreline for them was pretty good. But at the point at which they started to get a little bit of more of that coordination, when we got to see them on that defense, it was just a little too late and rounds really coming down to the wire. But in the end, Nightblood's favor. I'm a little, honestly, Goms, my eyes right away drawn to the first kills. Nightblood taking a lot of those duels and winning out on them too. So a little bit of a extra little tough going for TSM.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know if you asked me that question or if you asked Triad. But yeah, it was a super, super tough beginning for TSM, I'm not gonna lie. Even though they did manage to pull it down to that 11-13, I don't think all was in vain. You know, you did get to see a little bit of a step up towards the end with Alvin Boy playing onto that Viper. So I think overall, it's just, you know, at the same time, scrims are a very, very different feeling than challengers, right? It is a very, very tough position to be in, to now come into a very competitive scene and have people playing, you know, to the best of their ability, especially with NBG just putting their absolute all against a team that has this history of and VODs and reviews that you can kind of go against. So 16 first kills for NBG, definitely not something you want to see, but honestly something that is worth mentioning. I think they did a spectacular job at playing, you know, into that raise wall for Son of Car, and Tora I think was an absolutely phenomenal breach in terms of allowing that assist to come through.
And for Nightblood Gaming, when we had highlighted stats at the top of day, of course, we're looking at Premier. We're looking at something that's a little bit more recent. So this is going to be actually the first look that we really get, Dan, at what they're capable of. And the whole team, we get to see a consistency kind of from everyone across the board here. Everyone really having to step up. But note that the 6 first kills, okay.
I think what is the most impressive is, yeah, the 6 first kills that you're mentioning for that Omen and also that Raze, both of them getting 6, as we talked about. It is a lot of the times for TSM on the defense, they were trying to take that fight to the attacker side, and it was even, you know, you're used to seeing that Mountain fight, you're used to seeing that Rebel fight, but they were taking it from that B side as well and getting taken down because Nightblood, they were just waiting for that to happen exactly. So they were getting traded, and on top of that, they would leave that fight with a numbers advantage every single time. They were so smart at playing it. And I was saying another thing that was really impressive to me is how they were so good at recovering when they needed to, right? I think it was 9-8. It seems like TSM were gonna finally come back from this, and because they got 3 rounds in a row, and you see a timeout and you see a Nightblood that starts just playing so much better and allows them to close it out at the end, because it seems like it could have been a different story with a few more rounds going the way of TSM.
I think it's, I do want to give like some kudos to Kumi. I think Kumi played a spectacular game on the Vise. And, you know, overall, I do believe that there were so many times where you did try to see TSM, you know, re-enter through site, you know, try to pick off site, whether it be on the attack or on the defense. And it didn't work out because there's the util, there's the Vise util making things 100% harder. And, you know, as a Sentinel player, to be able to do that in any circumstance, I think is such a valuable skill.
And when we get to see a Nightblood Gaming that really had that step up on that first map of Lotus, I'm very intrigued with this next map of Ascent for a variety of reasons. First off, we get to see Nightblood Gaming. They're capable of shooting back. That's awesome to see. I love to see a competitive series. But for TSM, Ascent is a map that looks a lot more comfortable, Dan. So I'm curious then how we get to see Alvin Boy and Timotino play, exactly what TSM's building for, hopefully stray away from that waylay, and really be able to try and push Nightblood Gaming here.
Yeah, the last few maps that we saw being really, really good for TSM when we were watching that stage 2 was Ascent and Split. So I'm happy that we get to see this map of Ascent. As we mentioned before, for people who are just joining, this map of Ascent is so interesting for TSM because they're willing to experiment a little bit more than everybody else. We are now at this point used to seeing this double Sentinel composition with a Deadlock, with a Cypher, with a Vise, everybody kind of switching it up a little bit, but they're playing things that are completely different, right? Against Chat Spets, they were playing with a double duelist with the Jet and the Reyna, and also playing 7 with Sage, and then even going back when they were going against Lander, they were playing this double Sentinel composition that we're used to seeing a little bit more. So I'm curious to what they're going to be able to do today, because this is a map that should be really strong for TSM, and especially if they, you know, don't want to get this very early loss against a team that I mean, we looked at the predictions, everybody put TSM was going to get the win today.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it on paper, I mean, but Nightblood Gaming, they've definitely shown up. So it'll be exciting to see if they can prove those predictions wrong. But let's get into the agent for this map of Ascent, especially too with that call out that TSM have experimented around in the past. I believe last time we got to see them on an Ascent, we had a little bit of Reyna gameplay and fun stuff here going into it. Timotino, we're not experimenting too much. We're going to keep on the Jet. On the other end, it's going to be Son of Car picking up this Yoru Gompers. Okay, we got the different duelists. We also got the different look at how we want to fill out these compositions.
I prefer Timotino on the Jet just because this is one of their best duelists alongside the Raze. So for me, the comfort is there. And I do think this kind of does carry them a bit heavier, especially with like the double Sentinel composition. Because again, a big problem down in the last map was just that there was so much going on for TSM that they had no way to kind of eradicate that. And I feel like this will do the job 100%. I'm hoping at least.
Looking at the compositions, I definitely like the composition of Nightblood Gaming a little bit more. The Yoru is just able to play kind of like the way that we've seen for the last couple months, is giving you that extra flash as well, and on top of that, kind of getting that information early on, but then being able to back up. For TSM, what they've been doing with 7 on the stage is great because it's different. It's something that we're not used to seeing, especially when they're going towards that B side, the way that they're closing off lane. I think it's very creative, but at this point, I'm just wondering if Nightblood were able to prepare against them, scrim against them, know how this is going to play out, because this is the problem with Sage. Once you play a few times, you know exactly how those Sage walls are going to play out, and then you're a little bit stuck, especially because you're going to be starting on the attack first.
Well, it's time to see if it's going to be that creativity from TSM that's going to win out, or if it's a Nightblood Gaming already up in the series that can close this out on Ascent. Let's head to the map and find out, and back to your casters, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And the litmus test, indeed, is now Nightblood Gaming's after they're able to take their first map. We head to TSM's pick, where it comes down to how much ball NBG knows. How red is Seven Sage going to be on their own double sentinel composition? And how big is this duelist diff going to be between Son of Kar's Yoru and Timatino's Jet? Marks, a lot's going to shift this game. Can TSM pull us to 3?
Yeah, I think it's definitely in the cards, but I feel like we're getting a taste of the TSM effect where everyone's like, yeah, surely they have it. Well, let's believe in TSM this one time. And then just at the last second, somehow it'll all flicker out and then we're all left disappointed, especially given that we all predicted TSM to be able to win this one. But, you know, once again, they lose Sim, they lose Recoil. And those were the two people who played the double duelist composition with TSM previously. Now we've got Timatino, we got Alvin Boyd back into this roster, and now they're kind of playing more their own comfort picks. So it really does change the style of how this composition works, especially for a little bit more of this like aggressive, you want to push, you got two duelists type of composition into a bit more slower playoff those Sentinels. But I'm still very excited to see how TSM are really going to adapt to this.
We'll start with that opening through tree. Paranoia from NBG just to slow it down, but GMD the first to peek out. Son of Kar gonna quickly punish that, but the tree pathing is solid, and Timatino's able to grab a really quick opening kill onto Screwface. I don't know how he managed that. He looked like he was moving the whole time. But Kar able to once again counter frag, even things out again. Immediate re-up here is, yeah, you're just staring it down. Kar able to trade out one more as he'll go down with 3. Toro, one more kill. Alvin Boyd goes for the creep up to glass, but fails. Kumi and Tora still stand, getting NBG another pistol on the board.
And NBG, they take that. Looks like some sort of issue might have completely happened there as, you know, one of the members of TSM just kind of staring off into space there. But Nightblood Gaming, once again, if we're talking about somebody, it's going to be Son of Kar. Son of Kar, so sharp with it. That time around, obviously did have that sheriff in hand, just trying to find a couple of angles, spots out a couple of heads, still able to get one in the midst of all of that chaos. On the exit, stays alive as well. Still remember some of those highlight plays of Son of Kar playing in the chamber. Just a pixel of an angle and still finding headshots. And once again, a great new addition to Challengers, starting us off with a pick onto 7, as that's going to be the entire team spotted for TSM.
Yeah, it's been a while since a Son of Kar legend has been told. I'd love to see him spin another one starting today. He'll grab only one for himself this round, as it's a very close hold for Nightblood Gaming's first leg of the B defense. Luckily, Note is the second one, and he's not too far behind. Nightblood's able to shuffle and ladder a decent chunk of damage, and Screwface once again just jumping it with a Bucky. It'll work this round. Still TSM will get the spike down and maybe 1 or 2 kills out on the way down, so not the most efficient follow-up that Nightblood Gaming would like, but still one that's certainly theirs, right?
Not ready yet.
First swing, tough timing, buddy. Oh, you'll get him next time.
Last player standing.
Unafraid of the fight, just step into it. And they'll lose one more.
Yeah, Nightblood were trying to really hemorrhage some of the bleeding on that round. Obviously recognizing some of the lower HP pools, rotate some of your agents around, hopefully isolate some fights. And still TSM, they're able to take one out just at the end there. Make sure that the economy isn't thriving too much. But yeah, pretty typical stuff that we would expect here. A good flood in from TSM, Screwface and a Bucky. We're gonna be seeing that one a lot. So if you're familiar with Screwface, get ready for a Bucky on a lot of these rounds is all I'm gonna say. Get ready for that, because we've seen some crazy stuff. Also, we've seen some not crazy stuff kind of happen from that player. So let's see what we've got. TSM coming in, full rifles in hand. Son of Kar sticking to that outlaw. 2 weapons being carried forwards here. So aggressive, can't quite find it. 7 gonna punish, but Tora finds one on the exit. Noted trades as well.
Very gutsy from Nightblood, but if it is all together, then it will be superfluous. Oh, man. That is just gorgeous. No,
Standing.
such a quick third. As Nightblood's extension fully works out, and now GMD's been read by the cam. Smile for the picture. It's a double hold. Onto your sightlines. And he's, wow, GMD was doing really well with that 1v3 fight. Wow, that was crazy. He was killing that.
Oh, yeah, just spraying through walls. Has a bit of awareness on where they are, hoping to get a couple of bullets, maybe a kill, but GMD, so frustrating. You know, you hop over the one thing, you're like, nice, foiled the Cypher, can't wait to sneak up on these guys, and then immediately just stuck by the camera, and you're like, all right, well, okay, there goes all the hidden stealth mode that I was going to try and attempt on them, but regardless, still makes a real run at it, and it honestly is just Nightblood Gaming, something that we saw on this last map as well. When they decide to full send it into TSM, TSM are not ready to receive that amount of pressure. They usually falter, usually end up losing the fight, and as a result of that, Nightblood Gaming have the person advantage, can scoop up the weapons, and then completely just decimate TSM. So we need to see TSM be a little bit more careful. You can definitely tell this time around, they're force stacking it, moving in, Timotino going in, but it's going to be the grab net tossed down as Screwface finds one.
And just unafraid, poking in with the cyber cage. The barrier, if anything, just helps them. Kumi sets up the perfect mesh. And TSM is trapped. Oh, we're gonna have to watch that one back, fellas. That's gonna be a real humdinger. Oh boy. Okay, Alvin boy, given a little bit more time, a gun, perhaps another kill. Net him some cred so that TSM can eat this round. No. But still, eco round aside, TSM tried to gain a crumb of space onto the A site, and immediately the comp diff just, once again, completely bled through, because Kumi just threw a barrier mesh right back at the other barrier and stopped, and then a grav net on top, by the looks of it.
Yep. Like, excellent just play coming in from Kumi, who also was a highlight player on that last map. As soon as the information gets known, Timotino flying in on top of it, pretty standard jet stuff. We see the grab net from Kumi come in. Suddenly the TSM reinforcements can't even move. Once again, the mesh gets set up and it's just lights out for the rest of the round. An excellent response from Nightblood Gaming, and TSM just getting completely caught into the trap. Excellent utility play from the deadlock coming in from Nightblood Gaming. The Screwface takes a little bit of damage. Timotino will get that space on mid.
Playing with the correct amount of confidence in this default. He's gained a whole lot of space. Easily enough to get TSM a nice pinch. Unless Timo is swung onto. And Nightblood Gaming have once again dealt with the pests early. And so they can attune the resources to what needs them. They don't know who else is on this B push, but they know they don't have to worry about it for at least a little while because this mesh is still up. Double Sentinel util. Now you just worry about who's on mid. And with the help of the Owl drone, you'll know it's just 7, at least for now. GMD quickly behind. But it really looks like Nightblood Gaming have so much control over this defense so far. And TSM, their comp does not look as defensively oriented either, unfortunately. So if Nightblood can get a snowball going now, it might just be ball game. Tora! That's your sub! Capping off a flawless round 5 for NBG. It's NBD today.
And TSM are like, it feels like they're just trudging through the mud on every single step that they take. Oh, let's take a little bit of space. Okay, there's a trap wire here. Let's just make sure we get that one. Oh, and now we're stuck. Hey, you want to take any space on B? Nope, not going to be the case. The mesh is up in front of us. Oh, they're pushing out of A as well. They can't make a single move, and you can see them just struggling to make a decision because so much is being tossed out in front of them. And while they're dealing with all of this stall utility, Nightblood Gaming are finding their timings to cut down the members one by one. This is an excellent defensive setup from Nightblood Gaming that continues to just spiral around. We're not seeing very similar patterns. They're swapping it up as these rounds continue.
Timotino, yet again, has to be the tip of the spear. Doesn't think there's a second in Boathouse, and Screwface, yet again, shotgun in your face. Alvin boy, luckily they're in time, and so is the rest of TSM, and they actually have a sight this time, along with a man advantage. Now a supreme one with 7 using that res. One of the things that this Sage is very good for on this map. really flipping that script once you have the scales in your favor. Door shut, so the window of opportunity is as well. Note shut down in the close range by GMD, who can now get his own crunch going from the market. And this round has been beautifully set up by TSM with the correct amount of speed, due diligence, and not even a full util. Kumi, another shooting range. Torres steps on. What on earth is happening? GMD, a foot race of his own. Kumi has to hold it down. It's not going to be enough time, and GMD can save the day, but there's only one man standing in this thrifty round for TSM. Still close, but still theirs.
You said it last map, and you're saying, I feel like we got to say it again, where it's feeling like a house of cards are just being set up here, because this time, TSM, they have the space, they have the map, and yet somehow they are just getting melted on the site. Nightblood Gaming, that was clean on that retake, and TSM just simply didn't have anybody to absolve any of the pressure. They flood in from 2 different sites. The agents are isolated, and yet somehow they completely strip down all of the members on that B site. And then GMD, who was just kind of having a fun, you know, understanding like, they probably don't need me, but I'll be a backstab just in case they try and back out or like try and save a weapon or something, suddenly has to full send onto the site, defend the spike in the midst of all of the chaos. Excellent stuff coming in from Nightblood Gaming. TSM are leaving a lot to be desired. They find that first round, but they barely found it. I was going to compliment them on finally being able to step over a lot of the issues that they had in the previous rounds, you know, taking that timing, pushing a lot quicker onto the site, going over a lot of that utility, just flushing out the members of Nightblood Gaming without too many issues. And then they just flounder in their post plant. This is looking a little bit dire here, Tedrick. I'm not gonna lie. Nightblood Gaming really poised to win out the series.
These first 6 rounds, Nightblood Gaming just looks very elevated. Obviously, classically a defensive map, especially here in North America. Son of Car, though, he started to go for a couple more op peaks. He has not utilized Cat until this round, and it'll grab Alvin. Already, NBG finding new ways to get that new leg up. Timo caught by the Owl drone again. How aggressive do you want to get on this? Bora having to pay some attention to it. And now NBG are just running the clock.
They're really just running the clock. And that feels like that's kind of been the biggest issue for TSM this time. The 2 Sentinels in Kumi and Screwface do an excellent job at just stalling things down. And this time TSM, they don't have that gusto. They don't have that speed that they had on that previous one to just open up that B site. And so then honestly, their biggest issue right now is just trying to face the clock. Getting up to 30 seconds. They have to infiltrate one of these sites. Looks like B is going to be the call there, but Kumi is somehow able to find 7 in midst of all of that. And Son of Car holding it so close with this operator in hand.
Having to get out with the dimensional drift now that he knows he's being pinched. More members of NBG have already flooded onto the site, though, and they're just going to spray it down. GMD and Vora, though, good firing squad. And they have enough time to get the spike down as Kumi's made his way from CT. Rest of NBG on the way back. And it's a 3v2 with TSM having some ults. They don't really have the space to use them, and GMD already aggressed. It's down to Vora, holding it down in the boathouse. 100 collective health to his name, and it'll get drained completely by Note. Nightblood Gaming, an insta-man advantage thanks to their Yoru sniping. And trading ulti for ulti, space for space, they're able to collapse the rest of the way at 6-1.
It's looking really tough for TSM in some of these rounds. I mean, that time around at the very end there, you could see that the last remaining members of TSM were just not simply covering each other. Sure, the paranoia comes through there, but I'm pretty sure whoever was in Boathouse didn't get picked up by that one. Should have been able to stay alive to watch that angle, but then GMD just gets taken out. I mean, even looking at the number of kills, GMD at the top for TSM. Meanwhile, on Nightblood Gaming, they've already hit double digits. They're getting close to having more ultimates online. TSM are still struggling. They've got 2 already. Again, Son of Car. They highlighted this on the desk as well, just the amount of first bloods that they're getting, but it's not even just the first bloods. It's the first like 2 or 3 kills, 3 in this round that Nightblood Gaming are able to just snag away from TSM. They might have the protocols, but simply don't have the gunfire right now to match Nightblood Gaming in this matchup.
Just almost feels dissociative from TSM. Just completely unprepared. Son of Car looks into GMD, who is ready for him. Slices him down, and that B push stopped with a single grab neck from Kumi. NBG just really winning every leg of the economy here. You know, you're separated. You didn't spot anybody behind 7. Where's Vora?
At that same time, Nightblood Gaming, they don't over-rotate. And I think that's what's most important there, because with that getting shot out, they know that Vora must be close here. They've done an excellent job at just shutting down both of these lanes, making sure that TSM can't even take an inch. And so yeah, TSM have no option but to save. It's going to be 7-1 for Nightblood Gaming, coming in through Premier against one of the favorite teams in Stage 2. TSM have been struggling to live up to the pressure, to live up to the name that's been laid in front of them. A team that, once again, on paper should be doing so darn well, and yet really stumbled within the playoffs and are stumbling in their first matchup in Stage 3.
It's got to be a hell of a defensive half from TSM. Regardless, this momentum looks inevitable from Nightblood Gaming. It just really looks like they can trade the util so in their favor so consistently, and that is kind of the nature of Ascent to a degree, especially with the composition that Nightblood has. Kumi obviously is frolicking. I mean, defense on this map is a playground for Deadlock, so no question about that. Kumi just utilizing it to the fullest. Which again, kind of raises the question of, you know, what 7 Sage has played, what role that has played, at least so far this game. You've seen the vision a couple times. It's mainly, you know, a la Icebox to try to just help them get onto a site, provide some extra cover against the barrage of util that they know is coming their way. But beyond that, we haven't really gotten to see too many slow orbs being able to kind of, you know, stop a post plant. NBG has gotten way too ahead of that for those to be effective. And apart from that, I mean, healing and rezzing, those only come about once in a blue moon at this rate. So ultimately, I'm really starting to see the double sentinel diff come in, and I fear when we switch sides, it's not going to change.
And I mean, this is a conversation point that gets brought up consistently with the Deadlock. You can play the Deadlock a little bit more like an initiator, really just slowing things down, ready to pounce on the trap, and it feels like Kumi has really mastered that.
Through space yet again, solo holder for a moment, but now comes the cavalry. Kumi gonna go ahead and ulti GMD, nice. TP along with the help of the flash actually gets him in. And oh, Son of Car though, how do you peek that? The rest of NBG's here just in time to deal with the rest of the fight. And Nightblood Gaming, all they need's an inch and they'll take a mile. They're walking into 7. The sub is walking into 7. That's how good this team feels right now, and they have every reason to feel that way.
And I think it was Dryad on the desk who said, once you get used to those Sage walls, you know how to counter them. And honestly, that's one of the big issues right now. You know, with 7 Sage walls, it's all looking very familiar. It's all looking expected. We're not seeing the value for those Sage walls kind of come in there. There were a couple of rounds where TSM were able to get the spike down. The Sage wall comes up just to defend it. But that's pretty much all the value that's been really kind of pulled out from this Sage. And especially Nightblood Gaming, shooting as well as they are, TSM have to maximize their utility. They have to use everything that they have to find even an inch of space. And yet it's just Nightblood Gaming just styling on him right now. And it's going to be a full send outside of B. And of course, Sadakar on the other side here. Operator in hand, Kubi throws out the grab net. Tail as old as time, but this time no follow-up kills.
They're gonna hear a lot of procs on this. Exec from Teemo is gonna force the TP out, but Nightblood Gaming already have member stationed here. Kumi, guess what? He gets more than one. 7 still has the res though. TSM have time and space. Car back on the approach, the slow orb doing its due diligence, but the spike has yet to make its way on. TSM completely disconnected. And with the help of the Cypher ultimate, you're going to be able to kind of poke away. Vora!
What?
The Hunter's Fury! That is unbelievable! Insane double tap!
Spike planted.
Wow.
That is such perfect timing, understanding when Nightblood are going to go for that crunch. And just squeeze in the pincer on it yourself. Carr going to be forced to save this round. Oh, unless he wants to go for it.
It's 8-1. You gotta go for it, you know?
I mean, why
at this
not?
point.
Sure. You get rid of some guns. You know TSM is so low on creds. Actually so worth. Oh, great peek from GMD. Very good proactivity. Love it. So that's 2 on the board for TSM here. As that was the first round where we were able to see some advantage actually gained over several periods of the round as well. TSM kept kind of, you know, clinching it back.
Yep. And they get their second. It's going to be 2 more rounds left in this half. Not a lot of headway for them to really make a dent here, but they have to get every single round that they wanted. Vora's ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, finding all those kills was the key to success there. I hope they don't think that they can replicate the exact same attack pattern without those key kills, because we've seen them collapse already on this B site, but it's going to be a fast hit by TSM.
And they understand how much space has already been cleared. They know they need to take this B spot. While it's as easy as it's going to be. And Carr gonna miss that first stop shot. That might just be everything for TSM's entry. Yeah, they feel so comfortable just hopping on at this point. They'll swarm the Yoru, turn it into an easy 5v3, and the healing orb will bring Vora back up too. Now that Sage Util is really starting to come into play. The barrier orb can also split this lane push to a degree. GMD, a great angle to play with. This note forced into a war on 2 fronts while the rest of NBG plays patrol on the rest of the site. It already looks about guaranteed. Time just ticking away. GMD looking for the kill earlier than he could find it, but it'll come to him. And NBG again, just gonna try and maybe get rid of some guns along the way. Screwface, decent bit, but Recon Bolt will catch Tora, and so you'll just have 1 defender left holding on to that. Odin as TSM will tack a 3rd on the board. It is in the final hour, but it is an hour that TSM would like to be as long as possible. They are getting on the board.
Yeah, once again, excellent execute coming in from TSM. They're able to pressure the right site. Only person there is going to be Kumi, son of Carr, goes for the TP in. And they're able to just remove 2 of the strongest members from Nightblood Gaming, which really honestly just makes it such an easier time to be able to hold it. And then you can see that there's a little bit of hesitation from Nightblood Gaming. When that wheel of Nightblood is turning to its full capacity, it looks fantastic. But when we see a bit of a wrench get tossed into the machinery, then they really start to slow down. So many more gaps appear, and TSM look like a completely different squad. But given just how easily Nightblood Gaming have been getting those first picks, you know, it's not something that you really want to rely on as a strategy. Let's see how TSM go on this last round of the half.
Teemo, another good Jan entry. It's been a good way to kind of put a stopper to Son of Carr's reign of terror, and once again, the aggression is enough to swat him down like a fly this round. TSM, now it's the A site they've taken. This is the biggest show of dominance we've seen thus far, and it'll get responded to by a couple of ultis. Teemo caught by the ladder from that deadlock. Kumi has just enough space off of the shots to be able to catch the kill from it. And it'll be a 4v4 after that Hunter's Fury split the board. Starting to see some heads. GMD taking some hot shots. 7 as well. And the Heaven control is entirely TSM's. They have way too many eyes searching up into this vantage point. And Screwface is unable to find a peek in the meantime. It'll be a 4-8 half for TSM, as it's a recovery that so many people love to see.
Sides.
and I figured it out. The Sage Walls coming in from 7 are super effective after the spike actually goes down there.
Yes.
We see it used to really cut off an angle. That time around, though, 7 just kind of props himself up in the back there. And you can see that it's an off angle that Nightblood Gaming are not expecting. They're just looking at all of the people there. Wow,
well,
Alvin Boy just kind of shoulders the name there. That's a different tech.
Yeah,
But-
that's an interesting one. Haven't seen that before.
Make sure the grab net doesn't land, I guess. But yeah, just once again, so many good angles being held by TSM once they're comfortably able to set themselves up on that post plant. Let's just hope it's not a little bit too late here. 4 to 8 in this half. They're swapping sides back around. And now Nightblood Gaming on the attack. Kumi has 16 kills. A crazy performance being showcased by this deadlock. And of course, we were talking about things about this double sentinel composition, not being able to find as much headway in the attack, but same thing technically does apply for Nightblood Gaming as well.
It couldn't be more right. We'll have to see how active Kumi can end up getting with these grab nets, but so much of the work has to be done by Son of Kar on this Yoru. And look at him, just waltzing right through three, grabbing a kill in and out of the smoke. Just Dosey going right through. Giving NBG an early pistol advantage yet again. Screwface throwing up this utility is going to get hurt by Timotino, who has already crept up catwalk, so this could turn into a 5v4, or 4v3, excuse me, pretty quick. Oh, especially if Screwface is looking the wrong way. He's walking all the way down spawn. Oh, he's waiting for Timotino to walk into him. There's no way Tim will lose this. Okay, thank goodness. But Son of Kar going crazy! 20 HP, 1 CP in the box. Timotino on 22. One shot can do it for the ace. No, Timotino denies. Still 2 players to deal with. The grab net delays and Kumi finalizes. Almost our first ace of the series, but it'll instead just be another Nightblood pistol.
Yeah, Nightblood now at 3 pistol rounds in the series thus far. TSM were only able to get 1. And I want to comment there, Screwface, able to get the spot out on that jet, understand that Timotino has to go for the kill, says, all right, well, I'm going to just go hang out over there, and really just plays the long con, because at this point, you know that Timotino has to go hunting for you. And if you just run the other way, hide the other way, then that is precious time that Timotino cannot go in to support the rest of the squad. So a big brain play coming out from Screwface there. And yeah, this time a lot of pressure being exalted onto this A site as Kumi getting ready with that mesh, has it in hand just in case they want to trap some of those players forwards. But TSM really respecting that.
As soon as the smoke fades away, Kar is ready to go, and he's just always keyed in. God, the second he starts attacking, he just turns into a war machine. Screwface, no scoping on the Outlaw. I mean, it's basically a shotgun. So, he's in his element there.
You raised an excellent point. That's not a shotgun. What are you doing? What are you doing, Screwface? Get that weapon out of your hands.
Oh, Kumi just looking for it. Help with the flash. Kar says, sure, you can have a kill too. Alvin Boy says, no, you can't. Yeah, give it to the sub. These executes are looking clean as can be, and Kar hasn't even really started TPing yet, so I'm a little scared for how the rest of this game is gonna go.
Yeah, Tora cleans up Vora. Better Sova thus far. But yeah, once again, like Nightblood Gaming, when they just want to go and execute onto some of these sites, you know, Son of Kar, the legend himself, comes alive all of a sudden and is able to find so many high impact kills. And it's even in some of these like sick plays, just the reaction speed to be able to shut it down. It's unbelievable. And of course, Screwface finding that pick into the back there. Like TSM were just scattered, and it doesn't feel like they really have a solid plan on stopping Nightblood Gaming. So Nightblood Gaming now up to double digits. We had a crazy upset yesterday with Maryville kind of flexing their strength. Now it feels like Nightblood Gaming are going to be following suit. Already an operator in the hands of Son of Kar. Scoping out, and that is a deadly weapon in the hands of Nightblood Gaming while the rest of the squad make their way up to this A site. The barrier orb will slow things down just for a second. But TSM, they don't really have a read on what's going on. You see that it is Timotino just kind of circling around mid, waiting for some sort of contact play before reinforcing one of the sites.
Plenty of time to still play with, though.
Cover going out.
Searching for that first kill, poking, prodding. Gravnet tossed in by Kumi to try and trap. Keep some members of TSM over on the A site. All comes down to timing here for Carr. Still holding on to this operator, so needs to have the rest of the push there with him in order to press any more forward. Drifting into the B site. Gonna give away the Sova first. Alvin lets himself be known. Son of Carr on the site. Just walking in and quick scoping with this operator. You got the rest of the team behind you. Why the hell not? TSM is here though. Timotino, opening kill. 12 seconds to go. But NBG refused to be pressured. NBG refused to be conquered. And it's Screwface and Son of Carr. Two of the most electric players we've seen in this region's history coming alive this round to get NBG to 11.
Right now, Son of Carr 2 kills away from tying up Kumi. But like, look at a lot of these executes that we see them go. Like, it's so just well done by Nightblood Gaming. Like TSM, you know, they've got some ideas on how they want to do things, but they're not even given an opportunity just because of some really key fraggers for Nightblood Gaming. If I'm commenting on their executes, it's nothing too fancy coming out from Nightblood. They're just simply finding and winning their duels where they need be. And TSM, they haven't really done anything to really change anything up. And it just kind of slows down. As soon as they want to get aggressive, Nightblood Gaming are ready to shut that down with multiple sniper rifles watching from multiple different directions. And Tora got ADSing there, but Son of Carr ready to trade that one out. Nightblood Gaming look like they're ready to go to match point this time. And TSM haven't even hit 5 rounds.
Yeah, and once again, I think it speaks to the rigidity of TSM's comp as well, with their lack of ability to really kind of switch things up on Nightblood. All they can really do is mix up timing, and Nightblood has been vigilant the whole time. It only works on teams that aren't prepared, and premier teams are no longer in an age of challengers where they are unprepared. They are anything but.
Last player standing.
A tank crusades on the A site, and GMD already questioning what to do here. Did he save the Bulldog going into match point? Honestly, chat, he might.
Like, look at the money that TSM have. 0.50, 0.150. Pennies. And sure.
He has to shoot this.
No, he's not going to shoot.
Okay, all right.
There's no way. Yeah, GMD's better than that. But it's still just, it doesn't feel like there is, like you said, much flexibility that can exist because of this TSM composition that's been brought in. And I will mind you, the text that TSM has kind of put out there is that Timotino as well as Alvin Boy are 2 players that are going to remain with TSM for the rest of stage 3 until they find 2 other players to really match into those slots. And they do have a lot of work to clean a lot of this type of stuff up. It feels, once again, very rigid in how they want to be playing it. They're not giving many opportunities for flexibility, for a little bit of dynamicism that we expect from this TSM group. And they're just kind of getting stuck. You know, Nightblood Gaming, they're just styling on the other team. Like, they're more than happy to just peek these long-range angles, find a pick so early on, and now they're at 12 for it. TSM barely scraped together a buy. Will be the knives activated by Timotino, but I don't know if this is going to be enough, Tenrek.
It simply has to be for 8 straight rounds, and then some. NBG have their pick of the litter with where they can be aggressive. They have all the util in the world to throw at the problem, and Alvin Boy once again will give himself away early. GMD gonna be early to this fight as NBG storm on. GMD just caught by Son of Carr. Kumi just jumping in with the shotgun. Nightblood Gaming's confidence is second to none this game, this series, and it's getting them so damn far. Timotino on these knives has to be the saving grace. The new arrival for TSM with the help of 7 from the back. They'll meet up and go for the 2-stack to try to hold on to this game. But it's in the way of so much. It's in the way of the mesh on top. They already got to find a new angle. Timo doesn't want to give away this updraft, and 7's already been popped. Hunter's Fury up the lane of heaven, and Timo just has to go for it. Only 1 for him, and only 4 for TSM on their stomping grounds, who will be building from the ground up here in stage 3 in many more ways than one.
And shout out to us as well as the desk for just clean sweeping across the board. TSM, you guys got this. Nightblood Gaming just slapping her meals right out of our hands. And what a dominant series coming in from Nightblood Gaming. These guys coming in look like absolute fraggers. And of course, too, I think it was mentioned on the desk that it's going to take time for a lot of these things to kind of just solidify here, but it's looking like Envy in the early days where they could just kind of do whatever they want and they're going to be able to just foil simply because they find those opening frags. Right now, for me, Kumi was one of the largest highlight players here. Kumi was looking unbelievable. I was expecting that Son of Car was going to be the one who was just going to be popping off throughout the entire series. And we did get treated to a little bit of that, but wow, Kumi, what a player on this Nightblood Gaming squad. This is definitely a team you want to look out for within Stage 3.
Yeah, it was an absolute joy to get to watch every member of Nightblood Gaming play at the best. What we've seen from them before, what we know they were capable of all along, and what we know they are capable of going forward in this stage. Consistency is demanded of the best teams in North America this year, Marks. Is TSM consistent? We will find out next week now as they go into this 0-1. We'll talk to the desk about it in just a moment.
One enemy remaining.
My eyes are down.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Oh, another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers where you can never get too comfortable with what you know because everything can turn just like that. TSM are taken down in the very first week here by none other than Nightblood Gaming, the team that made their way up through Premier, get signed on, and have this re-debut. And not even just a close victory, Dan, but that second map, I mean, it was Nightblood's gaming map all the way. That was just insanity from the get-go.
Yeah, there was really nothing that the side of TSM could do in that first half. And I talked about it. I like the composition on the side of Nightblood a lot more to what TSM were doing. In TSM, they have been relying on these kind of very unique things, as we mentioned at the beginning with the Sage, for example, but it was just a defense that was so strong that it gave them so much trouble to deal with. I mean, we know that the defense should be strong with this double sentinel composition with the Yoru as well being able to TP, but as they even went into the attacking side of you, it was just so much momentum already for Nightblood. And yeah, the underdog story ends up turning exactly the way that Nightblood wanted to. They get this 2-0, and I was saying 2-0, but I was saying it for the other side, so I'm surprised, but I'm also very happy to see Nightblood starting strong for this Swiss stage.
I think too, there were so many instances where we did see TSM, you know, maybe get a little too comfortable with the positioning they were in and pick off these, try to isolate these fights that honestly didn't need to be isolated. And I kind of hope that they would play a little more, you know, intact to where they needed to. Like right there, we did get to see a potential dash that would come forth. And I think that that's where you need to decide, is execution the best bet, or am I going to cower? And I don't think cower was ever, you know, the correct place to be for TSM. I felt like a lot of the time they did look like deer in headlights, and it's unfortunate. You know, moments like those just kind of really do put you down and below the team that you're playing against.
I'm still just sitting here like racking my brain on what we got to just see. Like I'm not even gonna try and lie here. Like I think that this was just insanity. I think this is super promising for Nightblood Gaming, and when we're talking and looking back at their performance, this is great. I think this is where we start having a lot of questions on the side of TSM though, and what this path is going forward. Because something that we highlighted at the top of the day was the big three, and who are going to be the big three, who are the front runners for Ascension. And TSM as an org and as this core, it was a team that definitely was in that conversation. But after today with these changes, I'm very intrigued. Descent, like putting it starkly, I think this was a map that TSM were not even just supposed to put up a fight on, but we're supposed to win out. We should be looking at a map 3, and Goms, I'm sitting here still a little just trying to figure it all out. Help me out, dude.
I feel like we all are, and you know, I guess that's honestly that might just be our fault for not keeping this team on our radar, to be honest. Because you know, like you see Premier and you think to yourself, oh, okay, TSM, you know, they're such a dominant team, and they're coming in, they have new members that are extremely good at what they do. You know, there's no way, but then there is a way, right? NBG, they completely came to show off, you know, their own perspective of who they are, and I think they did a spectacular job at doing so. I mean, so much potential from this team, and I'm really excited to see how far they go for sure.
I have to say though, this is nothing new for us in Challengers. We're used to these kind of upsets, but especially from teams that are coming from promotion, relegation, from teams that we're seeing playing Premier, things like that. I mean, we remember that story for Brosha, right? A team that ascended, we had no expectations, and then they make it into the top 3 for stage 2. This is kind of a very strong possibility of what can happen with Nightblood. We still have to see a lot more. I feel like only in week 1 of Swiss stage, these are the kind of results that we're going to get, a lot of upsets, and then maybe week 3 we start to kind of get a hang on, okay, these teams are good, these teams are struggling, these teams really need to step it up if they want to make it to playoffs. But for now, it's just kind of taking a look at how everybody's looking, and I'm just happy that we got to see a Nightblood that was looking that good to get that 2 against TSM.
And define expectations too, because going into this, there is definitely a very different story that we are anticipating than what was told. And even just bringing up these predictions one final time to really just hit home that
we're so smart. We're so smart, guys.
Not a single one of us gotta thought this through. A little caster curse, if you will.
Dude, Marks was coming at me in the green room, guys, like telling me, hey, because I did say before, like, hey, people have to believe me. You know, I have to go with the dominant team. And you know what? I don't believe myself anymore. I genuinely don't, because there's no way that, you know, a prediction like that could be so crazy. And I think, again, it just really proves to show you really don't know what's going to happen.
I am never predicting the same way as Gompers again. This moment of harmony that we all had in predicting the same way, Dan.
We were so happy. We were like, damn, no arguing today.
Yeah, it is over. We're going to fight for the rest of the stage. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. What a series, guys. What a series. What a start to Challengers. Honestly, yesterday was insanity. Today has been absolutely nothing short of that. And I cannot wait to get some insight from the team. And we have Screwface on the line now for the interview to provide some of this insight. Congratulations. Honestly, I don't know if you got to see the tail end of the segment. We were talking about predictions. We kind of thought TSM had it. You guys come out of the gate, you obliterate them second map. Like, talk to me about this series. Like,
very
what was that?
messed up. I saw the caster and analyst predictions. Listen, first off, I don't blame you guys. It's been a tough year, bro. It's been a tough year. There's been some bad rosters. Not like bad rosters player-wise, but like bad results, right? So I don't blame everybody for thinking that way. But, you know, I knew what we were capable of going into it, and like I think that was just more fuel for the fire, seeing that everybody was like kind of intending for us to get slammed. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good start to the season. It sets the tone, bro. Sets the tone really nicely.
It definitely does. And you said that you knew what the team was capable of. So talk to me a bit more about that, because this is a team too. Like, you guys put in the work in Premier. You've obviously put in the work with Challengers too. Like, talk to me about this roster.
Okay, yeah, a little like long story synopsis. Obviously, the Ambrosia incident happened. That happened. It happens to the best of us. Got cut from that Johnson. I went down, kind of decided to, you know, kind of try again on IGL. Like, I was at the point, I'm not going to lie, like I was very, I would say like directionless with the role. And I felt like the role as like a tier 2, tier 3, like way to pro was like very non-viable, in that I personally believe that I need to be playing support style and like dropping rifles and, you know, making sure that like my hitters have the best percentage chance to win me the round. And I think that just unfortunately is not ideal in tier 2. So I think that was like part of the struggle. And then additionally, like with other rosters, like I don't think like everybody has their own vision, whatever, you know, it's all good, right? But like I wasn't able to unilaterally bring my vision to the game. And I think like those two things happened with this roster, which has been really good. So I was able to join them in Premier, and obviously we kind of like didn't drop a single map on our way to qualifying, both in Premier regular season and in the promotional tournament through playoffs. And I guess, like, I don't know, I like always knew that we were capable of it. And even this time around, like, we don't even have a lot of practice yet. Like, we have, like, I would say a strong map pool, and I'm obviously very proud of how we played today. But we've been plagued by a ton of fifth issues, even like very recently with like, you know, Recoil getting poached to Redacted, you know, like forcing us to basically swap to someone right before the match. And like, obviously I know you guys saw it, right? But like, shout out Steven, he's our 5th man. Shout out Rock, he's our fucking 6th man. And like, he's, you know, low immortal, right? So it's like not the ideal situation for us to come into this match, obviously. But, you know, everybody came in with good vibes, believed in the game plan. We slammed them. Slammed them kind of like honestly kind of violently, bro. Like, Ascent was bad. Like, Lotus was good though. Lotus was good.
You definitely have a way of describing that. That is for sure. But you talked about this vision. I want to circle back to that because you're talking about this vision, the team, you see what they're capable of, and how that's now going to translate for the rest of the split. Because I know that you're not new to Challengers, but this is dire times when we're looking at stage 3 and this journey that you have ahead if you're looking at that goal of Ascension.
Oh, listen, dude. I came into the team. It was before I even joined. I'm like, look, we have a 3-stage plan, okay? Like, it's going to be win Premier flawlessly, qual the Challengers. That's stage 1. If we can't do stage 1, we're completely cooked, but we have to give up. So obviously stage 1 was accomplished successfully. Stage 2 is have a strong enough showing to get into like playoffs themselves. Like, obviously we were going to have learning pains being a new like team of 5. And obviously I was like, at that point, intending to have 2-3 months of practice, which we obviously do not have going into the season. So I think the growing pains are going to be slightly more exacerbated as a result. But I think outside of that, which is obviously making the playoffs, and then stage 3 is qualifying to Ascension by winning playoffs. And like, even before we got into Challengers, I knew we were coming into this Johnson with 0 points, and the only way was to completely flawlessly win and dominate Challengers or just give up. We're just 100% not going to be able to even make Ascension, let alone like try to go on a hero run where we qualify through playoffs off of like a 3rd seed or 2nd seed, right? So I think everybody on the team, since day 1, has understood that like that's the game plan and that's how we're going to make it. And everybody has been practicing with the intent to make it Ascension and win through playoffs. And everybody knows it's our only option. Yeah.
I mean, you sound ready for the journey. You got the plan, everything laid out.
100%.
And Before I let you go, one final question. Obviously, there are some doubters out there. You definitely showed up today. Any final words for those doubters? So maybe there's a little bit more support on your side for next week.
Well, dude, hey, first off, the real ones have stayed supporting the whole time. And this bad year has been, you know, a bad year. And obviously, like, I'm not proud of how I played as an individual. And I'm also not proud of, like, how I led my teams prior. And there's growth to be had for both of those ways, right? But I've been looking at that and I've been keeping myself accountable. I've been trying to grow. And I'm just really excited to, like, have a group of 5 that we can, like, grow and develop with. And I think, like, to the doubters, I mean, at the end of the day, we slammed TSM. They're probably a top 3, top 4 team in the league. It was the easiest 2-0 of my entire VCL career so far. I'm hoping to have a similar outcome versus both Envy and Sen Kubert. Those are the teams that I have my main eye on. Very small shout out, though. I think SAD Esports, yeah, their match is kind of tough. And YP is also a very good team, but I think they're going to be very sleeper as well. But I'm just very excited to show what can be done with a team that, 1, believes in me as a leader fully, and 2, you know, on a team where everybody can shine mechanically as individuals, right? And I think, like, as long as those 2 conditions are met, we could go all the way to the moon. We could go all the way there. I fully believe it.
I mean, you definitely showed up today, so I'm excited to see this journey. Screwface, congrats again on this win. Thank you for chatting, and have a good rest of your night, too.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go on a victory hike. I hope I don't get cut this time. All right, have a good one, guys.
Have a good hike. Enjoy that. Stay safe. Crazy first series on the day. Challengers be challenging. That is absolutely for sure. And we still have another match on the day. Quick break. Get your waters. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America, where truly anything can happen. One more game for us on the main broadcast for the week, and I cannot wait to see how this one fares. Now we're going to be looking at Landor going up against Shopify Rebellion Black, and this is really exciting opportunity to see these teams, because Shopify Rebellion Black, I mean, there is some redemption that needs to be happening here for the team, and you know they're going to be coming into this series hot. On the other end, Landor, this is such a talented group of players. And looking over at this roster, Dan, it's going to be one that has a little bit of change too coming into this season.
Yeah, this is something that you should be expecting for all these early matches that we're going to get early on. I think it's really, at this point, it's really rare, but it's also, it's a cool thing that we're seeing these changes, because you know it's a last minute thing. That scenario, everybody's trying to make it all the way until the end, and those are the kind of changes that you need to bring for the table. I love that we have this matchup, by the way, as well, because you have this core that we've talked about from the beginning of the year of that Shopify Rebellion Black that was doing so well, that went all the way until the end, and then in stage 2, they were absent. They did not make it to playoffs, and now they're making this comeback against a lander that actually won against them before. So you're going for this rematch with these renewed pieces, with these stronger pieces, and obviously with the moves that we know in tier 1, in tier 2, and now I'm excited to see what he's able to do on this team.
And looking over at the roster, this one is going to be interesting, because not only when you swap out a player is there going to be a little bit of, okay, how is this team going to operate? But especially when you're introducing, assumingly, T-Dog IGLing for this team, I think this is going to be especially interesting, especially to Secure Gomp, since T-Dog is someone who we've obviously seen a lot of in challenges, right? T-Dog's not an unknown quantity, and I'm curious with what he's going to be able to bring to the squad with a group of really strong individuals that maybe don't get the props that they should here in the challenger scene.
Yeah, and I know actually T-Dog is IGLing for this team this time around, which is going to be super, super exciting because now not only do you have a team that did manage to take, a 2-0 against Shopify Rebellion Black, but now you also have an extra addition to the team who's wanting to put their best effort forward. I did get to, ask T-Dog, how was the transition? And they said it was nice. They said they feel like they can kind of just adapt to any team that is given to them. And they do want this team to just have that kind of flawless transition to where they can work together, they can listen to each other and trust each other. And that's kind of the vibe they're going for. So for me, Lander, they're coming in strong, they're coming in confident, and they're coming in with a new player who's going to change up the vibe. So, how much better can it get from feeling confident that you've won before and then also feeling confident that your IGL is going to get you there?
And they've gotten some practice games together in grassroots tournaments too. So I'm especially intrigued then that they've gotten a little bit more of experience under their belt too. And for the rest of the Landor team, this is a team that did get to compete together within that stage too. A team, Dan, at that final hurdle took a loss 1-2 to TSM and kept them out of playoffs. So of course the road that they have to go on is going to have to be the winningest one to make it all the way into the playoffs and win the whole thing. But with what they've shown us in this small amount of time we've gotten to see them, I definitely think that this is a very viable route.
It is possible, but it's not going to be easy. And that's, as we mentioned before, that is the case for a lot of the teams. We have not seen a team that has been consistent from stage 1 to stage 2 and now moving to stage 3. So that's something that everybody knows, that the only way is winning. The only way is to make it until the end, to get that #1 spot, and that way make it to Ascension, have a chance at making it to that tier 1. And it's for Lander, I think the pieces are there, especially with this addition of Moose. I think he was amazing when he was playing for Cloud9. He is really good at clutching and saving a lot of scenarios for his team. So now in this roster, that is kind of the little pieces that you need, right? When you want to build a strong team, things like having somebody that is able to clutch out, having that fearless duelist that is able to go in and sometimes gonna get taken down, but he's gonna get traded. And I feel like that is there for Lander. But you do have a big challenge today, because after what happened in stage 2 for Shopify Rebellion Black, I know they're angry. I know they're looking to get those wins again.
I mean, Landor has this challenge to go up against Shopify Rebellion Black, and now Shopify Rebellion Black, they have that challenge of overcoming what was stage 2 that was, to put it bluntly, pretty rough. A lot of expectations, Gompers, obviously, for this team when we're looking at the team that, I mean, they won stage 1. Like we know that they're a very capable team here, but something just happened here. So what does this road to redemption look like for the team? That's my question.
It's going to be difficult. Again, there's not, I do think keeping the roster was the best decision. Of course, the only swap out being Jacob, coming in now for this team. But for me, keeping this roster and actually just kind of minimizing the mistakes and focusing on the weaknesses, I think is better than swapping out new people and then finding new weaknesses, in my opinion. And I think they're doing a good job so far at keeping themselves aligned, coming back in with a new mindset. They were looking shaky in terms of gameplay and synergy. Before, I think it was 2 series out of 6 that they had managed to take. And that's unfortunate for a team this dominant that kind of came into stage 1 winning every single game. And now you can't even win 2 is absolutely insane. And I am hoping, are these changes that are going to be made, with this new player, Jacob, coming in, is it going to be like a phenomenal switch to where, hey, we can finally see what Shopify Rebellion is kind of coming in with? Oh, my apologies. Actually, Pancakes is Jacob, so wanted to correct myself.
We're switching up the names. We're making it fun. There is a couple different names that he was throwing around.
There had to be a change.
I got baited.
I think that was the goal. I don't know. There was a couple different name changes that he was debating over on Twitter, and everyone's like, no, why? I don't know, Jacob. We liked the Pancakes vibe over here, but you do you, man. But the only change to the team going to be just a little bit of a name change. Other than that, this is a team that has had some winning ways and wants to try and stick along with that. Looking back at the performances from stage 2, Dan, talk a little bit more about that, especially pulling up a couple of the numbers, because we talked about the rest of the team. Like, they have recipe for success, and I'm right away looking at Paint and that impact that we have seen from him in the past.
Of course, Paint was, when they were playing that stage 1 and they were doing so good, Paint was the reason why. He was having some insane maps where it was like he was just completely untouchable. Nobody could get close to the things that he was doing. And that says a lot, knowing the duelists that we have in the scene right now. But yeah, they played a few matches. They played into that Swiss stage. They started well, and then things started falling apart. They didn't make it to playoffs as it was expected. And then it was a whole deal because this was a team that we said it was going to be the favorite to make it to Ascension, and now they don't even have that spot confirmed, even though that was the expectation that we had and they had at the beginning of the year. So going into the stage, a lot of that pressure for this team, even though they are one of the favorites, the pressure is still on for them.
The least, at least when I look at the Shopify Rebellion Black, you saw some teams that maybe had a little bit of struggle and they're switching up the roster, try and switch around some pieces, see what can work. For Shopify Rebellion Black, the fact that they're sticking with the same roster, I feel like there is then something behind the scenes, Gomps, that there has to be some confidence, whether it is okay, we run it back, what they're switching up. That is going to be, I think, the most interesting piece of this puzzle that I'm looking forward to in this first week, because no changes means something else has to give, right?
No, I definitely think we're going to see, honestly, some really pivotal compositional changes. I don't think they're going to be running the same things that we've seen. I think they've noticed their, kind of like the flaws in each and every single composition they played. And I'm hoping they actually play more to the strengths that each of them have, right? I do genuinely believe we'll be able to see I do want to see BCJ kind of roam a little bit more into, they're an insane player when it comes to their own mechanics and their own gameplay. So I'm hoping they let BCJ kind of roam and do their own thing for a little bit instead of having to be, that oppositional player that is constantly having to adjust with the team. So I think overall, this team has so much potential. I mean, this is Shopify Rebellion Black. They wouldn't be signed if they didn't have potential. So I don't know. I predicted the last time TSM would win. I predicted here Shopify would win. So I feel like my hands are tied. I don't know what else to say. I'm hoping they win. So.
Wow, bias over on the desk.
That's
what is
crazy.
it? You're hoping they win?
Admitting it is crazy.
I mean, I'm not hoping. Sorry. Wait. Scratch that.
No, too late.
It's on the bot. It's absolutely too late. But biased us, you heard it here, guys. But let's talk about a couple of the players. You're excited to see BCJ. The excitement that I have for this series, not only to see BCJ and the rest of them, but I want to talk about this head-to-head we have and talk about Paint versus Chaotic. Because Chaotic was someone that we've highlighted for playing just like his namesake. And Paint on the other end, Dan, was one of these duelists that was talks for one of the top duelists that we have in a league, and a league absolutely stacked with duelists, always been able to make an impact. So this is going to be amazing.
I love this. And again, this is a match that already happened before where we thought it was going to be this very close head-to-head between the two, kind of going back and forth in those rounds, but it was actually Paint being very dominant, and yet still a lander that is able to take the win with the Chaotic struggling a little bit. What I like about Chaotic is that, the game doesn't always depend on him, but he's as I mentioned before, that fearless duelist that is able to just go in, do what is asked for him to do what you're expecting to do on the duelist role, and kind of trust in that team after that. For Paint, I feel like he does kind of play a little bit different, where you are relying on him a lot. When he's having a good game, you see that Shopify Rebellion that we're used to seeing, and when he's struggling a little bit, you don't really see them wake up. But Paint is so good. I feel like finding that consistency is something that he definitely had the chance to do so after that stage 2, after all those frustrations, and then coming into stage 3. I do expect that consistency, and I do expect a really good showcase between these two today.
Yeah, when you're looking at these teams, the talent on both of them is definitely proving to be a very good series ahead of us. So we've been absolutely jinxing everything today. So I hope in saying just that we're surely not, right? No. Surely, guys. No. But let's start talking about the series, though. Map picks and bans. I think where this is going to be especially interesting for the team is we haven't necessarily gotten to see too much of the team since that Tejo meta, with neither of them making that playoffs, and especially too with Landor with the new IGL. What's going to happen there? Like, how does that identity change? But to start things off, Dan, it's going to be SRB picking up Icebox. Chill out the series just a little bit to kick us off.
I am really excited just because of how long it's been since we last saw them play this map. And on top of that, since we last saw them play at all. So I'm really going into these maps kind of like starting from zero for Shopify Rebellion Black. They knew they had a lot of mistakes to fix, knowing the teams that they lost against, right? They were teams that they were not supposed to lose against. So recovering and coming stronger from that means like kind of a new beginning for this team where you are expecting a little bit of the same that they're bringing, but also kind of getting ready for what is going to be the new meta, what is going to be those new maps that we're going to be bringing very soon.
I think too, from an official perspective as well, we didn't get to see Lander play too much of Icebox, you know, to start off down in stage 2. So for them to kind of come into here and want to vibe it out and see, you know, what they could work alongside T-Dog, that to me is a bit exciting. You know, we've seen crazy stuff on Icebox, whether that be Arena being pulled out, double duelist, right? Double controller. So it really is like the whole entire world is your oyster for this first map for sure.
I cannot wait to see exactly where this one's going to be going, especially too with the two very different storylines, but two very capable teams. Two teams that I do expect, I'll say it early, I do expect both these teams to be within the playoffs. I think that they definitely have that capability here. But in terms of this series, how my prediction ended up, there is only one way I could go. Yeah, there is only one way I could go, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm scared because I predicted the same as Gompers, honestly. That's
I know,
my biggest
guys.
thing. I'm sorry, Gomps. I'm sorry.
I think we're just vibing. I don't know what's going on. We're all very, very in tune, and I like it. I'm also scared because I agree. No one should have voted what I voted after the last match. So, and I think Landor has so much potential to really take this team in stride. So, especially with that last win, I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not my prediction is correct.
I think the biggest thing for me, this one actually was pretty tough. Not because I don't believe in SRB, even though, you know, I think it'd be valid for the confidence to be a little shaken after stage 2. But yeah. I do think that Landor has a lot of potential on their end. I think the only thing is I want to see in Challengers how T-Dog is integrated within this team before I start really trying to predict them later on down the road. But I do think that it'll be a pretty close match here, Dan.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be close. And again, I think one thing that is going to be a difference maker for Lander is this addition of Moose. He is so good. Again, I think I was really surprised when I saw that he got kicked from Cloud9 back then. And it's been some time. He hasn't been playing. And now he's back. So the possibilities are infinite of how he's been able to find that synergy with the rest of the squad. But I feel like he's just so good individually that it just seems like the way that he's going to work around the team is going to potentially help them out to now get the second win against the Shopify team.
It'll be pretty good. And production's trying to jump in here with their own predictions. They're all trying to say that they're always right and we're always wrong. I don't know about that one, guys. I absolutely do not know, but production be productioning over there. But well, let's get into this series. Let's focus back in on this. Let's make production do their job, and let's do our job over here in delivering this agent select, everything else. I think this is going to be interesting too, because I don't quite know where the team's minds are at, but getting into it, Gomps, this is going to be some more so standard stuff, which also seems just about right.
Yeah, the Icebox, choice is pretty meta. I guess I could say there's nothing really too spectacular about it that I would point out. I know T-Dog is phenomenal on the Sova. This is pretty much their mainstay pick, and honestly, the agent they prefer when it comes down to having to IGL and kind of play the game at the same time and feed back that information. I think in terms of, we talked a bit about Lander and how they could set up that duelist for success. I think T-Dog and as an IGL, we did get to see a lot in previous games that they are phenomenal at exposing that comfort to the duelist and actually allowing everyone to kind of play in cohesion. So I think this is a pretty good pick for Lander in terms of, just instead of swapping out that Killjoy for that Sage.
And I do like the Sage here. I feel like I'm usually not a Sage enjoyer in most of the maps, but here I can see the value, especially when they switch sides, when Lander goes on the attacking side, the way that you're able to plan that spike, get that extra protection, get that extra delay at least for the side of Shopify Rebellion to go for that retake, I think is just something that does bring a lot of value. But I think, again, these are very standard compositions that we're used to seeing on Icebox, and that's what you want to see for Lander and Shopify Rebellion Black. You want to see something simple to start off, kind of get that momentum going, and see if any of them can close it out in two.
Yeah, I think all the players are super strong. The fundamentals there. So seeing some good, honest Valorant with these compositions is exactly what we need. But it's time to get into the server with these two strong teams to see who's going to be the first to take the point in the series. And let's head back over to your casters, Marks and Tenric. Have fun, boys.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Sure is some good, honest Valorant from two strong teams. But, Marks, we all picked the same one to win. And, history as short as it is shows that doesn't tend to go well. So, have you lost any confidence in Shopify Rebellion chances of winning this matchup, or was it always kind of close for you? Because for me, it was quite close coming into this.
Yeah, it really is close coming into this. So if people are coming into this matchup and they're just like, well, we're looking at Landor versus Shopify Rebellion. Well, I'm aware of the Shopify Rebellion brand. Wait, didn't they win stage 1? Oh yeah, that's right, they did. This should be a shoo-in. But if you've paid attention to Landor, these guys have been showing up, and their squad looks honestly really good. Obviously, we talked a lot about T-Dog joining the squad, and I think that is going to be the biggest question, whether or not that's going to fit in well, whether or not T-Dog is going to fit in with the rest of the squad. But on the other side, Shopify Rebellion, they really didn't have that many good results from stage 2. And like the desk was saying, hopefully they have taken some time. Hopefully they have worked through some of the issues that were kind of going on here. And I do know that they are pretty darn good at Icebox. So here's to hoping that they're able to get their own map pick, because once again, if Landor takes this one, then it might be looking like the desk might be completely wrong.
Yeah, this is definitely Shopify Rebellion Black's map to lose. Their roster is unchanged. Their game plans should be very much different, though. Hopefully prepared for a stage they'll need to perform well in if they want to make it to Ascension, despite that opening stage 1 win. We'll start their attack side, creeping up mid for the most part, but T-Dog staying nice and far back, grabbing that first pick. Rest of Landor trying to restabilize as Shopify has crept in through the woodwork, but everybody's cool, calm, and collected. Bones and T-Dog holding down the back line without a care in the world. They'll deal with the spike in a moment when the rest of the team is here. 4v2 is Jacob is already creeping up kitchen. His name is still Pancakes on the UI. I'm gonna have an internal conflict about that this whole match. It's on BCJ, who allegedly might have his Riot account hacked right now, so also dealing with some stuff. We got, you know, Shopify's just going through some stuff right now, man, you know? That's all.
What if we all are just like, we're all collectively going through it? I know I'm going through it. I know these guys are going through it. But yeah, I mean, hey, on the UI, it does say Jacob, so we're at least confident that Pancakes is Jacob.
That guy is Jacob and not, guys, it's not Pancakes. That guy is Jacob. Okay.
Oh, I miss Pancakes. This Jacob guy, I don't know, but you know, let's see how this one plays out. But no, so yeah, once again, talking about like that whole narrative, right? Like Shopify Rebellion, they haven't changed anything. Sure, Pancakes has changed their name. Should be fine on that front, but beyond that, Shopify Rebellion, they should have had the opportunity to discuss some of these things and work through it. And once again, they should be pretty good on this map. We're seeing them now go for the Stinger Rush, as the T-Dog going to be moving forwards pretty aggressively to grab that orb very early on, and it's a full retreat. Thanks to a little bit of that slow orb there, Landor walk away for free.
Yeah, loving that push with the help of the slow orb. Good to see Moose on this Sage here in Icebox. It's something we've seen him push to before whenever he flexes for a team. And here on the newly restructured Landor with the help of T-Dog as well. No doubt, a nice fill. Potentially the way to go. Shopify will still be able to kind of just keep moving on forward.
Does. We on Prod are having a little bit of an issue right now. To be unable to see what is going on here. But you know, like, I want to highlight something else as well that Bess was kind of talking about. Obviously, we're still very early on in this map and, you know, understanding what is going on. But really Moose coming in from C9, you know, was really making a pretty big name for himself over there. And then coming back in, since joining Landor, has been a really big standout player. And I'm wondering how much of that like professional experience, that tier 1 experience that Moose has been able to bring to this squad has really helped round out this Landor roster. So things, once again, have been looking pretty good for Landor. And honestly, I know that we all dreaded Shopify Rebellion, but to me, Landor do feel like they might be able to come out on top. It's going to come down to that preparation that Shopify have kind of had. And conversely, compared to a lot of the other teams and challengers participating in other tournaments, Shopify Rebellion has been a little bit more quiet. They haven't really showcased what they have available in other little tournaments that have been going on. Instead, it is more likely that they've just been kind of scrimming internally. Thankfully, like the Shopify Rebellion brand, pretty large, so that I imagine they've had plenty of teams to scrim with, especially since the team is based in Toronto, or at least Shopify is based in Toronto, and we just had VCT Masters.
Yeah, Shopify has no doubt had plenty of really good practice and also recent practice. So there really should be no excuses for Shopify to not be in like tip-top shape, to not be at their pinnacle today, coming in against Landor. But like you said, a wide range of experience coming in from this team. Moose, obviously the longest tenured. In fact, the guy has been on Shopify Rebellion before. But these other newer players to the T2 scene like Chaotic and Sacred have been really making their own impact on this team. And it almost got Landor to playoffs last stage. Toxic Screen will get Shopify pretty far, but Chaotic just holding down the line. Anything that is open season for this Jet this round. And it'll net him 4 on this go around. Landor easily taking this bonus away. Already a very strong start.
Yeah, strong start indeed. They're able to pick up the weapons as well. As yeah, once again, Shopify Rebellion still waiting to see those moments of greatness. Specifically for me, I really want to see Paint pop up again. Having watched how stage 1 went, seeing them just kind of rise to the top, seeing Paint as well just frag out of their mind. Haven't been really treated to that since that finals. And meanwhile, Chaotic just kind of swinging on him, going for all of these crazy plays, will be always taking those duels. And we're starting to notice that those who are able to frag, especially in challengers, have really made a huge difference for their individual teams.
Hunter's Fury gotten early by BCJ. He's going to let it fly now to ward Chaotic off. In fact, he's almost going to be able to completely get rid of him, but the healing orb from Moose gets him back up to snuff. Rest of Landor can now prepare a stack. Shopify have all the time in the world. They're already starting to kite a bit. Spaz moving on over to B main. While BCJ gonna throw out a drone in mid here. See if anybody's coming in early. Nice 4-1 to spread thin, keep resources over on the other side of the map for as long as possible, but Chaotic is still so close. Can Paint pop off? Not this time around. In fact, Chaotic is going to do a little bit more. Moose's turn to get active on top of that barrier orb. The Hunter's Fury will just cruise right below him and take care of all of that low ground. Moose will manage all of the high and forces Muncie to drop down and grab that spike and hightail it away over to the B site. That has been slightly opened up by Spaz. Now that the stack has been fully moved over. Landor, the job is not fully done yet, but with 25 seconds to go, Shopify don't have much of a window to work with. I'll hand this over.
I just want to highlight, Sacred made sure that the B site was more or less locked down, and that's why you didn't see any of the members of Landor rotate themselves over, allowing to make sure to crunch Shopify onto A. Now that the spike goes down, it's going to be obvious where these last 2 players are. 4v2 on this retake. Shopify, they need to get this round.
So necessary. Little more util in the bank for Landor as they make their approach. No reason to hide it. First peek out from Monsi's good. Second from Spaz is 2. Ultimately, it's a 2v2. First tap on the spike. You gotta peek it. Double swing from Shopify. It's beautiful. And Sacred stands alone. Monsi ultimately grabbing 4 this round. Shopify on the board here. That looked quite clean.
A bad situation getting completely reversed around thanks to 2 members on Shopify Rebellion, Monsi and Spaz, staying alive, the dynamic duo, holding so many different angles, and you can see the timing was excellent. As soon as Monsi turns around the corner, all barrels are focused on Spaz. Or sorry, as soon as, yeah, okay, yeah, I got my names right there, but it just looked so clean from Shopify. Despite the fact that they split up and went for these different angles, it worked out perfectly for them. So they finally get that first round onto the board. We see Chaotic pop the knives very early on. And it's going to be that pressure outside of A, trying to take a little bit of space for Landor. Meanwhile, Sacred, as well as Bones, will be able to watch this B site. As a Shopify Rebellion, they've really committed all their members over here.
Alarmbot catching the push. But again, Landor taking their time. Sacred very patient on this push and now can use that to really slow things down with the help of the snakebite. He'll grab 2 before going down. But BCJ turning back. Catching T-Dog on the extension from Snowman. Landor's still got to watch their 6s, but so does Shopify. Everybody's watching in the front, so Chaotic can just swing in with the knives and finish off easy peasy from there. Very great defense so far from Landor. Really no leaks in the ship. Everything is ship shape.
And also too, it feels like they just know what Shopify Rebellion Black are doing. Like you see, of course, Chaotic. We were expecting a little bit more of a rambunctious jet player here, but just going so far into spawn, they haven't even fully executed yet and already is in their spawn, making sure to catch that timing just on this backline. Sure, the Killjoy gets taken out, but you're just simply not expecting Chaotic to be in your back like that. So Landor, ready to just put the entire desk to shame right now. Has the L11 in hand. Like these rounds have been so quick, and I think that speaks to Landor's style. They're very much ready to take these engagements and very much ready to just frag out, and we're gonna just pretend that we did not see that dart.
Good thing BCJ has another way to gain intel. Here goes that drone. That'll clear yellow this time, but Sacred is able to dance around it. And Shopify don't really have much to push with anyway. Paint the only one with the hero rifle here. And he hasn't really been able to get too active yet either. Great paranoia to open up the lane, and BCJ will use it to get an opener. Rest of Shopify can hop onto site, but Landor has made it back in time to fight this out. And they'll just pop a lockdown on top of it. Paint's gonna just W key down it though. Risks the lockdown in order to grab that kill. Monsi, great cross though. That turns it to a 1v2. Chaotic is going to be able to grab a proper rifle and pivot back over a little sooner than Shopify may expect, but still they have a 2v1, more than enough room, and they'll even throw their own lockdown into this to guarantee the plan.
Wow, that's a very heavy investment from Shopify here. 1v2 scenario, they weren't able to scoop up any weaponry, unfortunately, because all the rifles get dropped onto that base site. And now Chaotic will be moving into this 1v2.
No smokes to his name. How deep does he decide to dig? The turret will be the first line of defense. First corner cleared. Finds the head of Monsi. Just has a feeling about Spaz, but can't clear it. And Shopify will hold on to a round. It's 4-2 now, but by the skin of their teeth.
Scary for a second there. Looks like Chaotic was going to be able to do it, able to find that crispy headshot. And then Shopify Rebellion Black. Thankfully, Spaz able to stay alive. Finger in hand makes it work, but yeah, this is the type of pressure that we need to see Shopify kind of put onto Landor moving in. It's those moments of hesitation when they get stopped down, when they're forced to just slow their plan. We see Shopify kind of crumble. That time around, it was so well executed. It's going to be Paint this time. Knives going to be activated. BCJ as well. Does have that Hunter's Fury online, so a couple of tools. We're seeing Landor, though, move all the way out of that B site so deep. And look at this excellent paranoia combo.
They just really threw everything in there. Shopify's aggression finally paying off here. They have really wasted no time this entire game, but only now has it really looked clean. And BCJ will put a nice bow on it, in fact. So Landor will be forced to fully reset in an environment that could end up tying the game. So another 11th hour clutch by Shopify Rebellion Black that'll keep this half stable, at least for now.
And kind of crazy. I mean, they just thread the needle. An excellent combination of utility kind of coming in there. Supported by a Hunter's Fury, supported by the Paranoia, and Paint just gets 2 free kills. And that's a really good just momentum boost for Shopify Rebellion here. Like you said, should be slowly getting their way back in. We're seeing Landor get forced onto a save. Shopify, it's going to be this adaptation that we need to see from them. Make sure that they're ready for some of this aggression forwards. And like, look at this already. We're seeing Spaz as well as Paint. Watch for that aggression forwards based off of how that last round went. And so they play a different game this time. Landor, though, they dig their heels in and just wait for something to happen. With the hop going down, potentially gets information heard out. Chaotic, though, just on the other side, does have the Sheriff in hand, ready for Shopify to walk forward.
Oh, Sacred can't bait one away, but Chaotic not properly checked. Only gets one before falling.
Shadows traveling.
Shopify have enough to work with. Paint drops down, given some grace, no shots taken. But Landor setting up shop to be able to at least try and chip away a body or two along the way. BCJ tossing some shock darts that find their mark. Moose spraying through the smoke to find BCJ on the way out of the post plant, though. That's just terrific understanding of the pathing. Turn it back into something relatively competitive. Jacob still with the smokes he can set up if need be. He's actually got the Paranoia keyed up on top of this spike first, so everybody can just swing it and hold it. They'd rather do that against the Sheriffs. So we are indeed tied up at 4. Shopify Rebellion are starting to really clean things up. The speed is starting to play to their benefit rather than Landor's as well. That's a really big noticeable thing. And then they slowed it down this round when Landor were actually forced to an eco. So I appreciate, you know, how much respect Shopify are continuing to pay Landor despite their tempo.
Yeah, you know, just shaking off the rust a little bit. Shopify Rebellion Black, looking like that squad that we would have expected them to be. Not feeling as much like a stomp as those first 3 rounds did. But now Chaotic will have the sniper rifle in hand. Sacred as well does have that Viper Spit, so a couple of tools available for Landor. Chaotic just full sending it. Might have been a little bit of a throw there. Gets completely blindsided by Pancakes. So aggressive on the angle, expecting to find a kill there as the cavalry comes in onto T-Dog shortly.
Yeah, T-Dog, yeah, not nearly enough of a window of time for him to even grab that one before he would ultimately get killed anyway. Just not worthwhile either way. The rest of Landor behind you. Not much setup this round anyway. Bones playing bare bones. Can only land 1 shot in time. So Sacred already too far in to really, go back down. We'll just see if he can fish for a kill. At least for a moment with this toxic screen. For something. Great shot onto Paint. Oh, but Monty's made his way around the back. Shopify taking the lead, having a massive economic waterfall as well. This has been such a sudden setup from them. Really impressive.
Yeah, and it's really just completely flipped the script on that last round as well. We see such a heavy investment. Chaotic going for that operator, finds absolutely nothing, and it's in an irrecoverable spot. So even if they wanted to save, it doesn't really make that much sense. Rifles all get dropped as well. This time it's going to be potentially a stinger buy coming through for Landor. I'm expecting maybe a little bit more aggression this time, but I think that Shopify have really started playing their own tune, and Landor have not been able to find an opportunity to kind of push them around, find a little bit more space. It really feels like Shopify have that read. This time around, they're going to be exploring onto this A site. Landor a little bit more scared this time. And as a result of that, they just simply lack information. We're not seeing those far forward holds onto that B site, giving Landor the heads up that Shopify Rebellion might be moving in onto A. And so as a result, they really just have to rely on Bones to be able to hold it themselves. And that is going to be a tall order. The utility, though, should give away the game plan.
much less telegraphed in the first 15 meters than the front 9 rounds. Leading to Landor just handing the space over, really. They know how much Shopify has to throw it at, and Shopify is going to throw it all. Bites. Hunter's Fury actually thrown in on that first tap. Shopify entirely pushed back a bit.
30 seconds left.
So Landor can play this close range with these Stingers now that they're on the low ground again. They've made this an interesting fight again, but BCJ has the off angle, and the rest of Shopify can go for the pinches they need to. Landor trying to put Shopify in panic mode this round, and they do a great job of almost getting there, but Shopify have enough to get over the line.
And let's talk about that macro game coming in, because excellent read from Shopify Rebellion on what potentially Landor might do on the attack there. We see immediately spike tap. All right, let's back it out and look at that. Hunter's Fury from T-Dog. Play deal like a fiddle. Okay, let's go back in. Spike tap. Okay, now let's go and rearrange and get ready for Landor to rush in on top of us. Exactly like you said, Tenrek. Oh, they're here. Landor set up and available to go. Surely they're going to hit the gas pedals, and Shopify were ready for it. They immediately get off that spike and just play for the kills instead, not even really giving Landor an opportunity really to make their way onto site. Just an excellent macro game play coming in from Shopify Rebellion Black.
We'll see Jacob find that first leg of aggression here at round 11 on top of the tube. That'll get taken down by the Owl drone, so Shopify will have to kind of pick away at a new space. Looks like B lane is their choice at the moment. Historically, this has been held by Sacred from Yellow, so they'll have to do a lot of manual clearing, and Sacred hasn't even dropped anything there. You see Shopify pinging away at Snowman at the moment. They understand how vulnerable they've been from that angle this whole map. They know that someone can kind of just swing out and start spraying, especially on the post plant. The second this push is telegraphed, Sacred is going to pop that pit. And he's staying really close to this team. It's very risky with very few members of Landor here, but Bones is on the outskirts and he's able to find the opener onto paint. Question is, where does Shopify go from here? They're just going to weave the outside of the pit at the moment. They'll head out into Snowman, in fact. Jacob's all the way in the back. And they're going to set up their own pit, intertwining. BCJ finding Bones on the way in as well. And another corner of the B side has been picked away. It's twin pits that these teams are bashing heads with here in the post plant. And Sacred has got to duck back into his. It'll be relegated. Shopify's pit stands alone, and it stands strong! What an insane snail's pace game that Shopify managed to play this round. And in a 4v3, with so much time left on the clock, Landor's got to just give it up!
Toxins going up.
That is one of the most impressive rounds I have ever seen in this game. That was so amazing. Oh my God, what a pick.
Genuinely delighted that we got to see that round there. It is the perfect thing where it's like, man, this pit's kind of a problem. What if we just like went around it? And we see immediately Jacob / Pancakes teleport into the back of that B site, just closer to Snowman, scope it out and be like, actually, things are pretty chill over here. Well, you know what? They didn't pit the back of the site, so why don't we just deploy our own? And it feels like Landor just got hit with some sort of discombobulator, because as soon as that pit goes up and the spike goes down, they were just looking around like, wait a second, did they plant inside of the pit? I don't think they did. Why is there another pit going on here? Honestly, just a fantastic kind of goofy round coming through, but it works out perfectly for Shopify.
Oh, and another read onto this early op. Shopify now have every reason to just put the foot to the floor. Just such a terrific understanding of the macro here from Shopify in this latter bit of the half.
Oh, they're going for it.
They'll still be able to get this plant down. Moose can grab Monsi on the fadeaway, but everybody else is A-okay. Who's going for the res, can get the barrier up, but everyone else just gets sprayed down! It's a war zone that Shopify wins! And it's 8-4 exiting their attack half. A wild recovery that shows how intelligent this team is.
7 rounds in a row for Shopify Rebellion. Honestly, just excellent calling from that squad. They're making it look so well rehearsed. On top of that too, even making that call to go for the plant even when the lockdown is up there, it's a little bit greedy, but it works out perfectly because you know what? This is a site on Icebox. You don't have to play forwards. You don't have to play onto the spike. You can just spam from all sorts of angles so far away from the spike and you'll be just fine. And Shopify just ready for it. Landor once again looking a little bit confused about that. They were like, oh, I guess they actually went for that spike plant. And unfortunately that they don't have an opportunity to turn it around. So really Shopify Rebellion just in total just strides right now as they look to potentially close out map number 1. 8-4 in this half. Now they're on the defense. Sacred starting it out with a kill onto Jacob.
Great start on the lurk as Jacob playing an intensely active Omen, knowing that Spaz has him covered on the smokes. But Landor feeling pretty confident to approach this now. B-side's pretty well held though. 2 for 1 as they'll try to make their approach again. Moose with the barrier orb should have no trouble this time.
Spike planted.
And we'll just fight directly after. Spot and Bones on the throw. Able to swing on Moose first, but yeah, that's a great swing from Bones. Nice and early. Nothing to throw at this. Monsi's gonna hold for half. Wow, he got away with it. Down 2. Yeah, just toy with it. Take your cook, buddy. Oh, no way. The perfect timing to step up. The fake! But Sacred's got enough to work with. Again, I just terrifically played the whole way through, though. Like,
yeah, 100%. And now we're kind of seeing the composition of Landor really get to shine, in my opinion. This double wall setup, specifically with the barrier orb, I think is so nifty. And sure, the strategy does get a little bit old over time. You know exactly what to expect from the Sage, but it's so effective, especially on the rounds where your opponent does not have adequate weaponry really to shoot the barrier orb down pretty quickly. So on those pistol rounds and everything, and can really just stall things out for a second. Pancakes, little bit aggressive there and was able to get one shot off, but Moose with the stinger is able to punish that one. So it will be an early man advantage for Landor.
Once again, pretty readable.
Here.
But look, if the game plan from Shopify is the same as last half, be the most predictable team in North America for the first 4 rounds, and then be one of the most interesting teams I've ever seen for the next 8, then, I mean, doing the math, they'll end up winning.
We love some quick math.
Nobody else is pivoted to B-side here on top of Jacob's run-in with the law. So it looks like we'll just be dying to spike.
Yeah, I mean,
I would imagine.
it's round number 2. You don't really have the adequate weaponry. Jacob kind of ran it down there, trying to hope for a nifty kill, not able to find that. And so the best you can hope for, especially with the Killjoy turret kind of watching your back there, is a couple of kills at most. But Landor should be more or less comfortable with this one, and they will be able to carry a full bonus over if everything works out perfectly. And once again, it just feels like Landor, especially in some of these earlier rounds in the halves, are just completely on another level. As Moose is able to find one, but Spaz at least able to turn that corner there. And down with the spike they shall go. Except for Paint, who stays alive. And
Get there, Paint! No!
Oh, that's unlucky. The spike giveth and the spike taketh.
He was too busy fragging. Oh, that's so funny. Oh,
Oopsies.
man. Oh, he's gotten... Dude, he's so broke. He can't even buy a rifle now.
Oopsies.
That's so funny, bro.
Oh, not the best there, but once again, like I think when we talk about the macro of this game, being the 2 heads of the team, it's going to be T-Dog up against BCJ. Obviously, both IGLs that have been kind of running the circuit in Challengers. BCJ so far has had a much better read on this game. Let's see if that continues, because that becomes especially more important here on this defense, because, you know, you give up a little bit too much ground, and the next thing you know, you're playing spam angles from long distances, and it's so hard to just kind of root out that post-plant positioning. So it's going to be really important for Shopify Rebellion, either to prevent the spike from getting planted, or just completely run over them as the spike is going down.
This round is very timing contingent. Shopify desperate to just stick a knife in this battering ram. BCJ will relinquish the recon bolt for the sake of knowing that there's still a stack here, and they'll press the trigger. BCJ the first to fall. Pain catch an advantage. Too many grounds to look at, and Pancakes alone. Jacob alone. Paint saving grace on the early hold. Monty is here to play support. And Landor is still not broken through yet. That was the opening fight, just to get that couple high grounds. Still though, personnel advantage. Util burn through. They swing onto it. Paint will finally fall. But now Spaz is here to play support, and he'll grab two. Monty can turn the wheel just a little bit more, and now there's 10 seconds left for Sacred to get this spike down, and he just can't. Spaz, great quick reposition to give Shopify their 9th.
And we've been talking a lot about the macro gameplay, you know, the brains going on, the battle of the intelligence between these two teams. But one thing that I'm noticing that is pretty consistent is Spaz staying alive to the end of some of these rounds and being able to clutch it up. And having a player that can do that kind of stuff is so important on these teams, because, you know, we are having some of those moments where, yeah, sure, the macro gameplay is going your way, but Landor, like, they're pretty big punchers too. They're able to find the kills necessary, and so making sure that Spaz is still alive towards the end there and find value has been instrumental in Shopify winning these rounds.
Now Paint joining in with the push. Jacob is over on mid. Shopify gonna win the majority of this stopper at first, but Chaotic will put a hole right through it and turn it to a 2v3 out of nowhere. Give them another shot. I kind of taking this down, but Shopify, terrific attempt to just sort of put a quick stop to this, not give Landor really a chance to even get a word in edgewise. It'll work out pretty well, keep it too stable this time. Starting to get that economy back in flow and hitting double digits.
Hey, remember when everyone in VCT was talking about, like, oh, you know, you're fragging IGL, that's what's going to really lead your team to victory. Well, we do see that in Challengers as well. I think that is definitely the case, because the IGL being able to frag out while make those calls makes a huge difference. But BCJ has been on fire this map. Between, you know, making the right calls, outbraining Landor, to even just individually fragging out and positioning properly, it's been looking fantastic from the Sova, from Shopify Rebellion thus far. Landor, they're back onto this economy buy. They're back to kind of scrambling to try and take a little bit of space here. But my apologies, it's not BCJ making the call, it is Monty making the call. So quick correction on my end.
Well, even still, Shopify's players as a whole have a nice knowledge base of how Landor operates. Meanwhile, their entire calling strategy has changed, T-Dog being the new IGL. And I have a feeling that a lot of Shopify knows how T-Dog calls. Landor, nice pokes. We've made it to the back of Kitchen here. BCJ has a little bit of homework to do before he focuses on the spike. Paint cruising on through. We'll find Sacred. BCJ gets the kill credit, though. Dude, you got to use your Hunter's Fury. You got dead weight.
Oh, something like that. And still, we will be able to see Moose and T-Dog get that spike down.
Scanning ahead.
Okay, Hunter's Fury now coming out for BCJ.
Oh, and he
Gets
catches
the first
Moose.
thing here. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that'll be ball game for sure. You don't even have to look at the guy. Just throw a shock dart. Another great idea there from Landor, I will say. And again, T-Dog's playbook rolls deep, but it's something that Landor is new to working with, and it's not something that members of Shopify are new to playing against. So there's a lot of adjustment that Landor has to do, and not so much that Shopify does.
Yeah.
Again, big shout out to Monty on these macro reads. I gotta say, like Landor has not been very telegraphable this game, and yet Shopify has just been very attuned to how this attack operates. Really impressive stuff.
And once again, it feels like they've just got their finger on the pulse on how to play this map. And Landor, you know, sticking to very basic stuff on how you would want to do this. We're going to be seeing them go for a timeout this time around, you know, before this gets a little bit too out of control. But I don't know, at this point, you see Landor have really good rounds at the start of the halves, and then it just kind of flips over to Shopify Rebellion, and then suddenly they're just running away with all of these rounds. And it doesn't feel like Landor have an opportunity really to put their foot in the door. It's really just good alt cycling coming in from Shopify Rebellion, you know, making sure that they've got their weapons, the economy is looking good every single time, and Landor have been really struggling. We're seeing Chaotic go for these crazy unreal plays moving forwards there, but you know, unfortunately it's not enough to carry them across the finish line currently, especially when they go into some of these brawls. Monty just has such a good read at what Landor want to do. We saw it when Landor was on the defense, and we're seeing it again when Landor are on the attack.
This map is very reminiscent to me of how Shopify Rebellion Black won a lot of their maps in stage 1. You know, the peak Shopify that we saw. And it's kind of, you know, what ultimately became a lot of the mentality for North American Challenger teams in general, which is very momentum-based conditioning, where you show off how heavy you can dominate, you get a couple rounds off of that, and then you break check, and you start introducing new stuff, and you throw this team completely off their heels. Shopify, they're continuing to kind of wean on and off this aggression, and it's been working very well so far on the defense, but Landor have a lot of resources and a lot of space on top of Shopify's early aggression here on A main, and they'll use that to res themselves into a 5v3. Spaz is committing to this Viper's Pit down B lane as well, so Landor don't have to dive into too much here.
Viper's Pit as well deployed all the way onto that B site. And Landor, this time, it's just measured aggression. Understanding that they have that res, make full use of it, and now they will be walking their way onto site.
His approaches have been so great already this map from Landor. He's managed the high and low grounds beautifully. Chaotic doing so again here, and he's almost able to net a kill out of it, but it's instead the rest of Landor that have to kind of sidestep their way to victory here. Luckily, there's way less players on the other side. I think Spaz is already going to abandon ship here. Wants to hold on to this gun with Shopify still having a bit of a questionable economy.
Left.
So grab some popcorn, go to the bathroom if you need to, folks. It'll be a mock timeout as the score will inevitably be 11-7 in, like, I don't know, a spike explosions time.
How much is that in a metric unit, you know?
Yeah, chat, how many seconds does it take for the spike to detonate? Do you know? Because I don't.
Oh, we're turning into a trivia show. But no, once again, like, I think the change of pace from Landor was what they needed there. Fully utilizing their timeout, making sure that they had something new, as well as making sure that they're ready to deal with the aggression from Shopify. Like I said, just kind of sending someone in early, making sure to effectively trade, find more than enough, and then get the res online from Moose to make sure you've got the numbers advantage to just nice and safely go into that A site. It all looked really well executed. And Landor, now, they're all just hanging in the defender spawn, making sure that they can continue to spiral this economy forwards. They're only 4 rounds down, but every single round is going to be a fight, especially with the amount of money that Shopify Rebellion still have at their disposal. They should more or less be able to buy up fully, but they might be short 1 or 2 guns. Yep. Looks like Pancakes will be coming in, or sorry, Jacob. Oh, my brain. Jacob will be just coming in without a rifle. But this time around, it will be Landor, the full weapon advantage. I'm curious to see what they do this time around.
You keep putting the active omen on the bad gun. I love seeing my man struggle. That's when he does his best. Very active Hunter's Fury here from T-Dog looking for an opening kill. Will tag, but not finish. Onsi just gonna have to regen a bit, and Jacob down to 45.
Early use of the KJ util on top of a very telegraphed push. Perfect wall timing, but Monty is still prepared for it. Moose still on top of the wall, though, needs to be taken care of. He'll drop down to get the spike down as Shopify Rebellion only have 3 members to go here. Still, though, can get to this early, and the wall's already been broken. Landor have to check their tails, too. Nothing's been fully confirmed, and Paint's already been backstabbing. So a lot of pressure on Bones here.
The stall utility as well, but Shopify Rebellion, Paint specifically, still has a lot of util available.
Peaks are revealed. Spike is smoked, but they just can't hold this down. They keep spamming it. And now a swarm grenade can be used. The stall has been perfect by Moose and Bones. And they can hold down the fort just long enough to get another round on the board.
They just trickle down the HP pool of the Shopify Rebellion members. I mean, you know, we're not seeing any crazy plays, not seeing any crazy swings. None of that. Just keep it simple. And that's going to be a round 1 for Landor. Shopify Rebellion this time around, now finally their economy is going to be broken here. I'm very glad that Monty was able to carry the lockdown into this next round. I saw as soon as that kind of chaos was happening, Monty pulls out the lockdown, trying to run away, puts it away. I was like, thank goodness, you don't want to lose that thing, especially with the amount of pressure that Landor was going. So they have that tool still available for these rounds as Paint takes a little bit of chip damage alongside BCJ.
Go ahead and commit to this. Eco Paint. Early frag, willing to die for it. As the rest of Landor reveals themselves. Now it's BCJ's turn to peek. And Landor's still willing to try and fight it out. Or even throwing util at this. No lurk either. Sacred understands the gravity of the situation at this point. Knows help is needed. Are they gonna ult early on this? Does Bones have to lock down into the Sheriffs? Does Shopify force this much when they're up by the 3 rounds? When Landor has to work conservatively. Spaz gets away with 1, unchecked on the zip. Jacob the swing into the pinch with BCJ. And it's an integral 12th round that Shopify will net for themselves here on Icebox.
What a bounce back. First Paint going forwards, finds a kill, that BCJ watching with the Sheriff as well, finds a couple of frags. And yeah, it just looks clean from the rest of Shopify Rebellion there. An excellent timing on the paranoia, and this is really where you see kind of, you know, the advantages of having your roster come back, practice a whole bunch of different types of stuff. It comes down to these little micro plays, which come in through on these brilliant ideas to make sure you just shut down your competition. Bones, as well as Sacred, both have their ultimates online here. Moose 1 away from the resurrection as well. They have a couple of tools to work off of. They have to make this one work. Paint goes down early. Chaotic finding an instrumental first kill.
Godlike trace, and it's going to force out an early lockdown, but not from Shopify. In fact, it's going to be Landor that just doubles down on top of it. Now comes that lockdown from Monty. He was going to reposition in order to use it. Jacob desperately searching for a pickoff here. TP's out just in time. Another Hunter's Fury on top of default spike plant. It'll still get planted, but BCJ finds T-Dog and an extra tag on the Moose as well. Has to heal himself. Now, an aggressive pit on top of this spike. Landor should have all the setup they need. Chaotic gonna get extra aggressive, in fact. Gonna try and farm his knives out here. And will, in fact, almost do so this round. Landor using so much, but it gives them all the confidence and space they need to take that round.
And you know what? They're still able to get 2 very instrumental ults out of Shopify Rebellion's pockets. The Hunter's Fury as well, the lockdown, have to get traded out to make this a winnable scenario for them. And so even though it was a very expensive round for them, well, Landor more than happy to be able to walk away with it. Chaotic playing in that crazy aggressive style that we've seen previously, deciding to turn it up when there's so much distraction, so many smokes available. That's when you're going to see that play style thrive. So an excellent job coming in from Landor to keep this one competitive, but it's going to be a barnyard brawl, and Landor coming out on top.
Understanding that this is one of the few things that Shopify could go for on a round like this, so they'll play into it willingly. Shopify nothing to hide at this point. You can pick up a rifle if you're Paint, yeah. Just go into the dog pile, see if you can grab one on the way. He does. Monty, last one standing into this almost full stack. No doubt double digits
in the rearview mirror of Landor. Yeah, wrap it up, guys.
Not the shorty. From a distance, too. I thought they nerfed that thing. Yeah, and once again, like, I don't want to say that it's going to take a miracle round for Shopify Rebellion to be able to pull it out, but this is going to be the round that they need to make sure that they win, because if they go into the next one, they're going to be on a thrifty. You know, things are not going to be looking as clean, but Landor really starting to heat up as well, and that momentum can be a huge boon for any of these teams. So Shopify Rebellion, they want to close it out. This is when they need to do it. It's gonna be the knives very early on here. Jacob has to respect that and back out. Chaotic not able to find anything.
Classic opening, and normally you just have to W key off of that, but with a slow orb to give them the ult orb, they have to just kind of play with the neutral space again. And that's not enough for Landor, not with the stack that Shopify has this time on A site. Luckily though, we've already spread thin very quickly. And I've started to scope out B lane, seeing if anybody wants to peek from yellow. Seeing if anybody wants to peek out at all, really. Sticking Chaotic around here a little bit longer. 2 blades, if I'm counting right, left to his name. No more
Honestly,
movement.
that's just a really good distraction. Oh my goodness, the Jets
You're
over here,
everybody.
we have to pay attention to that. Chaotic is going to just completely annihilate us, but that draws so many members of Shopify Rebellion over to that A site. He wide open for the taking. Monsi, the only person here, now has the information, but it's looking like this is going to be a retake scenario for Shopify Rebellion. Chaotic also, too, still so far into that A site, looking to potentially get some backstabs after we see Landor be able to move in, but it's hesitation, which has allowed Spaz to start to rotate around.
Barrier orb now up, though, so Landor have all the confidence they need to go for the plant. T-Dog is holding the barrier here with the drone. Doesn't get much. But Shopify, yeah, really keeping their distance for a while here. Mainly stepping out through the kitchen. Partially Snowman. Screens up. Blades out. Oh. Let's see where that one goes. Right to the back of yellow. Clears that out. Landor has to step into the fight or into the lane one way or the other. They're going to step in, and they win on all fronts. T-Dog going crazy this time around. And Landor has a lot of ults going into this final round of regulation, as well as no doubt a gun advantage.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, they're able to force out the knives from paint as well. Especially with the economy not being as strong as it is now. Shopify Rebellion will be playing a little bit of a budget buy coming into this one. We see them take that time out there. But what I'm starting to notice is when things get a little bit more chaotic, you know, we got this barrier orb up, we got the smoke set up over here, we got a smoke set up over there. That's when we get to see Shopify start to flounder a little bit more. It feels like it's a bit less connected, a bit less rehearsed, and that's when Landor just kind of stick their angles, dig their heels into the ground, watch the crossfires, and are able to take out the members of Shopify Rebellion. It should have been a pretty easy retake for Shopify there. Things were looking to be in their favor, but it was just the crazy angles that Landor were looking at that allowed them to come back into this. And now Landor, 1 round away from sending us to overtime here. They've got the weaponry to do it as well. They've got 2 ultimates available. More looking at T-Dog's Hunter's Fury. That could be an absolutely massive ultimate. The Shopify Rebellion Black, they're really just going to be scratching the bottom of the barrel, trying to get anything possible. But more importantly, maybe rushing Spaz to get the Viper's Pit online. But that could be a dangerous little bait there, because Landor might be aware that that could, in fact, be the case. And so they might be guarding those orbs just a little bit more.
A lot of potential counterplay that both of these teams are working through the mental gymnastics of. Shopify yet again, for the most part, keeping their distance. Paint inches away from the tube opening. Landor seeing if anybody from SRB decides to buckle.
Enemy marked.
Just an owl drone out here from BCJ, beyond the skirts of the toxic orb that got thrown out by Landor. Nothing confirmed on either side intel-wise. So Landor will just trollops up that B lane, see if they can find something free. There is a hold on to yellow once again this time from Spaz. He's on that far end of it, ready for the recon dart that gets tossed out from T-Dog here. And he
spot on. T-Dog is not, though. He can just turn around and start tossing stuff. And he'll get a kill. Chaotic, tossed out by Pancakes. Perfect timing out. Rest of Landor has to make it up, or else Shopify has the round. Landor understand their goose is cooked if they don't get this spike down now. The rest of the team's on the way. They get the barrier up. They trade space out, and T-Dog will get to the spike site.
You will not
Shopify set up on top of this, though. Landor waiting to get the res through. Turn in from Pain on top of the spike plant, but Moose sprays through and cleans house. Monsi in a 1v3. 12 seconds to go, but the barrier orb will obfuscate. And so it's Sacred that'll take the first fight. And potentially the last. No, it's Moose instead on the outside of yellow. 4 for the Sage. And we are tied up at the end of regulation, going to overtime here on map 1.
Overtime.
Oh, man. And Landor there, they had a pause for a second. Okay, I didn't mean a technical pause. That one I wasn't expecting. I'm going to be honest with you. But you see Moose go up there. It's a little bit of a crazy entry. Shopify just fighting tooth and nail to shut things down. And Moose goes up, puts up the barrier orb, is able to get it, looks for the plant. Oh no, the spike is all the way behind. And then suddenly it forces Landor to have to invest a little bit more utility to push the members of Shopify Rebellion back just a bit more to claim that map space. And in the midst of all of that, it kind of worked out in their favor because it allows Moose to go for the resurrect. And with an additional member online, that makes it so much more winnable for Landor to come through in the midst of all of this. And so excellent job from Landor to stabilize themselves and not let Shopify get that ball rolling down that hill too quickly. They stop it and mitigate some of that bleeding. And now we are in this overtime scenario where honestly, Patrick, I'm not too sure who's going to come out on top of this.
Very hard to tell at this stage. Shopify still look remarkably intelligent when it comes to understanding this game, but Landor have been catching Shopify in these microscopic moments and turning the tables. Can they find those moments again here on Shopify's pick to win the break point and snowball their way to a potential 2-0 here in the series, get their first win of the Swiss stage? In the meantime, we implore you, if you have the space, the RAM, the extra monitor, got Legacy Kingdom and Blue Water going on over on the secondary stream as well. The 8th and final match of this first round of the Swiss stage before we pack up until next week. Once again, in the meantime for this, in between maps, once this series is over, if it's over sooner, however it goes, keep hanging out with North American Valorant. We got plenty coming your way. It's going to be such an exciting stage, Marks. This has been such a great opening 2 days, and I can't wait to see how it goes from here.
I mean, with just talking about like Challengers North America in general, right? Like we kind of talked about at the start of the day, so many of these teams, so many of these players that we've seen just kind of pop off and have made a name for themselves have all gotten kind of shuffled around with so many interesting groups of teams getting put together. And then on top of that too, you got people like Nightblood Gaming, Maryville kind of coming into the midst of all of this and looking phenomenal, upsetting their matches and making sure that they're proving a name for themselves. It's been super exciting to be tuned into Challengers North America here. And at the same time, like, you know, when Kuro does make its way into the map pool, a lot of the innovation that we now see in a lot more of those static comps in the tier 1 level have really come from this Challengers level. And I'm super excited to see what type of creative strategies are going to be kind of cooked up on some of these teams, because each one of these teams are looking for their opportunity to make them, to find a way into the Ascension tournament and be the one to make it into the tier 1 league.
Shopify, once again, winners of stage 1, one of the top teams in contention points-wise to make it to Ascension representing North America. Up to 3 teams from the region will end up doing so this year. It's one of the best opportunities that Shopify or its predecessors have had. But you got challenges like this, challenges like Landor, everyday challenges here in the Swiss. Makes it a whole lot tougher to get those points that you need. Shopify gonna keep fighting on their pick. It's gonna be a minute though, chat. Unfortunately, Chaotic encountering a bit of a tech pause. We'll be back, but we'll take a short, full-length break for a moment. Don't go anywhere. Folks, we're back to witness the stunning conclusion of this first map of our second series of the day. Landor, Shopify, Rebellion, Black. Icebox being Shopify's pick. Already an impressive display from Landor thus far, but beginning overtime, Shopify started to show heaps of intelligence and understanding of Landor's macro as a whole. Landor recovered by aiming and just hitting those shots, knocking Shopify members off at the right times.
Nothing like crazy aimers just ready to shoot you down no matter what crazy strategies you have cooked up. If you're not alive to execute them, it gets a little bit more difficult there. And honestly, we've seen Shopify just really in their stride for like the middle part of this map, but Landor have just been ready to, step right back into things as Shopify have gotten a little bit too comfortable in some of their own strategies and have become a little bit more predictable. We see now the attack going to be looking on this B site. Nothing really committed yet. Chaotic with that glass cannon operator staring down the barrel of mid. If Monty gets caught there, that's going to be a sure sign of to where this hit is going to be moving forwards.
He just knows at least somebody else is still on the other side of this, but with the spike heard, the go-ahead is given for Chaotic to reposition and the rest of Landor to follow suit. Moose already getting active from the kitchen, catches BCJ from that high ground. Jacob's turn to try to swing into this and deal with this problem that just won't go away. Moose, good for 2. And now the prepared drop down with the help of the rest of the squad. He doesn't even need it. 3 now for Moose. He's gonna step out and in front of the toxic screen and grab a 4th. He doesn't give a damn.
Wow.
And he will single-handedly propel Landor to a 13-12 lead here on Icebox.
I was gonna say, I know Paint likes hanging out underneath that bridge. Usually is able to catch somebody off guard there, but once again, just Moose flexing the tier 1 experience and just plays things so patiently. Now has tied Chaotic for the top number of kills on the Landor team. And then now we're going to be seeing Shopify Rebellion take their tack time out here to stabilize themselves. As a reminder, this is their home court. They wanted to play onto Icebox. They were expecting things to, we don't talk about stage 2 anymore. Let's get that bounce back from stage 1. Let's come in with a dominant start, and especially against a team like Landor, which does have quite a bit of experience behind it, that would be an excellent way to start out stage 3. And yet right now they're struggling to get that one across the finish line here. And so take this time out, take a breath, try and figure out another strategy that can really help swing this one around. Because you know what, if Landor take this, then we might be getting a setup right now for Landor to win out the series 2-0.
Just one more round to go the distance and take us to Ascent, where Landor feels even more confident. Game plan really looking tidy, but Landor's players just looking even cleaner. That's what it's come down to. The Brains versus the Brawn, and North American Challengers boasts a clear victor when those two face off time and again. It comes down to getting shot in the head and dying. Chaotic opening picks off. Chip damage onto Spaz. Jacob takes the reins of controlling yellow as Landor already make their way up the lane, grab that first ultimate orb. They may try to go for a buggy over to A side if they want to start stacking.
A lot less aggressive this time from Shopify Rebellion. They're going for that 3-1-1 stack here. Chip's passing in the night over towards mid. That will allow Landor to make their way ever so cleanly towards this A site, and this is the site that they want to be hitting. BCJ alone here. Be able to get taken down nice and easy, especially in the midst of all of this confusion. Sacred, though, still holding ground as well, which is going to be instrumental. Monty going for the peek around, and will get taken out.
It's gorgeous patience coming from Sacred, and Landor's remainder of the execution onto the A side is perfect. Pain can at least refrag quickly, and Shopify have already cleared the other half of this map, so pretty unquestionable where this spike is going down. Moose, another perfect barrier plant. Setting up shot. Post plan to Shopify's life. Are you up or are you down?
Ooh.
Try and grab both grounds. Pain, another frag before going back down. Jacob now stepping in on the low. Slow creep up onto the spike here. Nice vantage that Spaz can grab. Jacob joining in on the fight, and they'll grab Moose first before Bones gets the timing proper. Now you've got to weave around this barrier. With limited time, Bones can reset the fight. Jacob inside that spike, and it is an easy giveaway once the spray goes through. Shopify, hold on and take us to OT2.
Man, that's crazy. Pancakes walks in, Jacob comes out. You know, who would have seen that one coming? But Jacob honestly just kind of hopping around, playing all of these tricky angles is kind of what foils it. It was looking like Landor really had this map secured. The first two picks, excellent timing coming in from Landor. Make sure to shut that one down. And then it's like Shopify Rebellion, Pain able to at least get one trade. They have to make it work, and they do. So we will be going to double overtime now. Let's see how this one is going to be shaken out. Chaotic once again with that glass cannon operator on the defense. Going to be looking onto this A site here. Trying to look for a scout out, but we'll allow Moose to just go ahead and pick up that ultimate orb. Away from the resurrection being online, and Moose is really turned up in this overtime. Let's see what Shopify want to do on this round. They're playing it slow right now, but Landor is more than happy to kind of deal with it. They're more than happy to really take their time as well on this defense.
Yeah, really, at this stage in Icebox, handing over a free kill is suicide for your team. Such a fragile state of being. Toxic screen once again facilitates the B push. Shopify, they'll stick with it. And they'll once again extend wide. This time it's Paint that takes that responsibility. Great recon dart, but can't finalize the kill. And Sacred stepped out from the back. The time window's already closed. And Landor are gonna slam the window on Shopify's fingers.
30 seconds left.
Your tactics fail. It's so tough. Like, you see Shopify, they move in onto the site. They don't do their due diligence of actually clearing things out. And for Landor, You know, they're like watching it, just like, oh boy, here's my time to play. And they just walk in. Sacred going completely unchecked, finds so many kills. That was the one thing I was going to be scared of as soon as we see it fly in, was Sacred going unchecked. And that allows so much room for Landor to go in. An excellent job coming in from Landor to take that space back and deny that entry. Shopify Rebellion once again on the back foot. Landor looking to close out map number 1 here as they get yet another opportunity to do so.
Same story on their attack as well. Chaotic to the high ground to start, and now just dive bombing into yellow. Jacob, perfect paranoia, and the wind does not last long enough for Chaotic. That cloudburst can only shroud him for so long. Pancakes still close, still active, still disgusting. 3 kills for the name changer. And Moose can't bury her up in time. It's down to Bones, but Bones is still up. Bones is still good. 3 kills, now a lockdown to give himself a free spike. Can he do it here? Barrier's already set up for him. Turret on top, every angle possible managed. Still a nano swarm if he wants it. Where does Bones decide to go? His barrier's on a time crunch. But so is BCJ. Like an 80s music video on 2 sides of the same coin. Right as the wall fades, and Bones is not watching! BCJ's rap saves the team yet again! And we go to overtime 3.
Oh, a little bit of fake information being given to Bones. Oh yeah, the turret's watching my back. Any way BCJ comes in, I will be aware of what that happens. And like Agent 007, just crouch down, walking beside the barrier orb all the way around, mitigates that alarm bot the turret completely. And it allows BCJ to just walk in and find that excellent timing there. Great stuff coming in, great knowledge of how that whole thing is going to work, and that allows the potential clutch up from Bones to be set to the wayside. We're back again. We do it yet again. Chaotic once again back on this operator, looking for a little bit more value. So far has not been that turn up player for Landor in these overtime rounds. That mostly has been Moose, but Chaotic has really just paved the path forwards here to even allow this overtime to happen for Landor.
He's continued to be that opening view. Now a question of which peaks have been overconditioned and how well trained are these teams when it comes to switching up your patrols.
Timing.
Great drop by Chaotic. Intel at its finest. And Moose, attempted creep. Not good for anything. Chaotic, very brazen approach. And with that draft, not fully helping him, he has to commit to a second kill that he gets before fully falling. Still, Shopify has not paved their way onto the site. T-Dog, tough chops in the corner. And that gives Shopify their own lockdown on the attack. They can take their sweet time as BCJ creeps up the tube and guarantees any other semblance of space outside of the lockdown. Bones has eyes! And so it's another war on 2 fronts. Sacred, once again, unafraid of giving himself away to deal with this first fight. They know how much they have to deal with in the long run. In fact, they'll deal with it first. Spaz gone first. Sacred now hopping downward. Sacred with the operator, the insta-kills!
No way.
Unbelievable! As Landor win another opener on overtime, giving themselves another game point to work with.
It's the Killjoys. Oh, man.
Switching sides.
A crazy round coming in from Landor there. Shopify Rebellion. Everything in the cards should have pointed to them finally being able to win that round. It looked so good. They had BCJ set up onto the flank. You know, they had 2 people onto the site. They just had to kind of hold things down. But it's in those moments of overconfidence even that they just kind of got shut down here. Even with such a strong opening, making sure to shut down Chaotic before too much damage was done. And still Landor, they're able to make that one work. And so, for a 3rd time now, Landor on match point here. Spaz shooting down the Owl drone. Shut down some of that information. But Landor at the 5-man stack. They're going to be moving forwards with great momentum, great offense, really, onto this B site. Let's hope that Shopify are ready for it.
Far less aggression in the lane itself. They have a little more util they can dump on the push itself, and Spaz is turned on to immediately. Landor are ready for the early chokeholds. Barrier classically set up. Landor are doing everything right. And Chaotic is posted up on the inside of the site. The perfect sandwich that Shopify just have to stick a toothpick into and try to compress. Jacob has the potential off angle. Oh, nobody's looking at Chaotic. Nobody is looking at Chaotic. And beyond that, there's still way more than that in your way. Landor continued pounding on the door until there was no door at all. And they will upset Shopify on their own map, no doubt setting us up for another upset in map 2.
There are so many things to talk about with how that map kind of played out there. From Monsi having such a good read for Shopify Rebellion in reading Landor, making sure that they can outbrain them. We saw the crazy round where, you know, they went right around and then used the Viper Spit behind the Viper Spit that was already set up. We saw so many crazy things, even to Chaotic just deciding, you know what, I gotta win these rounds myself. I'm just gonna kill everybody in my pathway, getting highlight reel after highlight reel. We saw Jacob turn up in overtime, shutting down Landor when they should have been able to just walk away with it. And yet through all of the bruises, through all the wounds, it's going to be Landor coming out on top of it and really throwing a lot of our predictions out the window here, because that means that they win out on Shopify Rebellion Black's map pick, which Shopify really wanted to make sure that they at least got that map in this series.
Both teams 0-0, and yet it really doesn't get more high stakes than this. Does another top team fall? Does another complete casting cast guarantee completely fail at the buzzer? We'll find out when we come to Ascent after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Such a good first map in this series between Landor and Shopify Rebellion Black. We didn't want it to end, so we're going to go to a triple overtime before we determine the winner, which is going to be the Landor to just barely take that victory and now be up 1 in the series. I mean, Gomps, we finally got something right on the day. We knew this was going to be a close series. We get that proved in spades on this first map, and wow, what a nice box to kick this off.
Dude, they took it, what, 16-14. And, you know, for Lander, that's a huge achievement because I know Shopify Rebellion Black, they were coming in here absolutely swinging. I think it was those first couple rounds, honestly, initially off the start. Shopify Rebellion, they did manage to take, I believe it was like 5 or 6 rounds, actually 7 rounds in a row down in that first half, which kind of gave them that lead and that confidence to continue forward. But I genuinely do believe it was a big portion of that was it was just super hard to kind of bypass the op that we got to see down in that second half that was making it so much more difficult for Shopify to play against that. And just the 1v1s that we got to see taken, they weren't winning them out. The fight isolations weren't working the way they had planned, and obviously it exploded into this nonsense where now we're going OT and it's going back and forth and back and forth. And it's not the first time, obviously, we saw in, you know, the first series an underdog team win it out. So, you know, is it going to be that same iteration again?
I know you mentioned a little bit of those early rounds and how well they were going for the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, they closed out that attacking side 8-4 after winning 7 rounds in a row towards the end. But when we go into the second half, I actually love what I got to see around round 20 when Lander asked for the last timeout, their last chance to try to win this. And it's just a really good adaptation of, instead of trying to fight A, where you often see 3-4 players playing that 4-1, leaving that killjoy by themselves towards that B side, you start to see a lot more of Lander fighting towards that B side, and it worked out so well because it was not simply just putting that sage wall up and then getting that spike planted. They were willing to wait for a few more seconds, expecting that spray down to come through to break down that wall, and those extra seconds were great to allow those trades to happen to close out those early rounds. It was 4 rounds in a row. I think they went that way, and then it started to get a little bit more messy, a little bit more back and forth, especially into that overtime where they're trying A a few times, where BCJ as well is popping off and performing so well with that Sova getting that info early on, trying to set up the rest of the team so they can kind of play forward, get that early positioning. But it was a patience game more than anything for the side of Lander to make this happen, and it was so well read by them.
And I want to circle back to something said real fast, that it was another time today that we're seeing an underdog team take this lead. And sure, I know we all put Shopify Rebellion Black on the predictions. We were all in unison over here. But I think when it comes down to it, that these teams are fairly evenly matched. When you're looking on the side of Landor, there's a lot of really talented players here. I think the biggest question was how T-Dog was going to fit in with this roster, how the calling was going to be. But when you're looking at a team, Dan, that was down in numbers for this calling and then the skill for this Landor team to be able to come out, I think it was really impressive, especially when you're looking at some of these step-up performances.
Absolutely. And again, this is not the first time that Lander wins a map or even a series against Shopify Rebellion Black. This happened in stage 2, and that was one of the early signs that we saw for Shopify Rebellion Black where things were not going right. Because the thing about Shopify is that when they start winning, they look great. They look like they did in that first half. It looks like they're going to be dominant, unstoppable in those rounds. They get some momentum and they get it going. But when things start to get messy, these are a lot of the results that you saw from them in stage 2, where it gets really close. They're not able to close it out. It kind of slips through their fingers. And so for Lander, they were able to capitalize from that, but especially that read that they had into how they wanted to play for that B side.
And, you know, I am going to give my credit where it's due. Like, Spaz played, I mean, even though they're down, what, second to last, they played spectacular. It was 3 clutch rounds down to the 1v1 that they were able to kind of give over to Shopify Rebellion Black. And that in itself kind of does show, you know, I mean, yes, it's not the scenario you quite want to be in. There were a lot of 1v1s taken, you know, between both teams. But to win out that many and be that pivotal force for the team and just be able to stay alive long enough to use your util to kind of bypass those types of scenarios, I think that's extremely impressive. And overall, you know, 14-16, not ideal for Shopify, but I think they played to the best of their ability for sure.
I love your kudos, and I definitely think that there is some kudos to be served on the side of SRB. But me, I personally only like to talk about the winners and give kudos over here. And the kudos of these two players that had this massive step up on the side of Landor. We need to be singing some praises here. Talk about Moose and talk about Chaotic here. Moose is somebody too. You get to see a little battle stage. Obviously, Dan, this is someone very tenured that has that experience that can really bring it in here. And Chaotic, I mean, we praised him beforehand. This duelist is correct. And that was definitely a pain in the side of SRB.
And that's why this first map was so interesting to me, because at least on the side of Chaotic, getting the chance to see him on the jet is not something that we get to see as much. When we're going into duels, when we look at Stage 2, it was a lot of many other duelists that Chaotic and also Paint were playing. So switching it up, having to play this jet is great to see kind of where they are at when it comes to comparing other jet players here, because we're going to be seeing it potentially a little bit more. And then on the other side, obviously for Moose, I already mentioned it, I thought the walls were great because it's not only just putting that wall and immediately going for that plan. They were really smart about how they wanted to play it towards that B side, even on A as well. It was just kind of a back and forth game where Moose was kind of the guy that had to stay alive towards the end, try to save those rounds, and it worked out so well for Lander. It was just those little moments that really made a difference for that overtime to go their way.
I agree. And I think, again, both these players honestly deserve the spotlight because it was 2 times they were put in a position where they executed on 4Ks. So to have these 2 players up at the top and kind of like showcasing their skills with also having 2 4Ks down inside of their pockets within one game, it's absolutely insane. And it doesn't matter whether it be the Jet or whether it be the Sage, right? You can see the impact they both have as such different roles, right? Somebody who has to keep the site and somebody who has to execute on it. So it's quite interesting to see. And honestly, for Chaotic to kind of play with the op, I know I had mentioned it before, I think they were pivotal, you know, in the game. And even then, right, having Sacred pick up the op and then doing their thing, like that's insane as well, to kind of just be able to transfer that skill set over to another person and not have a weapon be a deterrent to a map, which, you know, is impressive in its own. But I am excited to see how far, you know, that next map can go and if that's going to be an issue or if they're going to just continue to succeed off that.
Talking about the next map in this series too, this is where it gets a little bit interesting for the side of SRB, because when we're looking at that icebox, we were looking at that first map, that was their map pick. And now heading into the next map of the series, I mean, this should still be something that's it's Ascent, for goodness sakes. Like this map is as old as time. It's almost as old as the game itself. But it's going to be a Landor that picks it up and decides to want to play it into them. And it's a Landor now with that momentum here, Dan. And I'm curious with the looks of the teams going into this, and then how that's going to be adjusted on those micro levels too, considering we saw the teams be very adaptive to each other.
Mainly because if you're going with this map of Ascend, you have to be confident on your attacking side. So I'm curious to see what Landers are able to bring here. It's been quite some time since we saw them play this. Last time that they played it was against TSM, and they lost at 13-11. And then take into account that was starting on that defensive side and getting just a few rounds there. So it's going to be, again, a back and forth game, but you know, I get some good signs from Lander if they're willing to go with this map. And also, I am expecting Chaotic to once again go in this Yoru. I mentioned that we don't really get to see him on the jet as much, and that's because he is that Yoru player that we know and we've seen a lot of in that Stage 2. So coming into Stage 3, I would love to see more of that Yoru. We already saw it working out earlier on today, and that tech is still there. The mechanics are still there, and it's a Chaotic that just had a really good map. One, to warm up. That is what I mentioned was a win condition, right? You were able to warm up in the map of Icebox that is a little bit more going for those duels, and now you're ready for Ascent.
And Goms, I want to know your thoughts and feelings with Ascent 2 coming up, especially too with how close that first map is. Of course, it's Landor's map pick, but at the same time, when you get to a triple overtime, that's kind of like, these teams are pretty well matched up against each other.
I know we've seen some deadlock from Lander, which is something I am kind of looking forward to seeing. I think deadlock has, depending on who plays deadlock, because sometimes you can't mess up deadlock, but you can at the same time. But I think Lander, especially now with T-Dog kind of filling in that IGL role, they might find some security with having a deadlock role there, especially with the amount of space that could have been taken up by Shopify Rebellion Black in the last map. I am assuming that they're going to try to go for more of a pivotal play where, you know, they are trying to do more push play in terms of whether that be double duelist or just trying to have a little bit more of that initiation, especially since it didn't work down in that last map. So I think deadlock might be that deterrent for that.
Like how you said you can't really mess up a deadlock. You have not been playing Valorant with me during my Senti arc, because I assure you, you can in fact mess up a deadlock. I formally apologize to all my teammates out there. It has not been a great time, but maybe the players competing here are just a little bit better. They're just a wee little bit better than me. But since there is a little bit of, you know, prior tape of these teams, especially too with Landor, I'm then especially curious if it's going to be kind of more so staying with what they've known and what we've gotten to see, or if it is going to be changed up just a little bit. Because Ascent is definitely a map where still you can integrate a new player into the team with T-Dog coming in and still be able to run kind of the same old and just still be fine. Or is it going to be something that things change up a little bit because of any influence that T-Dog's had, or because, hey, I mean, it's a team that didn't quite make playoffs? I mean, that's going to be my biggest questions going into this, Dan, is where exactly we see little pivots, if any.
Yeah, but it's also Ascent. So I don't know how many crazy changes we're gonna be seeing here. Maybe something subtle, like some teams willing to play, you know, other it seems like every kind of Sentinel is a possibility on this map, so maybe switching something like that, especially with moves that we just saw playing Sage, that is something that I expect, but I don't really expect a big change coming for them. As you mentioned, it's been some time, but it's been some time for both of the teams, and yet when you see other regions, when you see what other teams have been doing, Ascent kind of remains a little bit of that same territory that we know.
I'm just trying to drive a conversation since we had an extra minute. So
sorry.
You can't blame a host for trying, right? But our agents are ready, so I don't have to play this game anymore. Let's send on over to this. Right here, where it's Ascent. It's as old as time. So going into this, not expecting
duelist.
You know what? I'd be so here for it. I'd be so here for it. But expecting a little bit more of the same. But no, we're gonna get the normal amount of duelists here, Gomps.
Yeah, double Senti on both sides, which, I mean, actually, apologies, double Senti on the side of Shopify Rebellion, which honestly, kind of great for them because they were kind of lacking in terms of keeping the site. I feel like, you know, a little bit of a pivot from there, but I do like the deadlock for Monsi. I'm kind of enjoying the Vise as well. I think Vise has been such a great character and great agent to play, especially with having that wall that just completely shuts down any sense of execution and honestly kind of gives that pause to it. So I think that's perfect on a map like Ascent where these entryways are quite difficult to get in the first place, but when you have that extra alert with deadlock and Vise, it makes it even harder.
I have to say for Lander, I did like their old composition more than the standard composition. It's just one that at this point we don't really see that often just because of how you want to be playing around this map. Sure, they're going to be starting on the attacking first, but I did want to see that Euro. I feel like the Euro does bring a little bit more of that, you know, you can get the flashes, and that allows you to not have to play the KO. You can play something else. You can play that extra Sentinel instead of having to play the Killjoy. But for Shopify Rebellion on the other side, I do love to see this double Sentinel. The Vise is something that some of the teams have experimented with, and I love to see it because, again, you have so many possibilities that you can play here, and Jacob here on the Vise, it's something new, and it's something that should bring a lot of value as you're starting the defense.
Even if, you know, Chaotic is going back to the Jet, the fact that the Jet was frying in the first map definitely makes me a little bit more confident in going back to an older style of composition. But it's time to head into the server and see exactly where this is going to end up. Of course, Lander up 1 in the series. This is their opportunity on their map pick to try and close this out 2-0. Can they? Will they? Let's find out with your casters, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And at this point, it's become clear that really any team can. It's really is just a question of, you know, can you follow through? And Landor going with this OG Ascent composition. They're clearly still confident in how good Chaotic's Jet is at the moment. I would be too after a performance like we just saw on Icebox. But Marks, the double Senti on Shopify Rebellion is a deadly one, and this Ascent comp is dangerous. So is this team in general. We are not nearly out of the woods yet.
It's so interesting to me that like Landor would swap back to just kind of this very stock standard composition. I also agree. I was kind of excited to see Chaotic play on a Yoru potentially. Unfortunately, we'll just be onto that Jet. So sticking to what they know and what has kind of worked best over all of these years, while Shopify Rebellion got a little bit more of a newer look to them as the gunfight breaks out early just outside of B.
Already, Paint Dragon Monsi on over to that front door of B main, and the bigger stack nets the better trade. Paint's actually just gonna double down into it, and despite the help of the flash from that Arc Rose, Shopify still has a lot more to deal with now. Sacred on the other side, alone, by the way. Dink And takes 3 that time around, but still, Sacred 2v1s on his own front. So that'll drag even more resources over to the A front door. Landor now much more confident in their approach towards B once this mesh fades away, especially since Monsi is at a measly 20 HP. There is a flawless round in the cards here for Landor if they play said cards right.
Well, the engagement is going to be underway. Monsi is just going to be backing off here, waiting for a potential little regroup in case anyone comes through. But yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a solid round coming out from Landor as Spike goes down. BCJ, though, has a wraparound completely the other direction, goes completely unchecked.
And Sacred has not been looked. Oh, I think Sacred had to like go to the bathroom or something. That's my guess. They were like, you guys have the round from here, right? T-Dog, you're watching me? T-Dog's like, yeah, man, I got your covered.
Oh, no.
But in comes BCJ, down main. He's got 3. Monsi can make it interesting. Okay. Chaotic puts a stop to it, but Landor, yeah, unflinching start to the round, nets them in the long run. Great pistol play.
Yeah, and this is
disconnected.
Like...
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened there. So, okay, it's all good. It's all good. But it was so interesting to me because I really thought that how the utility kind of came out there from Shopify Rebellion was very well executed. It's just they didn't really have a lot of follow-up. They had what they needed in place to really make sure that they clamped down on top of the entry from Landor as they were kind of moving in onto B, except Paint goes down super early and all that utility gets expended until at that point, Monsi is just like, okay, I just got to throw down the barrier mesh and just walk away from this one because there's way too many people there and they were ready for that. So a great job coming in from Landor to kind of mitigate some of that pressure, especially from that utility, especially given that that was the weaker point of Shopify Rebellion, not being able to lock down those sites. So great job to Landor as they get that pistol, even a man down when you think about it.
And really interesting if Paint and Monsi decide to kind of push that B main early when they don't have intel of anybody else. Just the potential you have to be swinging into a stack feels way too great to be going for something like that. But I suppose you're confident that Paint can maybe TP out and Monsi's doing like a soft hold of the choke, so maybe you get away with one and then kind of just dip out. Such is the nature of pistols. It's always going to be a little grimy. But the overall, Landor kind of just managing all the fights they needed to so well. And it speaks to the individuality of, everybody on this team, how willing everybody has been how willing everybody has been to step up, in their own way when it's asked of them. Here on Ascent, starting out on the attack half, as Shopify has chosen to start out on the defense. I imagine we'll see a lot of that, when they're trying to anti-condition. Once they've gotten in the groove, for a couple rounds, they'll stick back to a default and start trying to go for ISO fights again.
Yeah. And on top of that too, we know that Sacred is definitely back. Hey, just jumping around on the screen.
He's having the time of his life now that he's back.
I'm free. The shackles are off. There are no strings on me. No, but once again, just taking a look at how things go, Landor do start really hot. That requires a response from Shopify Rebellion, which we saw in the last map. And so hopefully they can get that moving a little bit earlier compared to last time, so that they don't kind of let so many of these rounds go unchecked and they're able to get something. Could be Sacred now, poking around this corner. 2 members of Shopify Rebellion just on the other side. Could be Jacob taking first contact as the flood for Landor will go through. Oh,
BCJ forced to swing out on top of the Owl drone. It was only a matter of time. Sadly, nothing found. A great calm as Jacob uses that arc rose basically instantly, but once again, doesn't take a member of Landor all the way down. Still chaotic, very low. He'll still be the first to peek out, see if he can spot anything here, and it'll be Paint. Insta-kill this round on this gun.
Yeah, and look at this entire time, Moose has just been kind of hanging out of A, just waiting for someone to push up there. Doesn't get any contact, and so now Landor, they decide to double back around. And Chaotic, meanwhile, just on an absolute tear. Doesn't need the team support. The Marshal will be simply enough.
30 seconds
and
left.
is just, gonna go right over the year.
Doesn't even care.
Matter. Yeah, I can 1v1 him. And Pancake's just on the other side. Line him up, knock him down. That's going to be Chaotic with 4K. Close out the round. 19 HP at the end of that. So, you know, pretty good for Landor. And get really close to having those knives online.
What a start from Chaotic. Just runs it down completely without fear. Very justified in doing so at that stage. Again, after, you know, Landor had done all of that feather plucking in the early round. So many weak points that you can start pressuring.
And once again, the Shopify Rebellion composition, this should be a little bit stronger on this defense here. A little bit more focused on locking down certain areas. Make it difficult for the enemy to move in. We're seeing the mesh get popped up very early on here. Will be contested as Chaotic just on the other side. Monsi aware.
It's ahead of the sonic sensor, but yeah, Monsi watching, waiting. Is he prepared for a second person, though? Yes, he is. Yes. All right, so Tree is a no-go this round for Landor. Let's see what else they come up with. The smoke is going to be able to kind of toss Monsi off, but yeah, everybody's already posted up here on A site, so it doesn't really feel like you'll be able to make any headway here.
And this is exactly what you wanted to see out of the utility from Shopify Rebellion. With a simple barrier mesh, just kind of locking down the main entrance, slowing down Landor to a halt. And then now the entry going to be underway. 3 members remaining. Monty finds yet another.
And Spaz will go ahead and spray down the rest. Unquestionable bonus there for Shopify Rebellion Black, who can hold on to 4 rifles here. As Landor lose all of the gas this round, now that the rifles are in the hands of SRB. Hopefully that changes now that it's the other way around. Chaotic with the knives as well, so you really start poking around mid again like they did before. They can start, you know, they can come back with that confidence.
Yeah, let's see what they want to do. It feels like they're very happy to pressure one site and then just go for a quick rotation onto the next once they kind of do their damage there. Now that we're getting into the serious mode, getting into the rifle rounds, see how they want to play this one out. Already Moose gonna be up top here. Gonna be the barrier mesh tossed out preemptively.
Over there.
Monsi doesn't find anything, so a little bit aware there. Chaotic able to find that first kill, and now the engagement could be underway.
Fool me twice. Spaz now holding the door control, ready for that push the second it's tuned in, but Chaotic way faster than a door button.
Ooh.
And Landor have all they need to snowball the round. In for a penny, out for a pound. Landor come away with all of that weight. All these guns. They'd love to keep 5, but they'd love to get kills too, so Sacred's on the hunt. BCJ should be able to, yeah, top him off. But still, it's a Landor round through and through. A terrific exec through Tree after Monsi got popped before he could really respond.
Yeah, look at this. Like, Landor's just hunting for them. They know they need to punish the economy a little bit more. Chaotic, knives already pulled. BCJ, though, good for it. Able to find a Moose there. Keep those rifles alive just for a little bit longer. And now Landor, understanding they've lost 2, decide to play a little bit more relaxed. Not as aggressive, not as bloodthirsty to try and find a couple of those kills. They will just take the round instead. And BCJ, as well as Jacob, stay alive in the midst of all of that. BCJ 1 away from getting the Hunter's Fury online as well. And so, let's see what Shopify Rebellion have ready to go. Monsi this time will have the Annihilation in pocket. Can potentially just yoink somebody out, put them into a very uncomfortable position. But yeah, like, look at that.
It's nasty.
Chaotic just goes for the peek around the corner, ducks immediately, and then just able to find that kill even through a wall bang.
That's a fantastic spacing to be able to kind of get the sightline and then immediately convert that into a wall bang through that arch. That's just terrific from Chaotic.
And now has an outline back, so looking for those one-shot, one kills, and was pretty successful on that one on the second round.
Really give him a lot of open space to have to look through, though, and with the help of that deadlock ulti, he's actually going to be the first target of everyone on SRB's aggression. It'll be BCJ's Odin that sprays him down before the lockdown will fully ward away the defense. Only to the back line, though, and the Hunter's Fury can just course right through this lane.
Wow.
That's all the board clearing you need if you're Shopify. Now the spike's exposed. Shopify doesn't even have to watch it. Look how far away they are right now. They're scared that Moose is like way deep in.
You say scared, I say respectful.
Hey. All right, well now we've swarmed the spike. We've taken the long road, and Landor unfortunately couldn't take a road there at all. Might be their turn to save with only 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and on top of that too, the barrier mesh gets tossed up, so they have to invest so many bullets just to shoot that down. There's an Odin on the other side. It's just bad news bears if you decide to engage into that one. And so an excellent defensive round coming in from Shopify. Great calling just to make sure that they've got the protocols ready to go. Excellent use of the utility. Don't even engage in the gunfight up against Landor at this point, you know? Just let the utility do the talking for you. The Hunter's Fury goes across, finds a pick there. Sacred's lockdown is tossed in the midst of it, which honestly prompted the Hunter's Fury in the first place. It all just works out perfectly for Shopify Rebellion. And Landor, they don't even get a chance to put their foot in the door. It's just slammed shut as the spikes just cross that threshold into the weird, awkward space where they won't even be able to get it. So Shopify Rebellion completely zoned Landor out on that last round.
Annihilation did get tossed into that round as well, though, so Monsi will have to take a bit of a back seat, especially if Landor can still buy into this. He can't play nearly as actively as he could have if he still had this ultimate for this round. No ults, in fact, for Shopify, but also nothing for Landor to really springboard off of, so it has to be fast acting for them. They have to execute perfectly onto at least the first blood. It comes down to finding that first. That's why Shopify's completely repositioned on this B site. They just have Jacob standing alone on the far skirts of the shack. The rest of Shopify isn't even close to any of that. They don't want to get touched by it.
A little bit of a scout out here.
Early
Everyone
mesh.
from Shopify Rebellion just hanging back, and now the barrier mesh goes up. So it, once again, will slow Landor down. And previously, we've seen Landor just go for that far rotation, but it's usually because they've got one of their members tucked deep within that A site. And they've only got middle presence, so it might be a mid to B hit. Both of the Sentinels, though, for Shopify Rebellion are swimming around that site, ready to receive any pressure as the gate crash gets utilized as well to make sure that Pink can get into position as quickly as possible.
Triple swing over the shear is perfect. Landor can bludgeon this site.
Oh.
Vice Util has to go up early, but Chaotix managed to spot Pain in the back line, and that leaves just what's on site. Still a lot to work through, though. Jacob has a fun corner, and Chaotic just drops right into it. Refragged instantly, and Monsi can't grab a kill. Pivotal for Landor's post-plant. Shopify only have 2 players to work into this. It may not be enough. Good recon, or good shock darts for BCJ to do some ship, though. And this Odin can still do a lot of legwork and parsing out some of this dead space. But really tough to make any headway here, and Moose just can cycle the smokes, make it even tougher to push any farther forward than they already have. Surely they leave at this point. Spaz is way too deep in, though. I think he's got to commit. Oh, BCJ, though. Nice. Long vantage. Looks like we're sticking around for the long haul to see how many kills we can get away with on the way down. Why not? BCJ dabs another. Wow.
Okay.
Only keeping 1 rifle standing as the spike will detonate. And in fact, that'll get T-Dog too. Everybody's dead after round 6, leaving Landor in a bit of a sticky situation.
Listen, that might not have been a round win, but it is a really efficient round for Shopify Rebellion, punishing the economy so heavily on Landor's side. We are seeing them be able to buy up yet again, but this time the shields aren't all put together. And for me, that's a sign that this economy is just teetering on being broken right now. So Shopify Rebellion, thanks to that last round, if they're able to scoop this one up, that could make Landor into a bit of an awkward position where their buy is going to be scattered onto the next one. We are seeing Shopify Rebellion now go for their first time out to just kind of cool off their heads, because Landor so far, they've been coming back into it. Doesn't look absolutely dominant. There definitely is a chance for Shopify to be able to get back into it, but a lot of those initial traps that we saw, a lot of the zoning utility that we saw is not getting as much value as they would hope here. We've seen Monsi play the deadlock before. Monsi is extremely good at utilizing that utility to make sure that they can secure kills, but it hasn't been hitting just as hard on this specific matchup against Landor. So let's calm it down. Let's see what they can pull out of this one and mitigate some of the pressure that Landor are doing, because Landor are just playing a little bit more patient this time. It's not a full send onto the site. They're taking their time with it and really playing with their food before they engage on one of these areas.
This time, nobody from Shopify watching early, but they do have Paint on this operator. Watching down mid now. Landor out a quarter way through regulation. Have to be prepared for that new lineup in this defense. Chaotic. It's messy, but it's a push that works. I don't know how you get that kill. But Paint has an easy setup thanks to the grab net tossed in before Monsi fell. And so it's a 3v3 after BCJ catches the lurk. Resetting the plant. Moose stuck in way back into Jacob's lurk, but Jacob prepared for it. And now he'll wrap back around. Force this reattention. Treedor is blocked, but there's way too many openings that you gotta work with. T-Dog only has one shock dart as well. Chaotic has to hold early. Owl drone first. Pancakes just swings on top of it. Chaotic running out of bullets, running out of time. T-Dog in the 1v3 to try to hold on to this round. First angle's good. First find dealt with. Can move freely. Has to deal with BCJ though. And Paint's just gonna hold this spike down halfway. Goes for the second attempt, and it's beautiful from T-Dog. BCJ, do you have time? No! No way! No way! T-Dog just played that well! There is no way on earth that that worked!
Oh no. I mean, at that point, right, your hands are kind of tied. You got two people left staring down the barrel of your gun, waiting for you to move out. You just got to focus up. You got to kill the spike diffuser, make sure they can't do a single thing. And that was just enough stall there. BCJ's angle was not close enough to allow that defuse to come through. Scrappy as ever, Shopify Rebellion, they should have had that round. It was looking so good for them. I really wanted to give a shout out to throwing the grab net, despite the fact that we get Chaotic so deep onto the site. That slows it down just enough to allow the members to get kills. And Chaotic goes in here with the judge. Will find Jacob just on the other side. It's just an absolute brawl on the site.
Yeah, we're getting disrespectful this round. Let's just get it done and over with. Get Shopify their next buy and give us a round we actually care about. Until then, we'll pay no mind to this.
One enemy remaining.
It is a nearly flawless round 8. Landor looking undeniable on this attack half at this point. I mean, I'm still harking on that round from T-Dog. That was so perfectly played. My God, what an IGL that Landor has managed to scoop up for this team. Doing some wonderful things already.
It's so funny because you say that T-Dog perfectly played that, and I think that Shopify Rebellion actually played that perfectly as well. It's just,
look, you know, there's only so much you can do in a 3v1. What are you gonna do?
You know? Regardless, you know, the save round out of the way, Landor just run down Shopify Rebellion. And now we see Sacred have that judge in hand. The economy for Landor is looking pretty powerful right now, as Shopify Rebellion still struggling, really. Get a foothold in this half. We see that Paint does have the Dimensional Drift online. BCJ as well with the Hunter's Fury. An excellent combination. Could potentially find a couple of kills there, but they're really just kind of taking their time this time around. And this is the right move because Landor, they're going for one of their patented rotate around to wherever you've put the lurker, and then they execute in together after 30 seconds into this round. And so they're going to be moving in here. Let's see what Paint can do with that get out of jail free card. So that combo can be activated very quickly if necessary.
Yeah, whenever he realizes that it's tough, unless there's an ult command, right? Yeah, this definitely makes things a little bit tougher, doesn't it? All of a sudden, the pressure is entirely placed on Paint to grab a kill or bust. Actually, the rest of SRB is quite early to this backline, and so Paint, pressure is only put on him to hold down the site. Landor does get there, but Paint gets the 3K. Chaotic versus the world to try to keep the streak going, and Shopify can stabilize. They got the rifles, they got the personnel. They have what they need to be able to tie up this half, but it is going to be a monumental task.
Payne was shaking in his boots there. You know that 100% was just like, no worries, guys. If it gets dicey, I'll get, wait, I can't use any of my utility anymore. Guys? But the response from Shopify was immaculate. The members swing back around. Enough time is bought to be able to, first of all, toss out some utility just outside of the range of the null command to slow them down for a second, but then also to find a kill. Slow Landor down just for another second there, and now the Dimensional Drift can get carried over into this next round. It's discombobulated, and look at this. Sacred is running away, but Paint will make sure to secure the kill. It's going to be that combination that takes out the Killjoy. At this point, you must know that it's going to be an A-side hit.
And Landor's still mega disconnected. Bones was trying to pick up on that refrag, but Paint didn't stick around. Now you've got to fully commit to the push, but Chaotic so ahead of things, so good!
Wow.
Even still on the Blade Storm, that's 3 deep! The tree poke is still tough, though. You got one over here on the inside door. That's making things a little difficult, but Chaotic gonna activate that shear. That'll let him get that door stacked up, reset, let Bones take the reins as Chaotic falls.
Shadows traveling.
2v1 in the post plan. Jacob. No more door in his way. One Vine to work with to flush out just one member. And the Paranoia already has to reset him. This looks pretty cooked. But Jacob gets in, and Jacob goes down. Landor. Another stunning push. Another incredible round from Chaotic as Landor get to 7 on the attack half here on Ascent.
Yeah, and this is looking not too good. Chaotic just going around, making them almost look like clowns. Blade Storm in hand, pushes directly through there and catches members individually marching into heaven there. It's such this weird change of tempo that we're seeing Landor play with that's really allowing Chaotic to just absolutely thrive. 17 kills right now in the lobby. Next highest on Landor is only 6. To go from a slow, patient style on this attack to an incredibly aggressive one. And Shopify Rebellion just don't have any idea which version of Landor they're going to be seeing on this particular round. They've got protocol set up for the individual things, but it's that hesitation, that uncertainty, whether or not it's going to be as explosive. Paint, though, able to find Bones, take out a lot of that flash pressure, makes it a lot easier for Shopify Rebellion to really hold down these sites.
Again, this is just so reminiscent of, you know, the play style that we saw Shopify Rebellion polish to win that first stage after seeing Rankers win the previous year. Just go, 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 pedal to the metal, and then a very sudden stop, a sudden grind to a halt that forces a heat check on the opposition, and then you put that foot right back to the floor, and you go right back to 100, and you don't stop again. You jerk your opponent side to side, discombobulate them until there's no tomorrow.
30 seconds left.
Another lockdown from Landor to guarantee the B site. Should be pretty clean from there. Moose with the TP. It's a free site for Landor.
The damage done onto Chaotic as well.
Nowhere to run.
Steel Garden was already utilized. It's going to be an early Hunter's Fury to try and zone them out. All tactics, though, with Shopify Rebellion get ready to move.
Sacred early hold on the market, very risky, already revealing a foot. This is going to be a dead body in the water. Is there a cover fire for it? Oh, Sacred's the cover fire. He just sprays through the smoke and grabs one on the way down. Still a 3v4, though. Shopify look pretty set to take this round. Pancake's first swing in, it's good. Paint with the sandwich. Everybody's stuck in Boathouse. Everybody's stuck in Boathouse, but it doesn't matter. BCJ has to come in for the lineup and save face. Another very late defuse.
I'm getting nervous watching this. It's like I'm watching a Fnatic on their attack, you know? It's just like, oh, it's ever so patient. You guys are gonna go, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, all right. And then it's just, like you said, pedal to the metal, except this time it's Shopify Rebellion that have to go so quickly because they take so much time to get themselves set up. But you know what? The results speak for themselves. Right now, BCJ tying Chaotic with the number of kills in this lobby, 17 to 17. The next up are Paint and T-Dog. Paint at 8, T-Dog at 7. It's very clear there are 2 dogs in the server right now, and that's BCJ and Chaotic.
And they're the two that were letting it all out on the table on Icebox 2. The players that have the most to give tonight. And often here in North American Challengers, the games come down to those players.
Barrier deployed.
Last round of the attack for Landor. Already an impressive half, to say the least, from them. As Shopify's double Senti comp is about to switch sides. Aggressive grab net from Shopify to try to catch a couple members lacking on Landor. Instead, it's the lurk that'll now force away Paint's TP, holding onto that operator. Landor gaining passive space.
Yeah, that operator getting spotted as well is really good information. Sure, the Yoru can TP out, so that adds a couple more questions. At least for the time being, you know that it might not be where you expect it. Bit of a scattered buy as well. T-Dog only on that stinger. Jacob only with this shotgun in hand, but this shotgun will be good. They try to move in here, and move in they will.
Great attempt by Chaotic to try to stave off the Vine, but Pancakes in the right spot to deal with it properly. Now switching up. Oh, the blind is still good though, and Landor can just bulldoze the rest. Where's your heaven, Perch? Where were your people? Where are your defenders? Landor took care of all of them. No ifs, ands, or buts. And now you've got the whole of your site to yourselves. It's Landor's playground. They're taking every high ground imaginable. Every possible angle they need to get every crossfire they can muster. As BCJ telegraphs for the sake of going for the kill. And he can't. Moose gets aggressive. Sacred with the cross. And Landor are 5 rounds away from doing what no set of teams has done before, Marks, proving all 5 of us on the desk wrong twice in a row.
Oh boy, it's not looking great for us, but you know, I'm really curious to see how Shopify Rebellion want to play this attack now. Obviously, they were the ones who decided to pick the defensive half starting, and on top of that, when you look at their composition, it kind of makes sense. And right now, I have to question the Deadlock pick a little bit. Usually when you talk about having like a Sentinel on this one, it tends to be Killjoy anyways, but they decided to go with Deadlock as well as Vise. Vise kind of makes sense given how some of this playstyle works, but the Deadlock, I would want to see the utility getting a lot more value out of it. It felt very passive at times, and maybe on the attack, we can see that grab get just a little bit more. An excellent flash here as Paint takes Chaotic out.
And immediately TP back over as well. It's the kind of aggression that Shopify has to be going for with this kind of composition, attacking in chunks, taking big bites out of Landor's comp until you're able to safely take a site and a fight with it.
Stealing sight.
Now with the site that they have not stressed nearly as much, they'll enter in and partially pressured, but the rest of Landor stays strong, and they were able to make it back to the party in time. It is trivial, really, honestly. Shopify haven't even made it over the starting line. And BCJ and Pancakes are both so low. Nothing is hitting. Nothing is landing. Nothing is working. And they've got to just gun it. 45 seconds to go. Opportunities waning. Peaks flourishing. Landor having the time of their lives, just playing whack-a-mole with these guys until Sacred can make the snake around and guarantee this fully.
Wow.
Another pistol. Landor lost that first one and never looked back.
Bones just trapped between the door and the barrier mesh. I was just like, and then I started blasting. Just lines them up, shoots them all down with the pistol. An excellent start for, what do you call it, Shopify Rebellion there. I love the little TP play. And yet still, nothing comes of it. Landor just lining up all the members of Shopify and mowing them down. It is multi-kills within seconds. As it feels like Landor style, these kind of maps here. This time it's going to be aggressive for Shopify.
Very aggressive. Really want to get the drop on what is left of the team here, and they do get him a little bit antsy, but Sacred is able to hold steadfast and just spray down with a stinger. And then the Spectre. Double digits here for Landor, and a lot of guns still intact to hold on to slow this bonus round down and keep things difficult for the attacking side here on Ascent.
My ult's It's not ready.
Okay, rifles in hands. Monty and Spaz unfortunately only have the light shields there. I still just can't get over just the inequity that exists on the scoreboard for the number of kills for Shopify Rebellion. ECG still at 17 kills, Paint at 9. The rest of the members also struggling to find those kills against Landor. They haven't had many of those clutch moments kind of come alive. But they need to get this round, otherwise this gets a little bit too ridiculous. Moose just walks it down, finds one kill already.
I mean, it's so well read. It's so easily read. He literally hears it. And then Bones sprays down for 2. This is a rifle round.
Cool.
Nice shot by Pancakes. But so much work to still do to even recover this round for Shopify, let alone get a rifle out of it. And Landor have stall tools. They got an owl drone. They got 2 flash darts. They have a smoke in the tank. They have all this KJ util set up on the B site that I think Shopify still have to go for anyway because they don't really have any other options.
Well, they're gonna have to deal with Sacred just hanging out at the back of site here.
Yeah.
Still has a Spectre in hand as well, so especially for the close range, that's gonna be oopsies.
Oh no.
Don't limit your own options.
All right. Good thing we've gotten rid of that part. Gotta clear Boathouse first. Oh, and they can't even do that without getting rid of one dude. These guys are looking so good right now, man. They are locked in.
Sound sensor up.
Still, gotta retake. Monty getting the spike down. Sonic sensor set up. If there's anyone to control a Boathouse, it is this guy. Let's see that deadlock util in action. It's all at once. Smoke, paranoia, flash bomb, everything else cleared. Monty with the far angle. Meeting 1, meeting 2, third swing, Bones gets the drop. That is 30 HP that he's sitting on. All because Monty looked into the smoke, expected the off-angle push instead of what was right in front of him.
Don't get shot.
And Landor continues hurtling at that 13 mark like a speeding bullet.
Honestly, it was a 50-50 there, where the last opponent could be.
Yeah.
Aspen used the utility at least to just kind of slow things down, and I think it was the dart ping that just kind of goes off there. You wouldn't dart ping unless you were going to push in through the smoke. But instead, it's just a hopping Bones, just a shotgun in hand. It hurts all that much more. Shopify Rebellion Black down 4-11. Landor just cruising currently. Oh, they're almost in autopilot with how much room for error that they have, but they still gotta send Shopify Rebellion home after this one. This is honestly, Tenrek, this is really surprising for me. I thought with the amount of time that Shopify Rebellion have had, you know, seeing that squad and how crazy they were kind of going on all cylinders together and really making things work, we were really expecting a lot from this team. And quite frankly, especially in this first round, we haven't seen those same sparks of magic fly just quite yet. There have been a couple of clutch rounds thanks to a couple of their key players. But overall, like, Landor have just been running the series.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that really gets to do everything. They get to scrim with the best. They get the best resources. They get all the time in the world. They are one of the longest standing 5 stacks in North American Challengers history. And that's just because they've stuck around so far this year. And that's enough in this environment.
Apparently.
And yet, Shopify Rebellion as an organization is about to go 0 for 4 on round 1 of the Swiss. Annihilation on the early attack. As Monsi grabs Sacred on the way in, a perfect trap play that nets them 2. Here comes the approach. T-Dog catches 2, and Bones as well. They just won't stop getting away with it. And that's the entire economy for Shopify Rebellion gone. 8 rounds of match point that Landor gets to play with.
Landor feeling like a bunch of ants that have just walked into your home unexpectedly. You think you've dealt with them. You think you've got Chaotic in that Annihilation. Good move coming in from Shopify, not to hyper-focus, or sorry, from Landor, not to hyper-focus on the Annihilation and try to go for a couple of kills instead, because you know Shopify Rebellion are popping. But all the members of Landor just swarm in onto the site, completely uncontested, and Chaotic just gets BCJ for free. One bullet left in the rifle as well. Gets away with their life.
No space, no opportunities. Just have to feed into the egos, if nothing else, which Landor do boast this round now that they pushed in so far. You could punish this aptly. You have the util to do it. You just don't necessarily have the weapons. It's so awkward. You've sculpted out a bit of mid.
Spike is.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to become an RV once you see an open sight. So touch and go against this team. Landor's just been so clean cut with it.
This is going to be such a tough call. We're now seeing them get the spike. They're all injured here. They either make the call, go A into where you know at least 2 agents are going to be hanging out, or you're going to be where that Killjoy utility is going to be. You didn't see any of it onto A, so it must be hanging out onto this B site. And Sacred has been shooting on these defensive rounds. Like B is going to be the call here. Turret almost takes paint down, but it is going to be the null command activated.
Found them.
Bones taken down early here. Nobody there to recover him. Sacred already giving himself away with the pop shots from the boathouse and can't optimize against paint. Proper swings out from Shopify. No one's killing this guy. Okay, we've dealt with him. But T-Dog does get back to Bones, so he's still got a 2v3 going. Landor can still win this right here and now, let alone in the next 7 rounds. With Monty so low, it really is anybody's game still. T-Dog with the Odin. You can just spray down the entirety of Boathouse once the rest of site is cleared. And it's about to be. Not many more options for where these players can be. The Arcro is still available, though, for Jacob as soon as a shot is given away. And there's the blind on to 1. Perfectly timed is the swing, and Shopify hold on to a 5th.
Yeah, usually when we see Shopify go for those moments, it felt like Landor was coming out on top, but that time around, like, Landor were just waiting to try and punish their economy a little bit more, make that next round just that much more easier. And yeah, sure, take a timeout, why don't you? 12-5, 7 opportunities still remain here, and I do admit it did feel like Landor was getting a little bit more rambunctious on that last one. You know, they're feeling comfortable.
Tad bit.
Maybe some of their players have their feet up on their desk, all that type of jazz where they're like, we got this in the bag. And those are the moments where Shopify Rebellion are able to just kind of claw their way back into the round. So if you're Landor right now, you're taking a little bit of time just to cool off, you know, make sure your heads are still in the game, make sure you're sticking to your protocols, and attack Shopify Rebellion with the ferocity that we have seen thus far. Once again, whenever Shopify Rebellion wanted to move into any of these sites, Landor have been ready to pounce on them. And that time around, didn't seem like that was necessarily the case. So let's pull back to the first 4 rounds that we won and close out this series if you are Landor.
7 rounds to do it. Do it with glory. Do it with pride. And put yourself up on that pedestal that they stayed above Shopify Rebellion Black on the previous stage. Landor were one of the teams that were able to dismantle Shopify previously, that helped take down this Goliath. And Landor ended up sitting atop them in the rankings despite still not making playoffs. But now, with so much more time to prepare, with the roster mania that has gone on, the map pool changes, it feels like it should be so much closer. Landor swoops in. Moose, good for 2. It's risky, but it pays enough. Bones' next line of defense. It really just is whoever is next up. And that'll lead to a deadlock ulti, getting a really easy kill. Chaotic in just in time, though. He almost nets a second with Monsi, but has to re-break the door. Turn this into a 2v2 as Sacred comes in. His Bucky, but has the lockdown, and bet your bottom dollar they're gonna use it. Yeah, do it while this Sova is out of commission. The flank being confirmed by the shear, so chaotic. Really no reason to hide anything about this.
Blocking sight.
It just has to be simultaneously. One more shot before the Steel Garden activates, and Sacred just tries to get right in front of it. Now they know they just have to deal with chaotic. But as his gun returns to form, and there's still a little bit of time left on the clock, can he get it done here? One. You're not there in time. Shopify have enough once again to get over the line. It's 6-12.
I was gonna say that felt a little bit early from Sacred. I like the idea there, but at the same time, especially with the Steel Garden being available for Jacob, you know, sure, you don't expect them to pop that out there because they think that they can win, but Shopify Rebellion are in a kind of do or die situation. So the lockdown, unfortunately, doesn't get the value that they want. The Moose was definitely on the loose just at the beginning there, but excellent response, just using all of the ultimates that you've got for Shopify Rebellion to make sure that you secure that round. Paint still has the dimensional drift, an excellent entry tool. And so we're going to be seeing exactly that. Shopify Rebellion now 6 rounds before they catch up. A lot of work to do in front of them, but it is still possible here.
We got to OT once before. We can do it again. Sacred first. Pinch on Pancakes, and Paint's already TP'd back out. You gotta go for attempt number 2, and now Landor is fully tuned in to what is going on, and that might be the final curtain, at least on this B push. Shopify has to duck back. They realize there's way too much in their way, even with the barrier mesh helping them out on the back line. They have to skedaddle, and Landor knows it. They've already got players heading back on over to this A site. T-Dog, the perfect tree. Smoke, just a little lady spots a body, but it's a clone. Bones, though, has the swing back, and that's the body that's really cared about. The rest of Landor is now here to play, and it is as trivial can be. Landor made changes in the offseason. Shopify didn't. Landor revealed their playbook during offseason events this offseason. Shopify didn't. Landor had to deal with scrimming North American T2 teams this offseason. Shopify didn't. Landor won tonight. Shopify did not. GG's.
Great job from Landor. And once again, just taking a look at the first half of that map, I really think that they were showcasing their flexibility in strategy. Of course, we saw that there were some of those moments where it tended to be a little bit more slow from Landor kind of coming around there. And then suddenly they were injecting so much momentum, catching Shopify Rebellion off guard. And it really looked like SRB were always consistently on the back foot, strategically speaking, that they never really had an opportunity really to shut things down on Landor. Shopify did start to pull back some of those rounds there, but you can just tell as soon as Landor stopped being a little bit silly, we're like, okay, let's just focus up, guys. Let's take this win. They go in there and they do so. The T-Dog addition to this roster has clearly elevated their game just a little bit, while unfortunately Shopify Rebellion Black still feel like they've hit that stagnation that we've seen from the previous stage. And I'm not gonna lie, Tenrek, that makes me a little bit more nervous for them. But of course, that makes me upset because our predictions are all just out the window, which I'm sure they'll talk about after.
Right, yeah, that's the real moral of the story, is never, ever listen to the casters. We are always wrong. That's the real takeaway from today. All seriousness, though, I couldn't agree more. Very scary future for Shopify Rebellion as a whole going forward, really, here in Challengers. Landor looking fantastic with T-Dog's addition. We'll chat about it a bit more after the break.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
A lot of chaos in the off season leading up to Series 3. A lot of teams changing around pieces, Landor being one of them, but it looks like a level up as they're going to take the Series 2-0 over Shopify Rebellion Black in a very, very strong second map of this series. I mean, Dan, when you look at a team that, you know, you're changing IGLs, that could be a scary prospect, right? But for Landor, this looked cool, confident, and just collected.
It looked really, really good for this team. I had my questions on this standard composition of Ascent and what they were going to be able to do, but on the attacking side especially, they were completely dominant. And this is exactly what we wanted to see from Landor. We mentioned before, this is not the first time that these two teams face each other. The first time Landor actually got the win, but it was kind of the time to decide if it was a one-time thing or it was going to be that domination against Shopify Rebellion Black continuing. And I love what we got to see from them. It's been really, it was a very clean map of Ascent, even when things were kind of going back and forth towards the end, where you think, oh, is it possible for Shopify Rebellion to make that comeback after they get those 2 rounds? It was a Landor that knew exactly how to play that defense as well, and they had already gone through that hardest part of going into the attacking side.
I mean, just looking into this as well, it was the ideas, of course, that Landor was bringing into this, of course, but it's going to be just these kills as well. I mean, unfortunately, I bring it up right when Chaotic gets killed there, but Chaotic was just on one for this entire series. So Moose had a great step up phones as well, like Gomps, no matter who you're looking at, like Landor was stepping up.
They absolutely were. And out of the 8 rounds they won, actually those 8 rounds, they did manage to get their plant down. So they were hustling, not only on their attacking side, but just in general, right? And you get to see those numbers come through from Chaotic, taking down 7 first kills, which is absolutely insane for a duelist player to not only execute on the site and give those post plants away, but then have, right, T-Dog or Sacred to actually make those post plants happen and play for that. And I think it really just goes to show those calls that T-Dog is making are working. The post plants are coming through. They're able to keep and secure the site. And not only that, actually execute majority of the players on the opposing side before the explosion happens. So I think it's pretty satisfactory in the way that Landor was playing today.
And looking across the board, I mean, highlight Chaotic once again when Landor themselves were, you know, 11 first kills. For Chaotic to get 7 of them, absolutely amazing. But again, Dan, the step up from the rest of the team, I feel bad. BCJ on the other end, both series was absolutely just popping off, but Landor just always a step ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, no, I mean, BCJ, honestly, credits to him because he played really well throughout the day. He was the guy that was top fragging after the map of Icebox that felt like it was infinite. And then on this map as well, even if it was a lot more one-sided, he was really trying to get that going with his kills. And we get to see that level of him again. I mean, he's always been an incredible player, incredibly consistent when it comes to how he plays, his mechanics, and how he plays individually. But unfortunately for him this time around, it just doesn't go his way. They don't start that Swiss stage the way that Shopify Rebellion Black and all the fans wanted to. But for Landor, I think it continues to be that story of overcoming, having a really good understanding of not only how the composition with that deadlock and the Vice were going to play out, but also how to get those win conditions thanks to Chaotic opening up so many of them. I mean, you see it, 7 first kills was insane for how this map ended up going. And it seems like nobody had to get those trades or anything else. It was just a clean game from Chaotic, gets the first one as he's opening it towards that A side, and then everybody kind of with that standard composition. I feel like that really helped them out understand how they wanted to play this game. And we talked about, you know, how the IGLing is going to look like when it's something new, when it's something is changing, but there's nothing better than going to that standard and knowing exactly how everybody's supposed to be playing it.
And to play it, the standard's just absolutely incredible. So I'm really excited to be able to talk to IGL of the team Landor and have T-Dog on the line to chat a little bit more now. Big congratulations on this win. You had tweeted out, eyes on the prize, no more child's play. 2-0 to be starting off stage 3. How's that feeling?
It feels great. It really does. The guys here are very talented, very special. I'm honored to be able to play alongside them. And I think that we have the capability to go all the way.
Talk to me about this team and how you integrated into this, because we've seen this Landor group before, obviously, but of course now you coming in, especially as the IGL, like how was the merging of ideas? Was it a pretty quick fit or?
I am very forward with the things that I like to do and execute. In the terms of the style of IGLing I have is very unique. So I brought a lot to the table when I did come to the team, and I think that playing at this level and even higher up in Tier 1, it comes down to a lot of trust. Actually believing in what you're doing, actually believing in your teammates and one another. And I think that I noticed that a lot more on this team than I do on my last. And I think that it's a big difference for me in terms of my performance and how I feel as an individual. Mainly because I see them give me the trust, I see them believe in me, and I didn't see that on my last team in all transparency.
I mean, I'm glad that you're having that trust now, because that's a trust that we got to see really show up in today's series, be starting off this stage. And I want to talk about the first map in the series a little bit, because the second one, I don't know necessarily, you guys are cooking, but I want to talk about that first map, because we did get to see that triple OT. We got to see that it was one that you guys had to claw back a little bit. I want to know from your end, especially how you're calling that and how to specifically close that out to make sure you have advantage. Yeah, definitely got to shout out my teammates for constantly giving ideas and breaking down, what they're hearing, what they're seeing, and offering options. But the main perspective that we had was to keep playing our game. It's been a long break. We don't really have some sort of in-depth breakdown of how these guys are going to play the map, what they're going to be doing. So it's all instinct. And again, I think that that's like the most important thing that you can have as a player, is just understand what you're doing on your role, or understand your identity and execute it when you're in the server. And there's so much props that you're giving for this, the other players on the team too. And last but not least, obviously, you know this scene inside and out. You've been here, done that. And there's going to be a long road ahead for Landor if we are looking at that ascension and that win. And I want to know your take on how this is going to pan out. Like, is this the team? Is this the time? I think that with this team's past results, I don't think that they're on everyone's radar, regardless of me joining or not. I intentionally like talking. I intentionally like walking the walk, talking the talk, whatever it is. I like painting a target on my back. I feel like it makes me and my team play better. I think we have, again, what it takes to go all the way, as long as we just keep working day in and day out and taking it serious. But the duelist is going to take over. Chaotic hasn't had enough flair around his name in this league. I don't know if he hasn't been supported properly, or maybe he hasn't been fully there with the team, whatever it is. Every single duelist I've ever played with in my entire life has shined under me. He's going to do the, well, other than one, and he's going to do he's going to do the shining here, alongside Sacred, alongside Bones, alongside Moose. I don't think that they've worked with anyone as structured or committed as me before, no matter what level they've played at. And we're going to let the results talk, but I'll do some as well beforehand. I'm excited to see it, and I mean, it's a great showing today, and definitely on a few more people's radars after this one, I gotta say. But T-Dog, congrats again. I'll let you rest. Thank you so much for the chat and the insight. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk now for us to be wrapping up our day. I mean, talking about a team not being on radars, but a talented squad and a win here, Gomps. I mean, they deserve their flowers. They deserve their kudos. And when you're looking at this Landor team, I mean, they've got some hitters. I'm excited.
I agree. And when you have an IGL that speaks of you that way, just like of your team and saying, our duelist is going to have a lot more sparks behind their name, and, my team is listening, and, we're coherent. And I think that just goes to show, the motivation. And not only that, but, just having one player to think all of that and to believe in you really does boost the morale in a team in general. So for Landor to have that so early on, especially within stage 3, where it is really important to have that, they have a step up. And I think this is a team that you really got to start watching out for. I mean, there are some big words there, but able to walk the walk today and pulling up the bracket, definitely still a journey ahead of them, but this is a great start for them, as now we have concluded our very first week here of stage 3, especially too with the matches on the side stream having concluded as well. Reminder, how these matches look under the round 2. This is not how matches are. These are just the teams. We'll get that seeded. That'll be posted in a little bit here, but
I mean, Dan, I don't even know where to begin with this because I don't know. It's been crazy. I've only just been wrong about where everyone was going to end up.
Me, I'm just looking at how you have better odds of winning if you're on the left side. So, you know, teams, if you're trying to get them to win, make sure they are on the left. But to be honest, I think as we mentioned before, when it comes to the Swiss stage, we already saw in stage 1, stage 2, and now coming to stage 3. There's a lot of surprises. I think you need to come into the stage 3 without really knowing what to expect from teams. You cannot put your favorite team just assuming that they're gonna win it. Oh, they're gonna be on maybe Envy, you know, I'll give you Envy. I can trust an Envy. But everybody else, you kind of have to start from zero and see what they're going, not only because of the roster changes, but you know, we're gonna have the new map coming in very soon, and the adaptation that is gonna take with that pressure on of knowing that it's not only just playing the Swiss stage, but it's also making it into playoffs and getting that #1 spot to try to make it to Ascension. So a lot of things to take into account. So right now, just, you know, just enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the journey, enjoy the ride. It's like crazy stuff. It has been a crazy few weeks leading up to this, and it's really proven that teams have only just been leveling up, and we're only just getting started. Stage 3 of Challengers is going to be the most chaotic yet, as of course, whoever wins this wins playoffs. It does get to go to Ascension, so everyone is in the contention, and I cannot wait. But that is unfortunately it for us this week. Thank you all so much for tuning in. You two for being awesome. The whole group as a whole for being wrong, for some great content today on our predictions, and production for crushing it and always being right behind the scenes. We will see you next week for more Valorant Challengers. Stay safe, everyone.
Such a vulnerable spot, already given away with the haunt, having to distract with his own. Catches both Alvin and Vora. They don't care, they just want to fight. Vora can't win it, in on his own bite. Alvin reduces it to a 1v1, but there's just no time, and Tor is still kicking. Alvin's got to win this fight, and he doesn't have the time to do everything. With the help of 7 from the back, they'll meet up and go for the 2-stack to try to hold on to this game. But it's in the way of so much. It's in the way of the mesh on top. They already got to find a new angle. Timo doesn't want to give away this updraft, and 7's already been popped. Hunter's Fury up the lane of heaven, and Timo just has to go for it. Only one for him. Posted up on the inside of the site. The perfect sandwich that Shopify just have to stick a toothpick into and try to compress. Jacob has the potential off angle. Oh, nobody's looking at Chaotic. Nobody is looking at Chaotic. And players heading back on over to this A site. T-Dog, the perfect tree. Smoke just a little lady spots a body, but it's a clone. Bones, though, has the swing back, and that's the body that's really cared about. The rest of Landor is now here to play, and it is as trivial can be. Landor...